Viewer beware, you're in for a scare. Hello everyone. Hello. I'm here. It's Halloween. Welcome to tonight's stream. We're going to be, hopefully, finishing Hello Neighbor. We will be reading Creepypastas for you all tonight. We got quite a few lined up already, and I also told my friends, listen, go out into the wild and search up any creepypastas you want. We'll read them. It is important to note also that the creepypastas will be read while I'm playing the neighbor, because I need the moral support. If I don't hear, like, a funny creepypasta read while I'm playing the shitty neighbor game, I will die. Hello, Date Cafe. Welcome. Welcome. But yeah, it's gonna be an exciting night. It's gonna be a scary night. I might die. I'm not sure. We haven't determined that yet. Number 1 MFR mode, true. I've informed the neighborhood watch of my stream. Let's go. What does the neighborhood watch think of my Halloween costume? I'm Mimikyu from Pokemon. So you're the neighborhood watch? Hell yeah. What do you think? I'm Mimikyu from Pokemon. Yeah, I'm the real one. You like it? Thank you. I saw this hoodie on the Pokemon Center website, and I was like, this is so cute. I have to get this. And then I was like, wait, I could literally be Mimikyu for Halloween. It's kind of, like, hard to tell. I don't know if I can, like, sit up, but I got, like, a tail. It's even got the tail. You can see a bunch of my games in the back. You can see my Switch shelf with a bunch of other shit. Secret Mimikyu gaming, true. I'm not gonna have a webcam in the corner. I just wanted to show off my costume. Do I have games on my Switch? I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell, but maybe. I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet. I have to, like... I'll come back to you with an answer. But yeah, we're gonna be doing some neighbor gaming. We're gonna be having some creepypastas read. Let me lower the volume of the music. For the exact same Cookie Monster outfit for 4 years in a row? Hell yeah. When I was younger, from, age 15 to, 21, I would wear the same shitty Sans costume every year. From the year Undertale released to 2021, I wore the same Sans costume, because I didn't really have a lot of money going around. You know, I didn't have a job, so I didn't want to spend money on a Halloween costume that I was going to wear for one day. So I had, a blue hoodie and some shorts, and I would wear that every Halloween with the Unboxo Man mask. Sans is a very good budget costume. Literally, you just need the white tee, you just need the blue hoodie, and then, shorts, and you're good. Your mom is a hardcore goth, so you can easily become a vampire any day of the year. That's fucking awesome. Hell yes. Let me get on mic with my friends. We have a couple friends on mic tonight.
Hello, we're friends.
Hi.
Hello.
You will be joining me for the Hello Neighboring.
We are...
Hello.
For this stream, we are not friends, we are neighbors.
True!
It's just one of those days.
Yeah, Atticus and Iberis are also in the call. They can use the text-to-speech bot if they want. Or not. We don't know.
We don't know. It's just one of those days.
You guys gotta make the bot join the chat first. Wait, how does the text-to-speech bot join? Is it not just exclamation point join? There we go.
There we go.
A ghoul!
A ghoul!
Yeah, it's fitting that it's named a ghoul.
Ah, a ghoul. Equagul.
I really love the it really put that British accent on that text to speech by making it say
yeah.
"ar a ghoul."
Pirate ghoul.
If they wanted to make an Australian text to speech, it would go "nar a ghoul."
Nar.
Well, friends are also free to come and go as they please. We'll probably have a few join through the night. We'll probably have a few dip through the night. We'll have to see. But we will be neighbor gaming. I'm kind of hoping that I beat Hello Neighbor in a reasonable amount of time, because I don't want to have to play Hello Neighbor after today. I actually think if I have to play Hello Neighbor any day of November, I will fucking scream. I will scream so loud, it'll wake everybody in the house, it'll wake up the neighbors, it'll wake up the Hello Neighbor.
Settings.
Yeah, I can't fail No Neighbor November, although that means I have like approximately 4 hours.
Settings.
If I don't
Inserted to
beat...
settings.
If I don't beat Hello Neighbor in the next 4 hours, unfortunately, next Halloween I have to dress as the neighbor. That's not true. I'm not putting that on record. I take it back. Sorry, I lied. I like telling lies on stream.
Well, you said it on stream, and there's a VOD.
Fuck. Well, yeah, I'm an East Coaster. You know what? Yeah, if I don't beat Hello Neighbor within the next 4 hours, I'll play Secret Neighbor. I will dedicate an entire stream to Secret Neighbor. Despite how ill-advised that may be. But yeah, it's all dependent on beating Hello Neighbor before midnight.
If you don't beat Hello Neighbor, if you play Hello Neighbor after midnight, he appears in your house.
Oh fuck! I gotta start this quick then. Hold on.
I was gonna say that's not very nice of him, but I suppose his whole thing is that someone else just shows up in his house rudely.
What if I dressed up as the neighbor and did my best impression of shitty AI? My neighbor broke into my house. This is why. That was... I don't know if that really counts as shitty AI, but, like, I wanted to do the
My
TikTok
neighbor
girl
broke
voice.
into my house.
Hey.
This is why.
Oh, you meant game AI. Okay.
Yeah, I presumed it was game AI, but... It's funny how, like, the AI in, like, the very first version of Hello Neighbor was so impressive. And then every other build after that, it was just dog shit.
I think MatPat is gonna enjoy it, though. If he just gave it a fucking chance.
MatPat, please respond to our tweets.
It was dog shit in the first version, too. But are you telling me Markiplier lied? Don't say that. He was... Actually, was he in the Five Nights at Freddy's movie? I don't know if he was. They had MatPat in there.
I thought Markiplier would be busy with the Iron Lung.
The robot won't fucking let me be a bloke.
He wasn't due to scheduling conflicts. That's fucked up though. They like went out of their way to get MatPat, but they couldn't get Markiplier because of scheduling
How do I
conflicts.
change
Come
voice
on.
to Brian?
Imagine like fucking like watching like the Five Nights at Freddy's movie and you have to sit through MatPat. Like I don't know. I don't even care that much about Markiplier, but like I would rather see him in a movie than MatPat. 100%.
Like
Help voice.
help. Start. I don't know. Just start trying to do the text to speech in different languages and see what happens.
It's probably the
It's
probably the best way to test
Lithuanian,
it.
try that, yeah.
Alright, I'm opening up Neighbor
Oh.
Game now.
Oh, he has to be an admin.
The FNAF movie is the first movie to have an explicit Earthbound reference. There has to be, like, one other movie that has one.
Yeah.
I'm only thinking about it, like, it's definitely probably the most mainstream one, but I refuse to believe there are no other movies that have had an Earthbound reference in them.
There are definitely other movies that have Earthbound references in them. They're just not huge Hollywood things.
Yeah. I don't know, even in Hollywood, there's gotta be, like, at least one.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know, though. Do we have any Earthbound historians? Okay, so here's the true challenge. This is my way of making this a little more challenging, is that, because I'm wearing the Mimikyu gloves, it is harder to look things up about this game. So, like, I'm still gonna do it, because I don't want to play Hello Neighbor for the rest of my life. But it is significantly harder to use my phone. I think I'm overestimating the popularity of Earthbound among filmmakers. I don't know. Like, I don't think, like, one other Earthbound reference is that much of a stretch. I think, like, one is fair.
I think there are too many movies for that not to have happened.
I think there are too many movies.
I'm also gonna
There
make
are
a
too many
neighbor-
movies.
I'm gonna make a neighbor promise also.
We should
I'm
start
not-
destroying movies.
I'm not gonna watch a video walkthrough. I have to
Movies mean
decipher
nothing to
through
me.
text walkthroughs. Because I think that's funnier.
Kill all the movies.
Oh, did you want to like share the game to the Discord call so that we're like more synced?
We can
or...
hear the audio.
yeah.
True. Yeah, I'll stream it at 15 FPS though. I think that 30 FPS neighbor would simply kill you all.
Fair.
Everybody who's watching the stream on Twitch, I'm sorry for what's about to happen to you.
Cognito hazard.
Taking a long ass time to load in Hello Neighbor also.
How poorly optimized is this?
I mean, to be fair, it's just like on a random hard drive of mine. I got told that my screen recorder was going. But yeah, I have to play this with Mimikyu gloves. I have to, okay. So the first thing it says is to take 4 boxes. Alright, while I get into the groove of Hello Neighbor, who wants to read our first creepypasta of the night?
I could read some Dead Bart.
Yeah, do you want to read Dead Bart for the fine folks at home? Let me turn the
Okay.
volume down on Neighbor first real quick also.
I'll preface
God,
this
the
by
neighbor is so fine.
God.
I need to turn down that
Sorry.
text to speech.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
I'm gonna preface this by saying that I have never read Dead Bart, so as I'm reading this, it's gonna be my first time reading it.
Are there any Hello Neighbor creepypasta? While Sebastian is reading this, can someone please look into Hello Neighbor creepypastas?
Please. Okay. You know how Fox has a weird way of counting Simpsons episodes? They refuse to count a couple of them, making the amount of episodes inconsistent. The reason for this is a lost episode from season 1. Finding details about this missing episode is difficult. No one who was working on the show at the time likes to talk about it. From what has been pieced together, the lost episode was written entirely by Matt Groening. During production of the first season, Matt started to act strangely. He was very quiet, seemed nervous and morbid. Mentioning this to anyone who was present results in them getting very angry and forbidding you to ever mention it to Matt.
Why
I
am I
first
in
heard of
a
it.
roller coaster? What is happening? I
It's
died.
normal.
Alright, sorry, I interrupted Dead Bart. I'm fucking sorry.
You don't know the value of theater. Okay. I first heard of it at an event where David Silverman was speaking. Someone in the crowd asked about the episode, and Silverman simply left the stage, ending the presentation hours early. The episode's production number was 7G06. The title was Dead Bart. The episode labeled 7G06, Moaning Lisa, was made later and given Dead Bart's production code to hide the latter's existence. In addition to getting angry, asking anyone who is on the show about this will cause them to do everything they can to stop you from directly communicating with Matt Groening. At a fan event, I managed to follow him after he spoke to the crowd, and eventually had a chance to talk to him alone as he was leaving the building. He didn't seem upset that I had followed him, probably expected a typical encounter with an obsessive fan. When I mentioned the lost episode, though, all color drained from his face, and he started trembling.
That's the sound that Matt Groening made.
Yeah!
Does anybody know how to fucking pick up objects in Hello Neighbor also? Does anybody in chat know? Because the walkthrough says to pick up 4 boxes. I don't know how to do that.
Absolutely no fucking clue.
Crippling J.
How do I tame a horse in Minecraft?
Hold E. Oh, you're right. Okay. I have to get 4 boxes. Thank you, Will. I'm glad we have the Hello Neighbor expert in chat.
When I asked him if he could tell me any details, he sounded like he was on the verge of tears. He grabbed a piece of paper, wrote something on it, and handed it to me. He begged me never to mention the episode again. The piece of paper had a website address on it. I would rather not say what it was for reasons you'll see in a second. I entered the address into my browser and I came to a site that was completely black, except for a line of yellow text, a download link. I clicked on it and a file started downloading. Once the file was downloaded, my computer went crazy. It was the worst virus I had ever seen.
Matt Groening was just fucking with this person.
System restore didn't work. The entire computer had to be rebooted. Before doing this, though, I copied the file onto a CD. How? Okay, whatever. I tried to open it on my now empty computer, and as I suspected, there was an episode of The Simpsons on it. The episode started off like any other
Not The
episode,
Simpsons.
but had very poor quality animation. If you've seen the original animation for Some Enchanted Evening, it was similar but less stable. The first act was fairly normal, but the way the characters acted was a little off. Homer seemed angrier, Marge seemed depressed, Lisa seemed anxious, Bart seemed to have genuine anger and hatred for his parents. The episode was about the Simpsons going on a plane trip. Near the end of the first act, the plane was taking off. Bart was fooling around, as you'd expect. However, as the plane was about 50 feet off the ground, Bart broke a window on the plane and was sucked out.
Why is Hello Neighbor trying to suck me with a vacuum? Why is he trying to suck me?
He's showing some neighborhood friendliness.
Getting a little too friendly, if you ask me.
God, I wish that were me.
Oh.
At the beginning of the series, Matt had an idea that the animated style of the Simpsons world represented life, and that death turned things more realistic. This was used in this episode. The picture of Bart's corpse was barely recognizable. They took full advantage of it not having to move, and made an almost photorealistic drawing of his dead body. Act 1 ended with the shot of Bart's corpse. When Act 2 started, Homer, Marge, and Lisa were sitting at their table crying. The crying went on and on. It got more pained and sounded more realistic. Better acting than you would think possible. The animation started to decay even more as they cried, and you could hear murmuring in the background. The characters could barely be made out. They were stretching and blurring. It looked like deformed shadows with random bright colors thrown on them. There were faces looking in the window, flashing in and out, so you were never sure what they looked like. This crying went on for all of Act 2. Act 3 opened with a title card saying 1 year had passed. Homer, Marge, and Lisa were skeletally thin, and still sitting at the table. There was no sign of Maggie or the pets. They decided to visit Bart's grave. Springfield was completely deserted, and as they walked to the cemetery, the houses became more and more decrepit. They all looked abandoned. When they got to the grave, Bart's body was just lying in front of his tombstone, looking just like it did at the end of Act 1.
They didn't even bury
Why?
him properly.
They didn't even bury him.
Since when did Simpsons episodes have acts?
Welcome to Gorgon will BRB.
Welcome. I'm reading Dead Bart. The family started crying again. Eventually they stopped and just stared at Bart's body. The camera zoomed in on Homer's face. According to summaries, Homer tells a joke at this part, but it isn't audible in the version I saw. You can't tell what Homer is saying.
They couldn't come up with a joke.
The view zoomed out as the episode came to a close. The tombstones in the background had the names of every Simpsons guest star on them. Some that no one had heard of in 1989, some that haven't been on the show yet. All of them had death dates on them. For guests who died since, like Michael Jackson and George Harrison, the dates were when they would die. The credits were completely silent and seemed handwritten. The final image was the Simpson family on their couch, like in the intros, but all drawn in hyper-realistic, lifeless style of Bart's corpse. A thought occurred to me after seeing the
Awesome.
episode for the first time. You could try to use the tombstones to predict the death of living Simpsons guest stars, but there's something odd about most of the ones who haven't died yet. All of their deaths are listed as the same date. And that was Dead Bart.
I really love that, like, this
What was
really
the
is... This
I don't know.
creepypasta really is, like, taking the, yo, Simpsons predicted this to, like, the extreme.
Simpsons predicted Michael Jackson's death.
Wait, Michael Jackson wasn't even credited in the episode he appeared in?
Yeah. They would not credit him, but they would put in the exact day he died.
That's disrespectful.
They hated the Simpsons. Like really hated Michael. Like they really hated guest stars early on, like or treating guest stars respectfully. They thought it was stupid, so they like the only episode Michael Jackson appears in, he's uncredited and he plays a like guy who thinks he's Michael Jackson and not Michael Jackson.
It's really funny.
I remember that one.
And then like 20 years later, they just like make episodes where like Lady Gaga shows up and teaches Lisa a lesson. So I don't know, they kind of lost the plot.
Wait, does
Yeah,
Hello Neighbor not notice me? Did you guys see that?
Oh, I was not paying attention.
I think Michael Jackson just doesn't like being credited in things a lot.
That might be part of it. I don't know.
Yeah, because when he does get credited, they put in like his predicted date of death, and it just gets really
Yeah.
awkward.
He didn't
bears.
want to hear
Yeah, it's
about
like a
it.
bug. It's like a bug in every credits creating software where if you try to credit Michael Jackson by his real name, it just like adds the date of his death. It's really weird.
He didn't want to freak anyone out.
Yeah,
Like,
nice guy, really.
I have my like, I have the creepypasta that I found like prepared whenever anybody's ready.
Yeah,
Are we
you,
ever
what?
going to be ready?
you were good to read it, I think.
Yeah, right.
So I want to give like an extremely like. Again, Morgan has put their faith in me, and I don't intend to. I don't intend to make them regret this decision. But this creepypasta, I will give a very lukewarm transphobia warning. It's not actually anything that I think anybody could get upset by reasonably. But I also just want this creepypasta is literally I'm pretty sure it was written by a 14-year-old trans person or something.
Oh my god.
So you'll get it. I'll read it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy. Yeah, I'm here now.
So
Hi.
hi. So this creepypasta does start off with a disclaimer. This is a creepypasta version of Pokemon Let's Go Trans Eevee. This is it's just another version of trainers who like horror stories.
Great start.
As a transgender Pokemon fan, my favorite Pokemon were always Eevee and Sylveon. Following the release of Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, I immediately went to my local game store to pick up a copy. As I knew that the Eevee in Let's Go Eevee could not evolve, I picked up Pikachu instead, so I could obtain both Eevee and Sylveon if the game allowed. I named my trainer Serena, as Gen 6 was my favorite. After I had finally caught an Eevee, gosh, those things are rare, I evolved it into a Sylveon, and named it Transfem. Upon evolving, I didn't expect the Eevee, of all things, to do this to me. After evolving, the screen cut to black, and afterwards showed the animated model of a Sylveon. Transfem had red eyes, not bloody ones like Sonic EXE, but they were luminescent crimson with energy and rage. Why did you do this to me? First you evolved me into a Sylveon, then you named me Transfem. My dream was to become an Umbreon. My trainer replied, What? What are you doing? I thought Sylveon evolved with friendship and love.
Phobia.
Why are you betraying me? I knew that the moment you evolved me and renamed me, that you were transgender. Wait. How on earth did Wait, how on earth did Transfem know that? This shouldn't be possible, should it? I hate transgenders! I hate non-binaries! And because you're trans, you don't deserve to be my trainer!
How on earth did
In
Transfem know
losing my
that?
shit.
Oh my god.
There are tears in my eyes.
Oh god.
The screen cut to black. I had lovingly trained this Eevee well. All I wanted was to build a bond with this Eevee in-game. What was the game doing to me? When the screen lit up again, the trainer was in a hospital, clearly having been attacked by Transfem. Was Transfem that transphobic? Why did she betray me? A news report flashed on the screen. I could hear the report. Reports have come in of a red-eyed Sylveon attacking certain species of Pokemon and transgender trainers. For the time being, until the Sylveon is captured, stay away from
HWKHJFDBJDFKBD.
Stay
Wrong
away from
channel.
that.
until
Stay away from
Sylveon is
that.
captured. Stay away from any Sylveon.
Oh god.
Oh fuck.
Can you even get Sylveon in Let's Go?
No, you cannot.
The game then showed a crowd of trainers near my hospital bed, all mad at what they had suspected I had done. One particular trainer, a beauty, walked up to me and said in a particularly masculine voice, signifying that she was transgender. My Pokemon and I were attacked by a Sylveon. We
What?
all know you are the cause of this. You hear a Sylveon's cry nearby. Oh no, was this really happening? Was the Sylveon back? Sure enough, the maroon-eyed Sylveon was back, with stains on its body and ribbons the same color as its eyes. Blood. I was immediately thrown into battle. However, the text box had no mention of Transfem. Instead it said, Transphobe wants to battle.
I've seen that text box in real life.
I didn't send out any Pokemon. The trainer had an HP bar, and the only option was to fight. The only attack was Struggle. Serena used Struggle. It did absolutely no damage to Transfem, or not Transphobe. Transphobe used Hyper Voice. Serena's HP was immediately cut down to 0. With nothing more than a sickening screech from who was most likely the protagonist, the screen cut to black and one text box appeared on the screen. Serena has been killed. The only response from the game next was showing the Sylveon, covering up the whole screen this time. No matter what I did, until I took out the cartridge, that screen would not go away. There was one text box on the screen. I hate transgenders. ...
This
Oh
game
my
has been
God.
approved by Posey Parker.
God! Oh boy.
So yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was wonderful. That was really that was just an indescribable experience.
That was fucking so fucking funny. Holy shit.
I do quite like that for the span of 2 creepypastas, you've just been failing the same jump over and over.
Yep. That's Hello Neighbor. Why am I watching Hello Neighbor in the hospital? Am I the one who's dying? And Hello Neighbor is sad about me?
I'll link it. Here you go, everybody.
This is like a new creepypasta happening in real time.
Yeah,
No, he
For
has a
real.
tragic backstory.
I accidentally stumbled upon that because I was trying to find some Pokemon creepypasta I read as a kid, and then I saw that I was typing stuff in, and I saw that when I searched on the Pokepasta wiki, and I just fucking lost it.
Oh my god, it's hard to describe the layers to it.
I was just cackling so fucking hard. I hate transgenders. I hate non-binary. Because you're trans, you don't deserve to be by traded.
Honestly, I think the fact that you can't get Sylveon in Let's Go might be the funniest part.
Game Freak didn't include Sylveon because they knew that would happen.
Yeah, they had a rogue developer who, well, you can probably take a guess at what kind of person he is.
Yeah, they didn't fire him or anything. They were just like, okay, we won't put Sylveon in.
He's the only
and,
guy that's in the Union.
I think the funniest part of one of the funniest parts about this is if you go on the comments are just what the fuck, dude? What is this?
Oh god.
This is offensive and uncanny.
Uncanny, you say?
It's like one of those things that when something gets reaches a certain level of offensiveness where it stops being offensive altogether and is just really just funny.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's the neighbor.
It's
the neighbor.
You have to get away from him.
I
You
do.
have to get away from him.
Me inhaling my Bart because of how uncanny
Blushes
this is.
shyly.
Yeah, this is why they introduced Dexit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got rid of all of the transphobic Pokemon.
They're saving you. So I'll
Okay.
say thank you, Game Freak.
Thank you,
Thank you, Game Freak.
Thank you, Game Freak.
Even if they lied.
Even though they lied, yeah.
They can't add Ferrothorn back because of the one r/Stunfisk post where they asked what if Ferrothorn was really homophobic. I have to, like, do this with the boxes. And then I have to, like, be able to jump over. But I don't have enough height. Dude.
And, like, you don't get enough speed when you're... and you can't, like, jump up to the next roof.
This can't be the actual way to progress, right?
That's what the walkthrough says. I gotta get to this
Is this
button
like a
somehow.
speedrun walkthrough?
I don't know. If it is, that's funny as fuck. Anti-woke 2 cannon.
Dude, you see the way that thing glares at you. It knows what you are.
We all seen Shiny Toucan, the
I have.
a bit bisexual with it.
Oh shit. We might have to reconsider our position
Toucan.
on 2 cannon.
Yeah, he just hasn't quite.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, Toucanon.
He just hasn't quite accepted himself yet, and he's
Mhm.
like he has a little bit of an issue with it, but like eventually, like his shiny form is his true self, and he'll eventually come to terms with it and grow as a person.
And then we'll start glaring at transphobic Sylveon instead.
Yeah.
I do like the title of that creepypasta just being transphobe.
Transphobe.
Oh, almost.
No.
He's just like climbing up the ladder. Is he really only just now climbing up there?
Well, it's nighttime, so he can't see me.
Where'd he go?
I could go back down and handle trick-or-treaters for a bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Killed him.
Oh. I actually might be able to hop onto my phone, but give me a minute. So, yo.
All right. That was great. That was great.
That
Yeah.
one just fucking took me out. Like
We're starting the night strong.
like genuine tears in my eyes.
What if Dead Bart was transphobic?
That would suck.
That would suck. I
Well,
don't
he's
want to
dead.
believe it.
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I know. Dead Bart is a homie to all of us.
Just the idea of like hanging out with him and then him like going off to his other friends and then bitching about
Yeah.
us privately. It sucks to think about. You know?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Please be respectable towards dead Bart.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys.
I have a new idea that's not on the walkthrough. I do the same thing, but I do it, like, over here. No, I didn't mean to do that. But, like, you guys understand the vision, right?
I see
Yeah.
the vision.
It got me instantly killed. I love when Hello
Yeah.
Neighbor breaks under the weight of its own, like, terrible physics engine.
It's
Mhm.
really good.
That-
There are so many
Got you.
times where I've been playing this game and I just, like, instantly die to, like, the game's, like, shit physics. It says jump off the platform on the red planks above. You have to take a run up and jump from the very edge of the platform.
The red planks. I don't remember.
Wait, I'm dumb.
Are you getting like meat tomatoes thrown at you?
Yeah, hold on. I think I understand. I don't need to use the boxes to jump over there. I just need to, like, actually just run as fast as possible. Because this game is fucking stupid.
Yeah, I was thinking it's more of the speed than the height that was the problem.
Oh, I'm the hello
Yeah.
neighbor. Sorry.
It's okay.
That was my hello neighbor voice. That was my idea for what you could sound like.
Conceptually.
I'm the hello neighbor.
Well, does anybody have
Check
any
out
good
me.
creepypastas we could read? We have a couple. There's one I want to save till the end. But we also have the Wasp Room, which could be read at any time. Does someone want to read the Wasp Room?
I could wasp room it out.
Fuck yes.
Oh.
I love the wasp room.
Where'd it go? There it
Ben
is.
Swam. See, Ben Drowned would be like a good one to read. That's like a good classic one. The problem is like it has that video
It's-
element. I would feel weird doing it
Yeah,
without
yeah.
that.
There's like a lot of visual stuff needed. The same with I wanted to read NES Godzilla, but it's like long and has a lot of visuals. So like,
Yeah,
and it's just so
not
good
possible.
though.
Mm-hmm.
It's so fucking boss, but
Oh
Hey,
my
thank
god,
you.
abandoned by Disney.
Thank you,
But-
Eve
but also-
Unlimited, for the follow. Thank you,
Well-
thank you.
But also like, there's no detention at my high school. Instead, they send you to the wasp room. I was still relatively new. We'd only moved here a month before, and I'd only been enrolled in the school for about a week. It's a rural place on the west coast. There aren't even that many kids. A few hundred or so. They were friendly enough. Some douchebags, but you know how it is. It could have been worse. It was the teachers that made me nervous. The dread I felt when the morning bell rang, the unease radiating steadily and perpetually off my classmates at all hours of the school day. It's more than just regular high school stuff. I could feel
Wait,
it.
hold on. I just realized who Eve Unlimited is. Hi. Thank you. I remember. I know now. Eve is the creator of the intro. Their new name. Okay, so you have to
Oh.
respect.
Hello.
Hey there, neighbor.
It was more than just regular high school stuff. I could feel it. I just couldn't explain it. And it didn't make sense either. The teachers actually seemed kind of nice. Friendly, even. None of the kids got in any real trouble. No one got sent to detention. So one day, I asked my desk neighbor to explain it to me before the class started. To my surprise, however, she hushed me, glanced at the door, and told me in quick, quiet tones about the wasp room. I laughed it off at first. It sounded like a dumb joke, but she didn't laugh with me. She just stared at me, pale-faced and lips tight. And that was the end of it. The interaction was brief, but it stuck with me. The wasp room. What the hell was that? Was it an acronym, maybe? WASP? Perhaps it was a nickname that the kids had come up with. Maybe it simply was detention, but everyone was really, really scared of it? I didn't understand. I started hearing about it more often after that, though. I started noticing it in conversation. Ever heard of the Bader-Meinhof phenomenon? When you get told something for supposedly the first time, and then you start seeing and hearing it everywhere. That's what the wasp room was for me. I heard its name whispered by the lockers, muttered behind hands at recess. It started freaking me the hell out. I looked for a wasp room sign on the doors of the corridors, for a hint, a clue as to what it could possibly be, but I saw nothing. It wasn't until the end of the second week that I had my first real experience of the wasp room's power. We were waiting for our history teacher to arrive. It was unlike her to be late, so the kids were making use of the bonus free time, chatting amongst themselves, messing around just a little, but generally keeping calm. All except for one guy on the other side of the room. He had a bottle of water, half cracked open, and was shooting blasts of spray out over the kid in front of him. "Cut it out, man!" the kid called back to him, frustrated, but the assailant did not. He just laughed and did it again. The kids around him were urging him to stop now, too. "Quit it, Mark, before she comes back," they urged him, desperately. Some even tried to reach out to try and take the bottle from his hands. Well, but he kept on spraying. And the kids around him all stopped and attempted to intervene at once. They were silenced immediately with their hands on the desks and their heads faced forwards at as the classroom door swung open. As she walked in, our history teacher Bleh, bleh. And in she walked, our history teacher, witness to one final blast of cold water over the back of the kid's neck. I saw the expression on Mark's face change completely, terror replacing the lazy arrogance, his taunting smile gone in an instant. He fumbled with the bottle and dropped it loudly on the floor, and it leaked as it rolled around on the leg of his desk. There was silence, and our teacher slowly shook her head. Bullying will not be tolerated, Mark, she said quietly. Please, he said suddenly, panic rising at the end of his voice. Please, Mrs. Vyers, don't send me to the room. Please. She took a step closer, and her shadow was cast large against the wall behind her. Her eyes flashed, and the temperature in the room dropped like a stone. Mark, I have no choice. You know the punishment. You are to go to the wasp room at once. No! He screamed, and I jumped in alarm, staring as he fell to his knees on the floor. He clasped together his hands. Please! Please, no! If you are set upon causing a scene, Mark, you know the consequences. I suggest you take yourself off to the room at once, and with no more of this nonsense, Miss Vyers replied. To my surprise, Mark's victim himself actually came to the boy's defense. He tried to speak out in support of him, to say that it was honestly no big deal, but with a quick, stern look from the teacher and an outstretched finger, he was compelled to silence. And Mark would not go. He continued to scream and beg. I looked around the room. No one else was even reacting. No one seemed to be doing a thing but staring straight ahead. My heart was beating like I'd never expected it to. Especially not here, in a school. But Mark would not stop. And eventually 2 men in gray strode calmly through the classroom door, grabbed the screaming boy by the arms, and dragged him swiftly to the room, from the room, and down the corridor, till he could be heard no more. My hands were white against the desk. I was so fucking scared. But then Mrs. Vyers smiled, and she just went on with the class, as if nothing had happened. I sat there in shock, barely able to focus, and making my notes with a pen held in trembling fingers. And I couldn't take it anymore. This wasn't some silly game or an in-joke. This was something terrifyingly real. So that afternoon, on the bus home, I asked one of my new classmates about it. I asked her the truth. Quiet! She hissed at me. We were sat near the back, and she shot a paranoid glance down the bus and over the seats, beckoning me closer. She hesitated and then whispered something into the ear of the boy next to her. Yeah, he replied. She should know. She needs to, actually, for her sake. So we spoke in whispers at the back of the bus. And they anxiously told me the tale of the wasp room. It was as the name suggested, they told me. The kids who misbehave are dragged down through darkened corridors to a door at the end of the hall. You can hear the buzzing from there, they say. You can hear it grow, the drone of perpetual malice behind the final door. They throw you in and keep you there for however long they decide until you've learned your lesson. And then they just let you out. No way, I replied. You can't be serious. There's just no way. So, wasps then? You're telling me that the school has a room just full of wasps? The kids looked at each other, but did not laugh. They did not break into a joke. They just regarded me solemnly. The boy leaned forward. Have you heard the story of Dan Martinez? I shook my head. The rain beat down against the bus window, gray and relentless. They say he was the first kid ever to get an after-school stay in the wasp room. They say he kicked and struggled and fought the entire way down the corridor. Apparently you can still see some of the scuffs and dents he made in the paint on the walls. The boy swallowed. None of the kids who come out ever want to talk about it. Well, what about Dan Martinez himself? I asked. Couldn't you just ask him? That's just the thing, the boy went on. This was the first ever after-school session, and with every throw and punch and kick, he extended his time. Apparently they just, well, forgot about him. Forgot he was even there. He was so afraid of the wasps. I realized my throat had gone dry. It's almost like I was there in that corridor, listening to the drone and the buzz beyond the door. And when they remembered the next morning, the boy finished, it was too late. He was dead. He'd been stung so many times that at first they didn't even recognize his body. Apparently all the teachers pretended that he'd just moved away. He shrugged. But that's not how the story goes. Not the way the kids tell it. I thought of the stories I was told on the bus all night long. I couldn't get the images out of my head. And when I slept, my dreams were of Dan Martinez, his ruined corpse trying to warn me from beyond the grave. As the sound of the wasps grew louder and louder.
He doesn't even know what this guy looks like. He's never met this dude in his life. I guess that is dream
Well, it's
logic,
Dan
though.
Martinez.
I guess in
Yeah.
dream logic, it does actually, like, if you don't know what someone looks like, your brain will just, like, make it like Yoda or something.
Oh god, I'm only like halfway through. School the next morning was like an out-of-body experience. I could barely think straight at all. I was so scared, so terrified of stepping out of line. The teachers must have picked up on my change of mood, but they didn't say anything. They didn't say a damned thing. So I kept my head down, and I did my best. At least, I did until the commotion in the cafeteria at lunch. A sudden clatter of tray and splatter of food set the whole hall to silent. There was a gentle rustle of shirts and jackets, and everyone turned at once to see the source of the commotion. I didn't have to. I was stood right next to it. The girl from the bus had just stumbled into a teacher and knocked his lunch to the ground. A miserable old science teacher by the name of Mr. Pride. We made eye contact, and I've never seen such genuine fear. I could see tears forming in her eyes, and the teacher burst into a sudden rage. He swiveled to look at her, face red, and bellowed, "Watch where you're going, you silly girl!" I'd never seen a teacher shout at the school before, which made the experience all the more frightening. "I'll bet you did this on purpose, didn't you? Eh? Answer me!" No, sir." She stuttered back. She was flushed with embarrassment, shaking and scared. "The wasp room!" he shouted at her. "Now!" His eyes went. Her eyes went wide and white. Her own tray dropped on the floor as she clasped together her hands. It was all happening so fast. She began to beg, "No, sir, please don't send me to the room. I. And I began to panic. She was losing it. She was going to do the same thing as Mark had done yesterday. She was going to make it 10 times worse. She was going to be dragged there by force. What if she kicked up as much of a fuss as Dan Martinez? What if they threw her in overnight, too? What if they forgot about her like they forgot about him? I couldn't let that happen, so I gathered my courage, and I stepped forward. I came up with a quick plan, one that just might work. The girl and I looked similar. Similar hair, similar build. And I cleared my throat. "Excuse me, sir? Mr. Ride?" Spun and turned to look at me with disdain. "What do you want?" Wasn't her who knocked over your tray. It was me." "What are you talking about, you silly girl? I was looking right at her." "No, sir, it was me. I was running past and I wasn't watching where I was going. Apologies." A flicker of doubt crossed his face. "And to be honest, sir," I finished, forcing myself to be brave, "you really should have been looking where you were going." I heard a gasp from somewhere behind me. And the doubt on his face was replaced at once by that same anger, this time, however, redirected at myself. "To the wasp room with you!" he roared. "Now! Get out of my sight! And you!" he points to the other girl. "Clean this mess up." My heart was hammering away inside my chest. I'd wondered if I had just been a massive idiot, but I made a decision, and I had to stand by it. "I'm sorry, sir," I said, "but I don't know the way." He seethed and grabbed me roughly by the collar. I heard a tide of whispering rising behind us as he dragged me from the hall and down corridor after corridor beneath broken and darkened lights, and eventually down a shaky set of metal stairs, one I had never seen before. Down we went, down a long and blank corridor with flickering lights, completely bare except for little cracks and scuffs along the wall, and a large chipped white wooden door down at the far end. The buzzing, at first, I assumed to be from the lights. But as we approached, as that terrible door grew larger and larger, the drone of the buzz grew with it. It felt like the air became thicker, like tar, as I struggled to breathe, as I stumbled and tripped over my feet until we were stood right by it, right by the door, and he grabbed a key from his pocket and jammed it into the lock. He shot me a look. What was that? A smirk? I swear it was, the hint of a smirk, of glee, as he tore the door open, and he threw me inside. "I'll see you at the end of the day," he barked, as the door slammed shut. The end of the day. But that was over 3 hours away. No, surely he couldn't mean to keep me in here for 3 hours, for supposedly knocking over some food? But I heard the door lock behind me. I only heard it, because the room was pitch black. The buzzing was all around. I began to panic. The beads of sweat across my skin felt like legs, like little wasps in my mind, crawling all over me. I began to scream. "Shh!" came a voice through the darkness. "Another kid! Don't scream, and don't move. Just stay still. Stay as still as you can, and keep your mouth shut." "Enjoy!" came the voice of Mr. Ride through the door. And suddenly I was hit by a terrible heat. The room was thrown into a bright and violent light from the heat lamps stationed all around. And in the split second that I could see, before I was forced to shut my eyes, I saw the walls come alive. They rippled and swarmed from every surface, a violent, shifting hive mind. The wasps. Thousands upon thousands of them. I watched clouds of them shoot into the air to bask in the heat. The buzzing and the drone grew tenfold, and even if I had screamed, I don't think anyone would have heard me. They were all around me at once. The wasps. Flying past my ears and landing on my clothes and my skin. I slammed my mouth shut tight, and quickly drew a hand up to each ear to cover them and protect them. Too quickly, apparently, as it was fast enough to disturb a handful of wasps. I felt them swarm over my eyelids, crawling over my hands and fingers. I suppressed a scream as I felt a sharp sting on the back of my hand, and then another. I was shaking, trembling so violently. They were everywhere all at once, swarming, and loud, so loud. But I had to calm down. I had to calm down! If I didn't, then they would just keep coming. They would keep stinging. So I focused as best as I could, and I took as many deep breaths as I was able. This was insane. This was absolutely insane. How could they do this? How could they do this to a bunch of kids? It was a nightmare. A true nightmare. And the time dragged on, minute by agonizing minute, hour after torturous hour. God knows how long the other kid with me had been in there. The lights turned on and off intermittently. When they were on, we sweated under its painful burning heat. The wasps were disturbed and roused to a frenzy, and that's when they were at their most aggressive. When the lights went off, we were plunged back into total, unforgiving darkness. The wasps were all over me, all over my arms and legs, all over my face, scratching their way around my nostrils. I've never had to control my breathing so carefully, not breathing out too hard for fear of angering them, and not breathing in too hard for fear of, well, I didn't want to think about it. I couldn't stand to. Bzzz.
Bzzz. These are really good wasp noises.
I was a different person by the time I was let out. Everyone must have gone home by then. It felt like years had passed, not hours. The wasp room was dark when my ordeal came to an end. It had been for some time, much longer than I'd gotten used to. I was braced, terrified but braced for another blast of that burning light, but it never came. Just darkness, cool and steady until the majority of the wasps had settled. And then there was light again. I could see it through my eyelids, but this light was different. It was pale. I cautiously opened one eye and saw a silhouette of a man by the door. I could have cried in relief. I think I did a little, actually. "Out you come," he muttered. "Mr. Ride." The boy was out in a flash, quickly sprinting away down the long corridor, but I could not run. My legs were still shaking. Traumatized, I took a careful step back out the corridor, and he laughed. Mr. Ride laughed. "Enjoy yourself in there, you new girl," he chuckled. and I looked up at him through brilliantly bloodshot eyes. "You're a monster," I whispered before I could stop myself. The laughter left from his face, and time seemed to slow. "What did you just say?" he asked me, a voice harsh and forced from between his teeth. I said nothing, tried to walk on by, but he grabbed me by my shirt, held me in place. "So you think it's appropriate to talk back to your teachers, do you, girl?" He spat, a vein bulging in his neck. "It might be an idea to teach you how things work around here sooner rather than later. We wouldn't want another Master Martinez on our hands." He grinned. "I'm starting to think that perhaps you'd appreciate a little more time in the wasp room." And I panicked. My vision flashed white and began to throb at the edges. "No, oh God, no more, no more. Fuck! I can't do it. I can't take it. Don't make me go back inside. Please, sir, don't! Don't send me back inside. You can't!" I struggled, screaming, kicking, but he held me steady, and he began to open the door back up, and the buzzing grew. "The wasps! The wasps!" And I flung him off me. He stumbled. He was old. And before I knew what I was doing, I had shoved him hard, into the wasp room. He staggered and fell onto his back, scrambling around desperately onto his knees, crawling back towards me. And I slammed the door tight shut and locked it, clenching the key tight in my fist. He began banging against the door from the other side, again and again and again. "No!" he shouted. "You can't do this! I'm allergic! Please, I'm allergic to wasps!" I took a retreating step down the corridor. I heard the sudden metallic buzz of the heat lamps accompanying the swarming buzz of the wasps, and I heard his screamed. I felt a hand on my shoulder and jumped in terror, swiveling at once. It was the boy I'd been locked in the room with. We stared at each other for a moment, and he gestured to the key in my hand. And quietly, he said, "I'd leave that here if I were you." So I let it fall from my wasp-stung hand. It clattered to the floor, and in silence we walked out together, as the buzzing and the screams echoed down the room, echoed down and around the corridor behind us. We have a new science teacher now, a woman. She seems nice enough, but they never told us what happened to Mr. Ride. They never even mentioned his disappearance. Most of the kids assume he just retired. Perhaps even some of the teachers do too. I don't know what happened to him exactly. I don't want to know. I've started getting nightmares. And I don't think the boy I was locked in down there is... And I don't think the boy I was locked down there with is a grass. I don't think he'd tell on me, but a grass? What is...
I've never
Like a
heard that
snitch.
before.
I've never heard that. I don't think he'd tell on me, but I don't know. And I feel like I'm losing my mind. I notice furtive, searching glances from the teachers in the quarters, whispers behind locker doors, and I've never felt less safe. And I can't go back to that wasp room. Not ever. I can't do it, so I have to get out. I have to find a way out of this school, and I will do whatever it takes. End
I
of
really-
wasp room.
I really love the concept of someone like working at a school where the punishment is to stuff kids into a room full of wasps when you have a deathly wasp allergy.
I really love that while this is happening, like, Mauve is about to start backseating Hello Neighbor.
You have been trying the same jump for...
That's just what the walkthrough says. All right, if you wanna, if you wanna like get mad at this gameplay, you're gonna have to take it up with the walkthrough. Okay, it says make a run-up jump to the to the thing.
Yeah, I think like the funniest thing about the Wasp Room to me is that r/no sleep has a thing where like in the comments you have to like act like the story is real instead of like commenting on the writing at all. So I just have comments full of people like trying to tell them what they should do in this situation.
What would you do in this situation?
Whoa, you are brave, OP. I did not expect you to take the blame. By the time you pushed him into the room, I was full on cheering. Hope the situation doesn't come back to haunt you, but meanwhile, what is up with your small town? I feel like the school might just be a hint of something hinky with everyone who lives there. I've never heard this word before, hold on.
Isn't
Okay.
that kinda illegal? Is one of the comments.
Kinda.
You guys,
Hinky, dishonest, or suspect?
Oh yeah.
if anybody's getting mad about my Hello Neighbor gameplay, you're gonna have to take it up with Game Pressure, okay? Take it up with them, not with me.
Game
because,
pressure.
Like, listen, if you want to see good Hello Neighbor gameplay, you're watching the wrong game. There is no right way to play Hello Neighbor because this game fucking sucks. I had to do, like, stupid, like, bullshit to get through Act 1. Like, I don't know how to tell you this any other way. You have to watch a different video game. Because Hello Neighbor expects you to do stupid bullshit. There's nothing to explore. It's the neighbor's house. We've been inside his house. We've been inside his basement.
We've been inside his wasp room.
If I had to play this or the Wonderful 101, what would I do? I would play the Wonderful 101.
The right way is to succumb to the neighbor's loving embrace.
True.
That is true.
I'm biased.
Yeah, here's the thing. You guys don't understand. Anybody who's, like, backseating, like, you don't understand. Hello Neighbor is, like, one of the worst video games I've ever played in my life. And I don't say that lightly, because I've played some fucking bullshit, okay? I'm not, like, one of those people who plays, like, a mid-as-fuck, like, Nintendo release, like, oh my god, guys, Nintendo Switch Sports is the worst game I've ever played. No, because I have fucking standards, okay? I've played Action 52, I've played Superman 64, I've played some fucking shit, I've played Texas Chainsaw Massacre on Atari 2600, I've played Friday the 13th on Atari, okay? Hello Neighbor, despite that, still ranks up as one of the worst video games I've ever played, so please don't try and tell me how to play Hello Neighbor, I don't want to hear it. That's all.
You should try going to the wasp room.
True. You know what? You're right.
Wasp Room really does feel like a forgotten Goosebumps story, especially with like the evil old man
Yeah,
teacher.
It does.
when I saw that message in the chat, like the cover like vividly flashed into my brain. The wasp room.
Like, just the dark, like, rendering on it. And you just see the kid screaming and surrounded by the wasps.
Yeah,
And you see the door is half open and you see the smiling face of the evil teacher.
Mr. Ride, yeah.
How is Ride spelled? Is it like RHYDE?
Exactly that, yeah.
Okay. The original Reddit post, the story is deleted. Sadly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we had to find an archive.org link to read The Wasp Room, but it's really,
Yeah.
it's an all-time classic.
I'm allergic.
I'm allergic. You can't do this. I'm allergic. Please. I'm allergic to wasps. That last part was in italics.
Why did he work in a school that has a wasp room if he's allergic?
I just love the guy who's allergic to wasps.
I found a
working
cool
there.
new creepypasta.
It's like
What's your
if
cool
one of
new
the wasps is,
creepypasta?
it's like, dude, none of the wasps ever fly out of the room.
That's what I'm thinking, like, that has to have happened.
Like, he's not even wearing any protective gear.
I was scrolling through, and I found a cool creepypasta.
What is it?
Well, would you like me to read it? Would you like me to share it?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
class? Okay.
I'm gonna get a drink first, but yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna like...
I do regret to inform you that if the creepypasta is not good, you will be sent to the wasp room.
Oh, it's good.
Okay.
Oh, trust me. Oh, believe me, pal. I'm gonna let Ray get the drink first off, and then I'll have to share it with everyone because I think it's quite good.
I think it's bad.
Shoot. Or the laser. Oh shit, we have a mini 100 grand bar. Shit, bro. I'm taking that. The kids don't want 100 grand bars. I do. I do. I feel like 100 grand is beast as fuck, but nobody talks about it. It's one of those like mystery bars that nobody knows how to even obtain.
It just appears.
I have like 3 more hours to beat this game, by the way. Otherwise, I have to dress as Hello Neighbor for Halloween next year. I haven't made, like, literally any progress.
Next year's Halloween stream needs to be you in real life, like climbing up a ladder and trying to make a long jump.
Fly to New York to facilitate this.
Yeah, Sienna's gonna bring a really large ladder.
Yeah. That's the only thing you need me for. They don't sell ladders that big in New York.
Only one catfish per child. Can I see this walkthrough just out of curiosity?
It's like I have it pulled up on my phone.
Oh, okay.
And I have the Mimikyu gloves on. Hold on, let me see if I can find her online.
Here come the Hello Neighbors!
Hello Neighbor theme song poll.
Okay, I found it. Okay. Okay, this is the walkthrough I'm following.
GamePressure.com.
Where's the game? Where's the game pressure in the world? These games are pressuring me, bruh.
The screenshot is so blurry.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like trying to figure out like where exactly this walkthrough wants me to jump.
Yeah, it's like it seems like you're not trying to like clear the entire fence with the jump. You're landing on some weird ledge.
Yeah, but where the fuck is this ledge? That's the question.
Yeah. Oh. He slammed right into his ass.
I shot up there like a torpedo. You know what it is? I think it would be... What if it's that yellow dip? Wait, I think I might understand.
What a good walkthrough. It doesn't tell you anything.
Well, it tells me the cheap way to do this, because I'm pretty sure...
This does not seem intended, no. But...
No. I feel like you're probably meant to, like, lower that fence.
Yeah, but...
Somehow.
Also, to be fair, Hello Neighbor is too bad of a video game for you to do it in the intended way.
Oh. Here come the man in blue.
I wonder if I could just, like, stack up stuff forever to get over this fence. I don't know if there's enough physics objects, though.
He just broke his own fucking window. What's wrong with you, dude?
He literally didn't even jump out either. He just
He
broke
didn't
it.
even. He just did that for no reason.
Why is he doing this?
I'm gonna open up this pasta now.
Yeah,
Yo.
Lovely pasta.
I found another walkthrough, and it's like
Um,
talking about going around, like pulling a bunch of levers, finding a wrench to like start turning some valve and get gauges into the red and.
Alright. So this creepypasta is called We Are Twisted, but it's spelled W-I-I. So
Oh, that's good.
I am a big fan of video games. Classic, new, bad, good.
Balrog
Name it
the
and I'll
Master.
love it. Modern games, retro games. What's the difference? Yeah. Name it and I'll love it. Then something happened that made me rethink things. 2/11/13, 2 a.m. I live in San Francisco, California.
Well, there's
I
a
have
problem.
a job working at home designing
is a horror
character
story.
designs for I have a job working at home designing character designs for future games for a company named Sega. I love Sega and their games, but I'm a slightly bigger fan for Nintendo. I tried to get a job at Nintendo, but they denied me for lack of experience, for I have graduated from college 2 years ago. I was designing a new character for a new Sonic the Hedgehog game that Sega hasn't revealed to the public yet, and was meant to be a surprise announcement 5 months from now. I was designing a new Dr. Eggman robot when I saw my laptop was running low on charge. I quickly got up to go get my battery charger and came back to see I was too late and it went dead and I lost all my design progress. I punched my wall out of anger and fell onto my couch. I sat there for hours before I fell asleep, all my work gone. While I was asleep, I had nightmares of my favorite video game characters turning evil and being killed. I woke up at around 5:30 a.m., sweating and all the pillows on my couch on the floor. I had to get up and go back to the Sega headquarters in 20 minutes. I was already dressed, but my hair was a mess. I fixed my hair up, took my laptop, and left my home. 2/11/13, 6:02 a.m. Wii console. A man quit today because he didn't get a promotion after he supposedly worked here for 4 years without a single one. I recognized him from somewhere, probably walked by him a couple times in my entire year of working here. My boss came to me after that saying that the man threw a Wii at him. He had a bruise on his cheek and I heard security trying to fight someone behind me. Probably the man. My boss said that they had no use of a small single Wii, so they gave it to me to bring home. I was excited, of course. My next income was in 1 week, and I was saving up to buy a Wii of my own. This is in 2013, by the way. I want to just, like, note this, but, like...
So wait,
but now
this
I got
is...
one for...
So wait,
After the
the
Wii U,
fucking...
this is after Wii U was out.
Yeah, this is... The Sonic enemy that they were designing was gonna be in Sonic Lost World, dude.
Dude. Yeah,
That laptop losing charge was the reason that Sonic Lost World turned out that way.
What if they're designing
Save your
Saturday?
Oh shit! Oh shit!
I was saving up to buy a Wii of my own, but now I got one for free and a week sooner too. The day was long and boring, and as soon as I was told, I ran out the door and went to buy The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword for my brand new Wii. When I came home, I was too excited and dropped it onto the ground. I panicked, then plugged it in to see if it still worked. Sure enough, it did. There was a game already in the Wii when I turned it on. Super Smash Bros. Melee was in it. I weighed my options and decided to test out Super Smash Bros. First. When I turned it on, I heard a sound which sounded like a laugh from Bowser, but a bit longer in length, and the voice was a little deeper in tone. The game skipped the intro and went to the title screen. It was dim and brown. I pressed start to hear H-E-R-E, a crying Mario falling off a cliff from the original Mario 64, but a bit more desperate. The game lagged intensely. I tried to ignore it, but it was so slow that it took me 2 minutes to go to versus mode. The characters consisted of Dr. Mario and a pink Pikachu. I laughed and gagged for whatever reason, thinking this was a joke.
What?
With a tear in my eye, I chose Pikachu. There was only one stage, too. What looked like the original wallpaper of Windows XP. The music was just a series of clicks. The game stopped lagging, and I used Thundershock as Pikachu. Normal animation happened, but did exactly 743% of damage to Dr. Mario. I laughed even more until I seen a Dr. Mario crying and coughing. I stopped and stared, and Pikachu ran off the screen, and a loud Pika happened. Not distorted or anything, just normal. Dr. Mario was still coughing and then collapsed. I was a bit worried. All of a sudden, I had a power outage.
I was so worried about Dr. Mario.
All of a sudden, I had a power outage. I waited, then 10 minutes later, my lights went back on. Not the Wii, though. I decided to pack up and go to bed. 2:12:13, 5 a.m. I decided to take the day off to play on the Wii some more. I was anxious last night in my sleep, wanting to play again to figure out why the characters were like that. I put the game back in and tried to start the Wii again. It took a bit, but started to work. I played Super Smash Bros. Again, and this time Wolf Link was unlocked. What? From Twilight Princess? I was confused, but excited to try it out. I chose to go against Pikachu this time since Dr. Mario was a bit depressing to watch last time.
I like, genuinely, the writing of this is like actually not terrible because I'm like, this is literally me. This is how I would react if I was in a creepypasta. I'd just be like, whoa. I'd be
I chose the
laughing.
Windows
This
XP
is kinda
place
crazy.
again. The match started, but Wolf Link didn't move. Pikachu was jumping in place, then the game froze. Dr. Mario appeared on screen, and the game unfroze. He coughed up a green liquid and threw a pill at Wolf Link, and I was thrown off screen. Dr. Mario can't stop coughing in every appearance he makes. Pikachu attacked, but before
Dr.
making
Mario is
contact-
very sick.
Pikachu attacked, but before making contact was set on fire. The game froze and went back to the character select screen. Zelda was unlocked. I played as her this time, and then everything happened the same way again. The next characters unlocked were Roy, Mewtwo, Pikachu, Luigi, Peach, Bowser, Sonic? Sonic appeared, and when I chose him, the game's screen went black and a more evil Bowser laughed filled the room. I was legitimately scared from there. The next screen showed was brutal. Dr. Mario coughing furiously. Peach laying face first in a pool of water, unmoving. Pichu swinging from a windmill, unmoving. Luigi with a knife sticking out his side, and then Bowser with Mario looking at everyone laughing. They had a text box appeared saying, "We are twisted. You too?" I turned my Wii off and quickly switched the games. I sat on the SSB game and sat in front of my TV trying to comprehend what I saw. I shook my head and started Skyward Sword. No intro. Dim title screen. Already, there was a file named Hirogami. I selected it and it showed a link with a Skyward Sword pierced in his arm falling through the sky. It lasted a minute, then crashed. Screen went black and appeared as a bloody splatted link. I screamed and reached for the plug, then text appeared on screen. "We are twisted. Join us." I screamed again and unplugged it and heard a screaming link
Unplugged it.
quickly before. I decided to put the games on my counter and went to bed. 2:12:13, 4 p.m. I visited my friend to borrow money to go buy more games. I bought from a nearby Walmart 3 games. Sonic Unleashed, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, and the game I highly anticipated waiting for, Mario Party 8.
This
When I
guy
came
has
home-
taste.
When I came home, I put in Sonic Unleashed. Was this like written like this is like takes place in 2013, but this is like written before then? That's the only thing I can fucking imagine. Like I don't know. It doesn't matter. When I came home, I put in Sonic Unleashed. Another dim title screen appeared. I started thinking that I shouldn't start playing this without a friend over, but decided against it. The screen quickly flashed a picture of Sonic being stabbed with a drill. After that, the last level of the game started. No cutscenes, no file select, just the last level. Sonic was the werehog and was holding a bloody drill, and Tails was lying on the ground, just normally, no blood or gore there. He was
Normally.
breathing too. I walked into the next room where Sonic all of a sudden screamed and started stabbing himself with the drill. He turned normal and was laying on the ground while a random force lifted him in the air. He was set on fire and thrown in the wall. I had a tear in my eye. Text appeared on the screen again. We are twisted. Stop trying to resist. I knew something was up. I tried out
Really?
I tried out SSBB. All the characters were turned into zombies in a match, and then Taboo was standing over them and shot them with a beam, and they were all bleeding. And text appeared. We are twisted. Twisted. Next was Mario Party 8. There was only one board. Oddly enough, the Windows XP place. Pink Pikachu and Dr. Mario was in the background. All the characters on screen were crying, and every time they moved, Bowser laughed and they were struck with lightning and cried more. Eventually, Yoshi died. Then Mario.
No!
I love that they're
everyone-
not describing how any of these characters die, they died.
Then everyone died, and a text appeared again saying, "We are twisted. Game over." I screamed and then quietly escaped my house. I took the games to throw them away, then decided to show it to my best friend so he is an eyewitness. I was on my way to share my tale to him. 2/12/13, 4:56 p.m. We played, and I was scared. But somehow, the games played as any other normal game did. I was very confused, but somewhat relieved. We played until 7, then I went home. When I opened my door, a raccoon ran out, hissed at me, and my Wii was knocked over, and a new game was left there. On the disc, it said Hirogami. I put the disc in the Wii and turned it on, and a light flashed. I instantly fell asleep. 2:13:13, 3 p.m. The screen was still on when I woke up. On the screen was Mario. This guy fell asleep for nearly 24 hours BTW. He screamed and his hat and hair burned in flames. He cried and started to cough. Green liquid came out of his mouth. He screamed, then a man popped up. It was a video just like being recorded off a cheap camera. It was the man who quitted. He punched a wall and he threw a Sonic doll on the ground, and then he said these words. "Sega, I hope you enjoyed these games." I think he grabbed the knife and cut his arm badly. I almost threw up. I backed up from the screen and looked at my mirror behind me. I seen in the mirror what looked a little like the man. I started to have the feeling of hating Sega. I had a beard just like the man starting to grow on my face. I picked up my Sonic doll, my hand trembling, and threw it into my sink and turned on my garbage disposal. After that, my power went out, and so did my love for video games.
So good.
Epilogue. I quit my job at Sega. I decided to take apart my Wii to see if there was anything wrong with it. Just a jumble of wires. I put it in my closet and will now not look any further into it. I am now studying to be a lawyer. Goodbye gaming. Forever.
This is the end of Sonic Adventure 2. Sayonara, gaming forever.
Oh my god.
Honestly, though, all things considered, like, it's still not, like, good. But I kind of, like, the way the protagonist was written until, like, towards the end was actually, like, you know what? Yeah, this is, like, understandable.
Starting to realize that something was up.
Wait, I think something might be up with this game, guys.
Yeah.
That's how I feel playing Hello Neighbor right now. Dude,
I'm
I've
really
seen the...
thinking this is an advanced speedrun strat.
I don't care how advanced it is. We're pulling it off on stream because I refuse to play any of the stealth part of this act. Whoopsie.
Oh,
No! fuck off. This would be so much easier. Like, why the fuck did he lock me in his yard and then he just puts you back in the basement? What is his problem? It would be one thing if I was trying to get back into his house, but I'm trying to leave. Is he stupid?
Is he stupid?
I thought the game was called Hello Neighbor, not Goodbye Neighbor.
That's kind of real.
Scooby-Doo taught us that the real monsters are humans, and if that's not deep, I don't know what is.
So true.
What's deep is the wasp room.
True! He fucking knocked over my tower again. I fucking hate this guy. Oh my god, you could see, like, the boxes falling, too. It didn't, like, make the boxes fall during the loading screen.
This guy fucking sucks at Jenga.
True?
What is that pool on the ground?
It's glue.
Okay.
Okay.
What else do you think it is, huh? What else do you think this white liquid on the ground is?
I didn't say anything.
Whatever the neighbor gets up to in his own yard is his business.
His house, his rules.
Sorry, that was me.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Also, hi Adrian. Hello Neighbor is going bad. This game is not good. I mean, I'm not playing it in the right way, but, like, does anybody want to see me play Hello Neighbor in the right way? Be honest, do you think this would be any less insufferable if we were playing this the intended way?
I don't know.
This is kind of like Cocomelon.
Yes, absolutely. Then you can watch the first VOD of me playing Hello Neighbor legitimately, and, like, you can tell me how much better that experience is. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, this is way better than having to actually play Hello Neighbor to me.
You're gonna get really, really good at just climbing up this one ladder.
True. Like, I don't think, like, anybody understands that, like, this is, like, what I'm going to do to beat the level, and if you have a problem with that, like, you're just gonna have to, like, you're gonna take it to the grave, and I'm going to sleep tonight so soundly not thinking about it. Like, you're gonna let it ruin your life while this is just a footnote. I'm not even gonna be thinking about this by tomorrow.
Like, I'll let you play however you want. Like, doing this for an hour and a half can't be better than whatever the objective actually is.
He kicked my box.
He kicked it! He kicked it!
Kicked
away.
it! What a bitch!
They're all gone.
He's such an asshole. He just, like, went to the... He kicked over your tower.
It's okay, I warded him off.
Why can't you not simply kill the neighbor?
True.
Because he's so strong and powerful. Why do you have a pillow now?
To smother the neighbor.
True. I feel like the pillow is the strat. I feel like if I could figure out how to implement this pillow properly into the tower, we can just do this.
Operation Pillow Fort.
Here's my honest take
pillow
also.
bird.
Here's my honest take for everybody watching at home who's watching the Hello Neighbor gameplay and getting upset that I'm trying to do a speedrun strategy. Here's the thing. This stream is not a Hello Neighbor stream. This is us reading Creepypastas because Hello Neighbor is not a good video game and I don't respect it. I don't respect it enough to actually give it the time of day. So I'm just gonna play it in whatever way, and, like, the actual important stuff is that we read funny-ass stories. That is my honest opinion.
This is really just a setup for a meta creepypasta, where if
Yeah,
you
the-
attempt this jump enough times, the neighbor becomes real.
True. Can I change the category to just chatting? I could. Honestly, it would make no difference.
We need more creepypastas.
We do.
I mean, there's some classics that we haven't
Oh.
read. I don't want to read
Oh,
Sonic.exe. I
think
Sonic.exe is
Please
banned.
abandoned by Disney.
Okay, who wants to read Abandoned by Disney?
I can read Abandoned by Disney. I would need to find Abandoned by Disney.
Can you read Jeff the Killer? That was read during Mascot Madness. We have read Jeff the Killer on stream before.
Can you read Jeff the Nicer?
True. No, my shit fell. This would be so much easier if he wasn't, like, patrolling his yard. Can he just, like, go into the house?
Abandoned by Disney. Okay. I think I have it.
Like, here's the thing. Honestly, this jump wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for the fact that Hello Neighbor keeps, like, finding us. Because he's not in his house for some reason.
Yeah, I think you might have to, like, lure him or, like, let him go back to his house or something.
What the fuck?!
What a dickhead.
I literally, like, I want to kill this guy. Let's fuck this thing.
Some of you may have heard that the Disney Corporation is responsible for at least one real live ghost town. Disney built the Treasure Island Resort in Baker's Bay in the Bahamas. It didn't start as a ghost town. Disney's cruise ships would actually stop at the resort and leave tourists there to relax in luxury. This is a fact. Look it up. Disney blew $30 million on the place. Yes, $30 million.
That's
and they
nothing
abandoned
to them.
it. Disney
Obvious.
blamed the shallow waters, too shallow for their ships to safely operate, and there was even blame cast on the workers, saying that since they were from the Bahamas, they were too lazy to work a regular schedule. That's a bit mean.
Yeah.
That's where the factual nature of their story ends. It wasn't because of sand, and it obviously wasn't because foreigners are lazy.
Least
Both are
racist Disney
convenient
behavior.
excuses. Least racist Disney behavior?
Yeah. What?
No.
Where?
I love when he parkours on the roof.
What the fuck?
He just does these fucking leaps. No, I sincerely doubt those reasons were legitimate. Why don't I buy the official story? Because of Mowgli's palace. Near the beachside city of Emerald Isle in North Carolina, Disney began construction of Mowgli's palace in the late 1990s. The concept was a jungle-themed resort with a large, you guessed it, palace in the center of the whole thing. If you're unfamiliar with the character of Mowgli, then you might better remember the story The Jungle Book. If you haven't seen it anywhere else, you'd know it as the Disney cartoon from decades past. Mowgli is an abandoned child in the jungle, essentially raised by animals and simultaneously threatened/pursued by other animals.
What the fuck just
Oh my
happened?
God.
Can someone please, like, tell me, please explain to me what the fuck just happened there?
Awesome physics. Yeah, I love that this box takes up half your screen when you're carrying it. It's so good.
Mowgli's palace was a controversial undertaking from the start. Disney bought up a ton of high-priced land for the project, and there was actually a scandal surrounding some of the purchases. The local government claimed eminent domain on people's homes, then turned around and sold the properties to Disney. At one point, a home that had just been constructed was immediately condemned with little to no explanation. The land grabbed by the government was supposedly for some fictional highway project. Knowing full well what was going on, people started calling it Mickey Mouse Highway. Then there was the concept art. A group of stuffed shirts from Disney Co. actually held a city meeting. They intended to sell everyone on how lucrative this project was going to be for everyone. When they showed the concept art, this gigantic Indian palace surrounded by jungle, staffed with men and women in loincloths and tribal gear, well, suffice to say, everyone flipped their shit. We're talking about a large Indian palace, jungle, and loincloths not only in the center of a relatively wealthy area, but also a somewhat xenophobic area of the southern USA. It was a questionable mix at that point in history. One
Again,
member of the crowd...
the least racist Disney moment.
Literally! One member of the crowd tried to storm the stage, but he was quickly subdued by security after he managed to break one of the presentation boards over his knee. Disney took that community and essentially broke it over its knee as well. The houses were razed, the land was cleared, and there wasn't a damn thing anyone could do or say about it. Local TV and newspapers were against the resort at the beginning, but some insane connection between Disney's media holdings and the local venues came into play, and their opinions turned on a dime. So, anyway, Treasure Island, the Bahamas. Disney sunk those millions in and then split. The same thing happened with Mowgli's Palace. Construction was complete. Visitors actually stayed at the resort. The surrounding communities were flooded with traffic and the usual annoyances associated with an influx of lost and irate tourists. Then, it all just stopped. Disney shut it down, and nobody knew what the hell to think. But they were pretty happy about it. Disney's loss was pretty hilarious and wonderful to a large group of folks who didn't want this in the first place. I honestly didn't give the place another thought since hearing it closed over a decade ago. I live maybe 4 hours from Emerald Isle, so really I only heard the rumblings and didn't experience any of it firsthand. Then I read this article from someone who had explored the Treasure Island resort and posted a whole blog about all the crazy shit he found there. Stuff just left behind. Things smashed, defaced, probably ruined by the disgruntled former employees who had lost their jobs. Hell, the locals from all around probably had a hand in wrecking that place. People there felt just as angry about Treasure Island as folks here did about Mowgli's Palace. Plus, there were rumors that Disney had released their aquarium stock into the local waters when they closed, including sharks. Who wouldn't want to take a few swings at some merchandise after that? Well, what I'm getting at is that this blog about Treasure Island got me thinking. Even though many years had passed since its closing, I figured it might be cool to do some urban exploration at Mowgli's Palace. Take some photos, write about my experience, and probably see if there was anything I could take home as a memento. I'm not gonna say I wasted no time in getting there, because honestly, it took me another year after I first found that Treasure Island article to get around to going up to Emerald Isle. Over the course of that year, I did a lot of research on the Palace Resort, or rather, I tried to. Naturally, no official Disney site or resource made any mention of the place. That had been scrubbed clean. Even odder, however, was that nobody before myself had apparently thought to blog about the place or even post a photo. None of the local TV or newspaper sites had one word about this place, though that was to be expected since they had all swung Disney's way. They wouldn't be out there lauding their embarrassment, you know? Recently, I learned that corporations can actually ask Google, for example, to remove links from their search results, basically for no good reason. Looking back, it's probably not that nobody spoke of the resort, but rather their words were made inaccessible. So in the end, I could barely find the place. All I had to go on was an old-as-hell map I'd received in the mail back in the 90s. It was a promotional item sent out to people who had recently been to Disney World, and I guess I had been there in the late 80s. That was recent. I didn't really intend to hang on to it, it just got shoved in with my books and comics from my childhood. I'd only remembered it months into my research, and even then it took me another few weeks to locate the storage bin my parents had shoved it all into. This is really long. I think I'm about quarter way through it. We're not even at the creepy shit yet. But I did find it. Locals
It's
were
worth
no
it.
help. Locals were no help, as most were transplants who had moved to the beach in recent years, or old residents who just sneered at me and made rude gestures the second I managed to say, "Where would I find Mowgli's?" The drive took me through an inordinately long corridor of overgrowth. Tropical plants that had run rampant and overpopulated the area mixed with the native species of flora that actually belonged there and had tried to reclaim the land. I was in awe when I reached the front gates of the resort. Tremendous, monolithic wooden gates, whose supports to either side looked like they must have been cut from giant sequoias. The gate itself had been gouged in several places by woodpeckers and eaten away at the base by burrowing insects. Hanging on the gate was a sheet of metal, some random scrap, with hand-painted letters scrawled in black. Abandoned by Disney. Clearly the handiwork of some past local, or an employee who wanted to make some small protest. The gates were open enough to walk through, but not drive, so grabbing my digital camera and the map, whose flip side showed a layout of the resort, I set off on foot. The inner grounds of the place were just as overgrown as the entryway. Palm trees stood untended and ragged among piles of their own coconuts. Banana plants similarly stood in their own stinking, bud-riddled refuse. There was this sort of clash between order and chaos, as carefully planted rows of perennial flowers mixed with obnoxious tall weeds and stinking blackened mushrooms. Wait! The original story is just under half the page. There's extra stuff for some reason. Okay, dude. I have no idea. I'll keep going. All that remained of any outdoor structures were broken, rotting wood, and various charred bits of unidentifiable material. What was most likely an information booth or an outdoor bar was now simply a pile of assorted debris chopped up by past vandalism and ravaged by weather. The most interesting thing on the grounds was a statue of Baloo, the friendly bear from the Jungle Book, which stood in a sort of courtyard in front of the main building. He was frozen in a jovial wave toward no one, staring into empty space with a silly, toothy grin as bird shit covered whole swaths of his fur and vines ensnared his platform. I approached the main building, the palace, only to find the outside of the building covered in graffiti where the original paint hadn't peeled and chipped away. The front doors weren't just open, they had been taken off their hinges and were stolen. Above the front doors, or the gaping maw where they had been, someone had once again painted, "Abandoned by Disney." I wish I could tell you about all the awesome stuff I saw inside the palace. Forgotten statues, abandoned cash registered, full-fledged secret society of homeless bums. But no. The inside of the building was so stark, so bare, that I actually think people had stolen the molding off the walls. Anything that was too big to steal, counters, desks, giant fake trees. They were all resting amid this empty echo chamber that amplified my every step like a slow rat-a-tat of a machine gun. I checked the floor plan and headed to all the locations that might seem in any way interesting. The kitchen was as you'd imagine, an industrial food prep area with all the appliances in space, no expenses spared. Every glass surface was broken, every door knocked off its hinges, every metal surface kicked and dented. The entire place smelled like very old piss. The huge freezer, not even remotely cool now, had row upon row of empty shelf space. Hooks hung from the ceiling, probably for hanging cuts of meat, and as I stood inside for a moment, I noticed they were swinging. Each hook swung in a random direction. Their movements were so slow and small that it was almost impossible to see. I figured it had been caused by my footsteps, so I stopped one from swinging by clutching it in my fist, then carefully letting go, but within seconds, it started to swing once more. The bathrooms were in much the same state as the rest of the place. Just like the Treasure Island resort, someone had methodically smashed each porcelain commode with coconuts and other implements. Coconuts!
When does this
Sorry.
get scary?
When does this get scary? There was about a half inch of rancid, stinking, stagnant water on the floor, so I didn't stay there very long. What's odd is that the toilets and the sinks and the bidets in the ladies' room, yes, I went there, all dripped, leaked.
I just went there.
I just went there. All dripped, leaked, or just ran freely. It seemed to me that they should have shut the water off long, long ago.
This
There were
really
plenty
is
of-
just a vlog.
This is just the blog. There were plenty of rooms in the resort, but naturally I didn't have time to look through them all. The few I did peer into were similarly wrecked, and I didn't expect to find anything there. I thought there was actually a television or radio in one room, as I really think I heard a quiet conversation coming out. I thought it was like a whisper, probably my own breathing echoing in the silence, or just another case of the sound of flowing water playing tricks on the mind. This is what it sounded like. I didn't believe it. Short, unknown reply. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Your father told you. Unknown reply, or possibly just weeping. I know that sounds ridiculous. I'm just telling you what I experienced. Why, I thought there might have been something running in that room, or worse. Some vagrants who had holed up there and probably would have knifed me. At the front doors of the palace again, I figured I hadn't found anything of note and had wasted the trip up. As I looked out the door, I noticed something interesting in the courtyard that I had apparently missed. Something that would give me at least one thing to show for all my trouble, even if it was just a photograph. There was a lifelike statue of a python, maybe 80 feet long, coiled up and sunning itself on a pedestal right in the center of the area. It was almost time for the sun to start setting, so the light fell onto the object in the perfect way for a photograph. As I approached the python and snapped the photo, then I stood on my toes and snapped another. I moved closer again to get the detail of its face. Slowly, casually, the python lifted its head, looked directly into my eyes, turned, and slithered off the pedestal, across the grass and into the trees. All 80 feet of it, its head long disappeared into the woods before its tail even left the sunning spot. Disney had released all their exotic animals onto the grounds. Right there on my floor plan map was the reptile house. I should have known. I'd read about the sharks at Treasure Isle, and I should have known they'd done this. I was dumbfounded, just utterly stupefied. My mouth must have been hanging open for the longest time before I came back down to earth and snapped it shut. I blinked a few times and backed away from where the snake had been, back towards the palace. Even though it was totally gone, I still wasn't taking any chances, and backed my way into the building. It took a few deep breaths and slaps to my own face to get myself right in the head again after that. I looked for a place to sit down, as my legs were feeling a bit like jelly at this point. Of course, there was no place to sit down unless I wanted to recline in the broken glass and dead leaf carpet, or haul myself up onto a desk of questionably reliability. SIC, that is how it said, questionably reliability. I had seen some stairs near the palace's lobby and decided to go have a seat there until I felt better. The staircase was far enough away from the front building to be relatively clean, save for a startling accumulation of dust. I pulled a wedge of metal off the wall, once again painted, with the "Abandoned by Disney" motto I'd become accustomed to. I placed the wedge on the stairs and sat on it to keep at least somewhat clean. The stairway led downward, below ground level. Using my camera flash as a sort of improvised flashlight, I could see that the staircase ended in a metal mesh door with a padlock. A sign on the door, a real sign, read, "Mascots only, thank you." This perked up my spirits a little bit for two reasons. One, a mascots only area would have definitely had some interesting stuff back in the day. Two, the padlock was still in place. Nobody had gone down there. Not the vandals, not the looters. Nobody. This was the only place I could actually explore and perhaps find something interesting to photograph or wantonly steal. I'd come to the palace essentially agreeing with myself that it was okay to take anything I wanted because, hey, abandoned. It didn't take much to bust the lock. Well, actually, that's wrong. It didn't take much to bust the metal plate on the wall that the padlock was hooked to. Time and decay had done most of the work for me, and I was able to bend the metal plate enough to pull the screws out of the wall, something nobody else had apparently thought of or hadn't been able to do at the time. The mascots only area was a startling and very welcome change from the rest of the building I'd seen. For one, every second or third fluorescent light overhead was illuminated, even though they flickered and faded randomly. Also, nothing had been stolen or broken, even if age and exposure were definitely taking their toll.
Cool.
Tables had notepads and pens. There were clocks, even a punching clock on the wall completely with filled out time cards. Chairs were scattered around, and there was even a small break room with an old static-filled television and long rotted out food and drink on the counters. It was like one of those post-apocalypse movies where everything is left in a state of evacuation. As I watched the maze-like sub-basement hallways of the mascots only area, the sights just became more and more interesting. As I went further, desks and tables were knocked over, paper scattered and almost melded with the damp floor, and a large carpet of mold was slowly overtaking the real rotting crimson floor covering. Everything was just sort of squishy. Anything wood disintegrated into mush when I applied even the least amount of force, and clothing items hanging on hooks in one of the rooms simply fell to moist threads if I tried to unhook them. One thing that annoyed me was that the light was becoming more sparse and unreliable as I went further into the dark, suffocating depths of the place. Eventually, I reached a black and yellow striped door with the words Character Prep 1 stenciled on it. The door wouldn't open at first. I figured this was probably where the costumes were kept, and I definitely wanted a photograph of that twisted, stinking mess. Try as I might, whatever angle or trick I tried, the door wouldn't budge. That is, until I gave up and started to walk away. That was when there was a slight popping sound. The door creaked open slowly. Inside, the room was completely dark, pitch black. I used the camera flash to look for a light switch in the wall by the door, but there was nothing. As I made my search, I was jarred out of my sense of excitement by a loud electrical buzz. Rows of lights overhead suddenly flashed to light, flickering and fading in and out like the rest I had passed. It took a second for my eyes to adjust, and it seemed like the light was going to just keep getting brighter until all the bulbs exploded. But just when I thought it would reach that critical stage, the lights dimmed a bit and steadied. The room was exactly as I had pictured it. Various Disney costumes hung on the walls, fully put together like strange cartoon cadavers hung from invisible nooses. There was an entire rack of loincloths and native clothes on hangers towards the back. Oh, Disney.
That's scary.
The most chilling part of this so far. What I found odd, and what I wanted to photograph right away, was a Mickey Mouse costume at the center of the room. Unlike the other costumes, it was lying on its back in the center of the floor, like a murder victim. The fur on the costume was rotten and shedding, creating bare patches. What was even odder, however, was the coloring of the costume. It was like a photo negative of the actual Mickey Mouse. Black where he should be white, and white where he should be black. His normally red overalls were light blue. The sight was off-putting enough that I actually put off photographing the thing until last.
The off-putting reverse Mickey Mouse.
I took
It's
a picture of...
uncanny.
It's so... Oh, photo negative Mickey! I took a picture of the costumes hanging on the walls. Upward angles, downward angles. Side shots to show an entire row of frozen, putrid cartoon faces. Some with plastic eyes missing. Then I decided to stage a shot. Just one of the bedraggled character heads on the slick, grimy floor. I reached for the headpiece of a Donald Duck costume and carefully removed it so the thing wouldn't fall apart in my hands. As I looked into the face of the wide-eyed, moldering head, a loud clattering sound made me jump with fright. I looked down at my feet, and there, between my shoes, was a human skull. It had fallen out of the mascot head and shattered into pieces at me feet.
At me feet.
It fallen out of the mascot head and shattered into pieces at me feet. Only the empty face and lower jaw remained, staring up at me. I dropped the duck head immediately, as you'd expect, and moved for the door. As I stood in the doorway, I looked back to the skull on the floor. I had to take a picture of it, you know? I had to, for any number of reasons that may seem silly, but only if you don't think it through. I'd need proof of what happened, especially if Disney was going to somehow make this go away. I had no doubt in my mind, right from the start, that even if it was just gross negligence, Disney was responsible for this. That's when Mickey, that photo negative opposite Mickey in the middle of the floor, started to get up. First sitting up, then climbing to its feet. The Mickey Mouse costume, or whoever was inside of it, stood there at the center of the room. Its fake face just starting directly at me, as I mumbled no over and over and over. With shaking hands, a violently thrashing heart, and legs that had once again turned to jelly, I managed to lift the camera and aim it at the opposite creature, now quietly sizing me up. The digital camera screen displayed only dead pixels in the shape of the thing. It was a perfect silhouette of the Mickey Mouse costume. As the camera moved in my unsteady hands, the dead pixels spread.
I fucking did it!
You did it!
Nice.
Holy shit!
All it took was Disney abandoning them. Anybody who doubted me, anybody who was like, oh, you should try something else. Oh, Morgan, this is boring. You should do something else. Let it be known that I will stop at nothing to do whatever it takes to do whatever the fuck I want at any time.
As the camera moved in my unsteady hands, the dead pixels spread, marring the screen wherever Mickey's outline moved to. Then the camera died, went blank and quiet and broken. I raised my eyes once again to the Mickey Mouse costume. "Hi!" it said, in a hushed, perverted, but perfectly executed Mickey Mouse voice.
How is that?
My head come off?
How is that scary? If Mickey Mouse said that in his voice, that would be funny as fuck.
It's like a perverted Mickey Mouse voice.
Hey!
Hey, wanna hear me? I wanna see my head fall off?
Wanna see my head come off?
This pervert-ass mouse.
It started to pull at its own head, working its clumsy, glove-clad fingers around its neck with clawing, impatient movements, similar to a wounded man trying to pull himself free of a predator's jaws. As it worked its digits into its neck, so much blood. So much thick, chunky, yellow blood. I turned away as I heard a sickening tearing of cloth and flesh, only cared about getting away. Above the doorway out of this room, I saw the final message clawed into the metal with bone or fingernails. Abandoned by God. I never got the pictures out of the camera. I never wrote the blog entry about it. After I ran from that place, fled for my sanity if not my very life, I knew why Disney didn't want anyone to know about this place. They didn't want anyone like me getting in. They didn't want anything like that getting out. That's abandoned by Disney.
Yep. I really love that it had to be like an inverted color Mickey Mouse for some reason.
I want to read one of the comments on this story.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, absolutely none of this story is true. Despite the sequel story and the amount of times the writer tries to make you believe, none of the events that took place in this story could have happened as he makes it up to be. First, Disney wouldn't, nor could they, wipe an entire $30 million project from history. It's
Yes, they
not
could.
possible. Yes, you can pay Google to promote your page through ads, but unless there's a website that infringes on copyrights or trademarks, it's not possible to have something taken down. Second, Disney wouldn't, couldn't, and never has released wild animals into the wild at any of their park locations, especially because then, if this had happened, you would certainly still see news articles and protesters bringing this action up. Never happened. Finally, the mascots only room is a dead sign that this is a completely fictitious story. Anyone who could do simple research would know that Disney would never use the term mascot when describing a costumed employee, and would
Oh my
never even say
God.
employees only. They will always use the term cast members only. So, completely false. Disney isn't a cult. I agree. It's fun to look at a made-up dark side of our childhood, but going about it by pretending or lying that it's real isn't. You can have fun, but don't spread misinformation.
It's like a panicked Disney PR guy who stumbled on this. Shit, they're gonna find out about our scary Mickey costume that we made.
No, I missed a lot because I had to go to eat for a bit, but
Most of it is nothing.
most of it is okay. Yeah, because it's so long, and then like
It's so
one
long and
scary
nothing
thing
happens.
It's just like there's like so much buildup, and then just like, oh yeah, Mickey Mouse blood. Bye.
Bye. It's wild. It has like this huge atmospheric buildup, and then it just completely nosedives.
Yeah, like
What, you didn't like the inverted Mickey Mouse and his perverted cry?
I loved him.
It's so good. Abandoned by God. Hi, want to see my head come off?
Mm-hmm.
Haha. I do mascot performing for children. I just feel like I need to say that. It adds another layer to it, I think.
Do you ask if they want to see your head come off?
Absolutely. That's a normal thing that everyone should do.
Pathetic.
I think the reason they made it like an inverted color Mickey Mouse is because like they wanted to have a recognizable character in their story.
Yeah, with just something a little fucked up and twisted about it. The scariest thing you can imagine, a white Mickey Mouse.
Like up there with the Pantheon, you got Jeff the Killer, you got Slender Man, you got White Mickey.
White Mickey. Got the vacuum again, watch out.
Watch out. Why has he just got like a framed picture of a mouth?
I don't know.
Don't you?
The like blood splatter effect really just looks like he's like throwing a slightly underripe tomato at you.
Well, that's what he is doing.
Wait, what?
He's throwing a tomato at you. This game is not rated high enough to have blood in it.
You're fucking
And-
joking.
What's
okay.
crazy is like it still manages to be so scary despite that.
Like, even though it's for kids, it tackles some like surprisingly mature themes.
And you know what? What's really terrifying about it? It's characters that you know.
Like White Mickey.
True shit.
Abandoned by Disney is just like Pibby.
It's so deep.
Baby goes to the mall.
Well, if neighbor doesn't get out of this room, I have to, like, move a specific painting, and then it opens a secret passage. But he's, like, in the room with the painting that moves the secret passage.
Great.
Can you get out of this room?
Oh, he got out of there, don't worry.
Okay.
Why? So why in the first place was the kid, like, going into the neighbor's house?
He wanted to know what was in the basement.
Okay.
It says there's a painting with, like, a gun point, but I don't fucking see that.
Gunpoint?
That's what the walkthrough says. It's just all eyes.
Normal.
Hold on, let me reread this part of the walkthrough again. Maybe I'm the one who's crazy. I have 2 hours to beat this game.
Yeah,
Is
what
it
is a
gunpoint?
gun
Like
point?
a crosshair?
It says moving the picture with the gun point opens a secret passage nearby. What are you
I have
talking
no
about?
idea what a gun point is.
Yeah, did they just... Wait, what? Do they just mean, yeah, you're... The
Oh, wait,
cross... What?
I guess you guys. Yeah, I guess I just mean like putting your crosshair over the painting and moving it, but like, I guess
They
just
have
try
to.
as many paintings as you can.
That's so stupid, though.
Well, it's Hello Neighbor.
You're right. You know, I don't even know why I bothered to pretend like Hello Neighbor isn't a bad game for like 5 seconds. Oh, there we go.
Oh, what was it? I was looking away. What?
I found the right painting to move.
Okay. Well, there's no detention at my high school. Instead, they send you to the wasp room.
And there's a metal sign above the door in the wasp room that says "Abandoned by God."
Abandoned by Neighbor.
Dude, if we were abandoned by Neighbor, we'd be fucked.
If we were abandoned
Nope.
by Neighbor, this game would be much better because you wouldn't be killing
Yeah.
you.
You should
True.
never abandon your neighbors. Community is so important.
Who
Goodbye, neighbor.
built this house?
Neighbor.
Neighbor.
I don't think he got planning
he's got the
permission for
old
this.
spicy keychain.
What the fuck does that sign say?
Per-
Pahi Rio Biz
Oh.
Died?
Are you supposed to rearrange them? Because the letters for biohazard are probably there.
Probably.
No, there's only one A.
It's probably some random shit.
Like, it's almost supposed to be happy something, but like,
Happy Biohazard.
Thank you.
Happy, happy, happy. Bum, 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 bum. Happy, 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 happy,
Thank
happy.
you.
This is the room where I keep my eye paintings. He just threw that fucking chair at you.
Yeah, he's a
Crazy.
bitch.
He's so strong and powerful. And
We
forceful,
need to do
too.
we need to do like power scaling. We need to figure out how powerful the neighbor is.
He didn't even lift with his knees. He just used his fucking arms and nothing else, and that thing went flying.
He did like a Wario shoulder bash.
What? What's that? Hello?
Okay, we need to find a new creepypasta to read. Do you guys have any suggestions? We could take suggestions from chat, too. If chat knows any funny creepypastas, but you will be banned from chat if they say, like, a slur in it. If you send a creepypasta because you're like, oh, haha, this is so awesome and funny, and then it has a slur in it, you're banned. Okay, so choose wisely. The neighbor is wall level, by the way, true. Rainbow
Oh my
Factory.
God, Rainbow Factory. No
My God.
way. That's a blast from the past.
Well, someone's got to read it now. I'm curious.
I see what this is.
It's so...
The funny thing
think
is... D, you say that? The funny thing is, I have actually contemplated streaming the Earthbound Halloween hack, and it's not because of the slur that I don't do it. Because honestly, I feel like that's something, it happens for like 1 second. I can just tell people like, hey, listen, this guy is about to say a slur, don't look for a second. Or I could
It's also really funny.
It's also really funny is the thing. The thing that stops me is that I respect Toby Fox a decent amount, and he doesn't like people talking about the Halloween hack too much. So out of respect for Mr. Toby Fox, I will not stream the Halloween hack. But I need you all to know that it is not because the Halloween hack has a slur in it.
Honestly, the way the slur is used in the Halloween hack is honestly kind of funny.
Which pastas have we done so far? We did Dead Bart. We did Abandoned by Disney. We did the Wasp Room.
We did transphobe.
Yeah, which sounds insane. It is a Pokemon creepypasta.
And that's only because it is.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon creepypasta about a transphobic Sylveon. Were those the only 4?
And the other one that Sienna found.
Oh yeah.
We Are Twisted.
Oh yeah.
We are
We
twisted.
are twisted.
We
We are twisted.
For the Wii.
I can read Hello Neighbor Beta 4 Creepypasta really quick. It's pretty short.
Go for it.
Yeah,
Right.
thematic.
Hello Neighbor Beta 4 Creepypasta. I was about to read the Reddit username of the person who posted it because it was a pretty fun username, but I'm not gonna put them on blast here fully. Okay. I played Hello Neighbor from pre-alpha to full game. But after I play this, I don't want to play Hello Neighbor again.
That's
It all
just a normal
started-
Hello Neighbor experience.
Yeah, no notes. The creepypasta is done.
It all started, I moved into a new house, I moved all my stuff in, I set my bed up, but before I went to bed, I went on my computer to look at things on eBay. On the home screen, I saw Hello Neighbor Beta 4. But Hello Neighbor Beta only went up to 3. In my confusion, I looked at the images. They showed a completely different house with the neighbor looking out his window. The neighbor's house looked old, but it was slightly broken. So I tried to read these complete sentences in one breath. The neighbor's house looked old, but it was slightly broken. With my curiosity, I bought it. Curiosity got the best of me, then I went to sleep. The next day I woke up hearing a knock on my door. I thought it would have been my Hello Neighbor Beta 4 PC disc. I ran to my door, I collected the package, and went up to my room to see what's in the package. It said Hello Neighbor Beta 4. I put the disc in my computer and looked in the files. There was a file called Tiny Build Games _ Hidden Beta 4. I clicked on it and it was straight into the gameplay, no intro / cutscene. I saw the old house from the image. But I went inside, I saw a painting of the neighbor's family from the full game, but the painting wasn't normal, it had bloodstains on it. I was a little creeped out at this point until the neighbor appeared out of nowhere and caught me, and then I heard a demonic voice saying, "You killed my family. Did you think this was a normal beta? Did you? I can't believe you." Then I spawned inside the neighbor's house, but I was shaking about what I heard. When the basement was open, I went in. I was shocked to see the neighbor's family laying dead blood everywhere until a shadow figure came out and killed the neighbor. I could hear the neighbor scream. I was shocked about everything, then the shadow figure ran up to me, and then I respawned at the neighbor's house, hearing whispers saying, "Look in the basement, Jim." The game knew my creeping name. While I looked in the neighbor's basement, hearing a loud screech, my ear started to bleed. The basement, I saw the neighbor laying dead. This time I heard a demonic voice again saying, "Why did you buy this? You thought this was from Tiny Build? It's not. You have 5 seconds to stop playing this game." I ripped the disc out of my computer and smashed it to pieces. It is now gone. To this day, I'm afraid to ever play Hello Neighbor again.
You thought this was a normal beta?
Yeah, there's one comment that says, "Well, not trying to be mean. This is one of the very weak creepypastas I've read. Not a very good topic. I'll give this a 4.5 out of 10 for the effort."
Yeah, that was definitely written by like a small kid.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Especially it's like the way it's written, and also like a lot of it was like extremely long run-on sentences. So it's this is like how kids write a lot.
Yeah.
I feel like creepypastas written by kids are like the best ones.
Truly. Also, Chaos, can you send Tommy Boy? I've never read that before. I'm curious. I love how the neighbor's AI is just like fucking broken. I'm in the same room as him.
What is he fucking doing? Let me let me set this bear trap down before I turn around and take care of this.
You just hit the 360 tomato. Or 180 tomato.
Fucking skill.
Also, this is the part where the walkthrough I'm reading does not become helpful, so we might need someone else to pull up a real walkthrough, because I refuse to change my ways.
Yeah, the legit one I found for Act 2 does not have Act 3.
That's so sad.
They gave up.
Yeah.
Alright, someone read Tommy Boy. I'm so curious.
It's Tommy Boy. Oh, it has pictures.
Has pictures. Aw, the dark gray with the heart.
Oh, please do not do dramatic readings or repost without the author's permission.
Fuck, wait.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's a DeviantArt thing.
Okay.
And
well,
it's got a lot. It has a lot of visuals anyway. So
Yeah, it has a lot of pictures, and I feel like these pictures are very, very good. There's like let me describe one of them. It's like it's a kind of a badly lit room. It looks like it's like the camera is facing towards like a patterned carpet or something. There is a piece of paper on the floor with some kind of like ritual symbol on the floor, and surrounding that symbol are like 6 very cutesy Pokemon plushies just in a really darkly lit room.
Can you put this picture on stream just for a bit?
alright.
It's That's a really good picture.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yay.
out of respect for the creator of Tommy Boy, we will not do a dramatic reading.
But we will show the Darkrai plush.
It is very good.
It's a sweet
I feel
guy.
like Creepypasta is like a good place to look though.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of good Pokemon creepypastas. The creepypasta I wanted to save for the end is a Pokemon creepypasta. The ending is like, God.
Oh yeah, Hellbill.
Yeah, I don't think I can like read anything else just yet because I need to like make tea or something because that last one was so
It's
long.
so long, yeah. I can take Hellbell.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back.
Okay, that's just a description of the sword. Hellbell. Let me take a drink first.
Oh, I see what I have to do. I have to fuck with Hello Neighbor's like shit physics again. I have to like throw something at this switch. Yep.
Oh. Awesome.
Loading screen. That means I made progress. Huh?
Oh my god. Wait, okay, I'm delaying the reading for a bit to fucking take in whatever the hell is happening to you right now.
We're in Toyland.
Where the fuck is the... I'm like so far ahead. This is not where the walkthrough is at. Okay. After reaching the top, open the door leading to the new location. In this location, you will have to reach the end of the hall with a trolley filled with 5 different products. Dummies will try to interrupt you. Should they approach you, you will have to start all over, and the products disappear from the trolley. If you see a dummy coming close, simply crouch. It should lose its interest in you. If that did not happen, run. The products that you need to have in your cart, your trolley, are visible in the screenshot above. Why is this how the game works? Also, it's incredible that it took me fucking forever to do, like, that one jump in Act 2, and I accidentally, like, skipped 5 steps in the walkthrough for Act 3.
Well, after the 4th generation of Pokemon disappointed him so much, my brother tossed me all of his Pokemon stuff in disgust. I received hundreds of cards to add to my collection, the Blastoise plush he won at King's Island 9 years ago, and the Diamond game that completely swept away his love for the game, and all things associated with it. That chapter of his life came to a sad close, while mine just gained something to continue on. Admittedly, the games that had come out for the DS disappointed me as well. There was just something about it all that made the magic the games normally held fade away a little. This is so mean.
This really is Pokemon fandom as a cycle. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Any of you who have negative opinions on newer generations of Pokemon, I need you to understand that you are not the first. You may think, oh, there really has been such a noticeable drop in quality. And, like, in terms of, if you think of Pokemon in terms of being a AAA franchise, yes, you're right. But Pokemon is, like, it's like, people were having these thoughts about, like, every Pokemon generation that was happening, because they always wanted Pokemon to be this bigger thing. But it never did that. Pokemon is the same shit as it has been.
The same thing happened with Zelda. It's just like, oh, this new one isn't like real Zelda.
Yeah.
Happened with Majora's Mask and Wind Waker and Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword and just every single time.
The AAA stands for awful. True shit. But, like, genuinely, like, if you have a negative thought about a modern Pokemon game, I can assure you that somebody else thought that about your current favorite Pokemon game. Someone, like, you think that Sword and Shield sucks? Guess what? There's, like, someone 10 years older than you that thinks Pokemon Black and White is one of the shittiest video games they've ever played. And their favorite game is Red and Blue. Okay? That's all. Like, Pokemon fandom is literally a flat circle.
Well, as a person who grew up with the originals, Generation 4 wasn't simply my Pokemon anymore. Regardless, I wasn't going to turn my back on something that accompanied me through childhood simply because the game disappointed me a little. In fact, I wanted Diamond. Dialga was 100 times better than Palkia Cap. I rather enjoyed the thought of finally getting to be the one to catch it this time around, instead of having to hack one or trade for it. Before I continue, I must tell you that this doesn't involve Dialga at all. Well, this is fucking pointless then. I just like it and originally wanted Diamond, but had to settle for Pearl because my brother got to it first. This does start off with a legendary Pokemon, however, though I'm certain that if I had used any other, the outcome would have been the same.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Up.
Chaos, do you really think you're, like, the only one who likes Heart Gold Soul Silver? I feel like every time I go online, people, like, say that, like, Heart Gold Soul Silver is the last time they felt genuine happiness. Oh, okay. I was gonna be like, you can't mean that.
Yeah.
And it's true, you didn't mean it. Okay, I just had to be sure. I got scared for a moment. What is this dummy doing? He's removing all my progress!
You can't just move someone else's shopping trolley. That's fucking rude.
This does start off with a legendary Pokemon, however, though I'm certain if I had used any other, the outcome would have been the same. This happening seemed to be meant for me. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have happened at all, which I would have been completely fine with.
Hold on. Everyone's like, the game is so flawed. That's not, like, I don't know where you're seeing this, because I feel like most of most people enjoy Heart Gold Soul Silver.
I think that's the common opinion.
It sort of depends on where you're looking, I guess. I definitely see a lot of criticism of, like, the level curve, and I'm included in that. I don't like that about it.
I have seen, like, too many, like, 20-somethings online saying that Heart Gold Soul Silver is, like, the last time they ever felt joy. I'm not surprised. I know plenty of people who have negative opinions about Heart Gold Soul Silver. I just think that, like, they do not make up the general opinion of Heart Gold Soul Silver. Especially when it comes to the remake discussion, a lot of people talk about Heart Gold Soul Silver as, like, the best Pokemon remake.
Yeah. We can't get too distracted from the scary Pokemon.
This is just here's the ultimate problem, is just that Pokemon fandom is too big. Pokemon fandom is too big, and every game has, like, a huge amount of fans, and that's why Pokemon games still sell, like, 20 million copies. It's easy to get caught up in, like, the online discourse, but the online discourse does not make up the general consensus. I think the general consensus of, like, pretty much every Pokemon game is like, yeah, it's alright. If you ask, like, a normie their opinion on, like, Pokemon, they'd be like, yeah, it's alright.
The solution is to not use Twitter.
True. It is, like, that is the sentiment that I have seen on like, Twitter circles about Pokemon, is, like, talking about that. Sonic Twitter thinking they're the objective consensus and the only audience of Sonic is so funny. That is funny as fuck, because there is no Sonic consensus. Anybody who tries to tell you that there is a consensus on any Sonic game is a fucking liar.
Sonic has always, like, been heavily divided. Like, even when I was a kid, like, the big thing that people were fucking arguing over was whether what was it, Robert Drummond and like Jason Griffith, like which one was the better Sonic voice, and whether the series was dying because they changed the Sonic voice.
Yeah. And I follow a few, like, older Sonic fans on Twitter, and they have said that, like, yeah, the Sonic discourse in, like, the olden days is sometimes, like, Adventure 1 was, like, literally the last good game. There are many people who played Sonic in the 90s who believe that Sonic Adventure 1 is the last time that Sonic was good. And there's some people who think Sonic 2 was the last time Sonic was good. You saw someone say Sonic fans harass the writers too much, they don't deserve good games, like most Sonic fans are 9-year-old children. Oh fuck, my bitrate. Oh no, my bitrate. It turned to the shit rate for a second. Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, you did freeze for a second.
Mm-hmm.
The last time Sonic was good was when you played the demo version on your mom's flip phone. True.
That's the only correct Sonic opinion.
Belle.
Here's the thing. See, this is a perfect example. She just proved my point. There is no such thing as a Sonic consensus. Anybody who tries to tell you an opinion and it's like, oh yeah, everybody's gonna agree with me on this. No! You could say, like, Sonic Generations is the best game you've ever played, it's the best Sonic game, and you will have, like, a million people tell you, like, you're wrong. Nope. Because, like, nobody agrees on anything. It doesn't happen. If you believe genuinely in your heart that anybody will agree with you on Sonic the Hedgehog, you are naive and you are wrong. No Sonic game has, like, a general consensus. It just doesn't exist.
It's also, like, honestly, Sonic fans have, like, something of a reputation for always arguing with each other.
It's because they do,
like,
to be fair.
That's the thing they're known for.
I feel like it's because it's a really big community online, and that's, like, what else do you do online except argue?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, probably don't want to get too sidetracked from Creepypasta being
Oh, yeah.
Go on.
allegedly.
Yeah, well, I started up his save game just to see what all he had. His save information said he had all the Pokemon in his decks, even the ones that had yet to be released through wireless events, which reminded me that he really enjoyed using action replay codes to enhance his gaming experience. This is probably the only thing that caused him to keep the game for as long as he did, but even cheating gets old after a while. After starting his game...
Hold on. Last thing I will say on this, I promise. I'm just replying to what Dee said. I do agree to an extent. I think the thing is that, like, Sonic is, like, again, it's very divisive. So, like, again, like, you play, like, Mario. Generally, people who are Mario fans, like most of the games. But with a Sonic fan, you can never tell. You can never tell if they like one of the games, or like a few of them, maybe a specific era, or if they only like, I don't know, like fucking Sonic Labyrinth. You never know. That, like, when it comes, like, if you talk to, like, fans of, like, different series, a lot of the times there is, like, a general consensus. But that doesn't exist for, well, like, Paper Mario, yeah, and, like, Pokemon, but, like, I think that there is, like, a divisiveness that is unique to Sonic. Like, not unique to Sonic, but, like, not a lot of other, like, franchises have. Like, really the most comparable one is Pokemon. I think that Pokemon is the most comparable to, like, the Sonic, like, fan base. Okay, we will not discuss this any further. We're going to read funny creepypasta, I promise. I fucking promise.
Banned from chat.
I think this is like one line in the creepypasta saying that someone's brother was disappointed in Gen 4.
Yeah. This is insane.
To be fair, we had a good discussion. I'm not mad at anyone. I don't think anybody in chat was mad, but we had a lot of points to
mad.
make. Can you not be?
I'm
Please?
furious. I'm
Stop.
furious.
Stop.
Grrr.
You're
sending you to the
scaring
wasp
me.
room.
You're scaring me. Stop that. You're only
Well,
mad
this
at
guy's brother
Sonic 2?
had-
Fair.
I mean, okay, so this is where it gets like so real. Is that this guy's brother had 6 shiny level 100 Rayquazas.
That
all
is
the
really
other
real.
Pokemon he owned, he caught them using the lengthy encounter any Pokemon code, where you had to discard heart scales to indicate, I remember that one! Fuck! Where you had to discard heart scales to indicate which Pokemon you wanted to catch at level 100. That's crazy. I literally remember that.
I remember discarding Master Balls to do that.
Huh. It being heart scale sounds really familiar to me. Well, the Pokemon encountered with this code were about as weak as if you had given them a large number of rare candy. I still recall losing to these 6 frequently. Level. I had to use this code myself throughout my first playthrough of Pearl, and I traded these across the net to increase my chances of winning at the lottery. Oh, yeah, the trainer ID lottery, yeah. Or at least that's what I did before a friend scolded me and I was more or less forced to start over cheat-free. Well, he needed no Pokemon to complete his Pokedex, and he didn't need to win any extra items. Trading was always a fun experience for me, just to see where they came from.
They're not stopping when I crouch!
So, I went to Jubilife City, to the Global Trading Center, to see what I could get for one of these Rayquazas. I know I could have traded anything, but I secretly held a grudge against these 6 for beating me so badly at all those times. Once in the trading network, I offered up one for a Bronzong that I had picked at random out of the first list. Of course, I couldn't choose a gender, but I chose the required level to be 100, just to make it more or less an even trade. After that, I left for a little while. After doing nothing of particular interest for about 6 hours, I came back to see if I had any takers for the trade. I immediately got excited when the trade sequence started up. I knew it was just a simple Bronzong, but still, I like this process a great deal. You could send me a Magikarp and I'll get excited a little bit. You know how the process goes. I won't bother explaining the actions on the screen to you. Long story short, I received a shiny Bronzong named Hellbell. I was shocked to get a shiny in return. I never got a shiny when I traded in Pearl, but its name was unsettling to me. Being a slightly religious person, I'm not comfortable speaking about anything pertaining to hell or anything like that. Even writing this makes me feel like I'm provoking a similar event to happen again. Let's just hope this functions as a learning experience for you, and not something else for me. After leaving, I checked its stats. Everything was set at 666. Its old trainer was named Beelza, which, again, both points slip into my sensitive area. And it was caught at Lost Tower, but contained in a Cherish Ball. Clearly, it was hacked. But that's what I get for offering up a hack first. The stats and other information of the Pokemon disturbed me, only for the fact that I didn't like its name or information. But I assumed it was fine otherwise. Regardless, I didn't want it, so I tried offering up again for trade. This time, this would be where I'd gladly accept a Magikarp. But each time I tried to put it on the GTS, the game informed me that the Pokemon couldn't be offered in a trade. This had happened to me several times before when I tried to trade hacked legendaries. I assume there's something in place that keeps people from getting truly ripped off. But I was able to trade that Rayquaza, and Bilza was able to trade me Hellbell this go around. I didn't know why it wouldn't allow me to offer it again. I still wanted to be rid of it, so obviously the only other option I had was to release it. Before I went to the PC, however, I checked the item it was holding. The sender had attached mail to it, which is always fun, even though your choices for what to say are severely limited, and the letters always come out painfully cheesy. That's one of the things I don't like, the revamp of the mail system. I chose Hellbell, and selected it to read the mail. The letter wasn't set up like it was normally in the game. It looked like it had actually been typed out like you used to be able to do in Gold and Silver. The message was only 3 words long. Take me back. I wasn't quite sure what that meant. I certainly couldn't trade it again. Even if I could, there was no way I could make sure Hellbell got back to Bilza. So I discarded the message and went to the PC to release it. I selected the deposit Pokemon option and selected Hellbell to release it. But each time the party sprite shrunk away, it immediately came back again with the message saying something along the lines of, Hellbell doesn't want to leave you. Again, this had happened before when I was clearing out my PC in my second playthrough of Pearl. I wanted a little more room and decided to release a Shinx that I'd caught early on in the game, but it kept coming back. I thought it was cute then, and made the Shinx, now a Luxray, a permanent member of my party since it appeared to like me so much. But now it's just annoying. When I checked Hellbell again, it was holding another mail item, which made no sense because I had taken it away the first time. I opened it and read a slightly longer message. I can't go back on my own. Take me back. Again, I took the item and tried to release it. Another failure. When I tried to simply deposit it, the game told me to remove the mail item from the Pokemon before depositing. I know I had, twice, but upon checking again, Hellbell had yet another mail item in its possession. Lost Tower. It was finally getting more specific, which I found oddly relieving, rather than feeling a little uneasy as I probably should have been. At least I knew where it wanted to go. Maybe I'd leave my party after I took it there. I'd like to know why this Pokemon was making my game behave so strangely. The Pokemon was hacked, not the game itself.
All
as
this
far as I
main
know,
character does is complain. Yeah, it's accurate to Pokemon fans. It's immersive storytelling.
We can't start this again.
As far as I know, a decent hack doesn't affect the game, and bad hack can make it crash. But this was doing neither, more like something in between. Eager to get rid of it, I left the GTS building and stepped out into Jubilife. I was too impatient to pick an actual flying type out of the PC, so I just taught one of my Rayquazas the move Fly and chose to use it. But when I picked Celestion Tower from the map, the game informed me I couldn't fly there. I know my brother had visited the city before, I don't know why I couldn't go there. But I didn't take the time to actually think about it. I just flew to Hearthome instead. I didn't waste time in Hearthome, I simply left to travel through Route 209 to get to the Lost Tower, and hopefully rid myself of this strange Pokemon somehow by taking it where it wanted to go. I immediately noticed the lack of people on the route. Granted, I don't remember who all was there to battle, and things of that sort, but I know there were at least a few there, and the area there was completely vacant. Well, not completely. There was one person quickly pacing back and forth, where I believe an athlete once ran, that I didn't quite recognize. The sprite of a white-haired old man. Curious, I spoke to him, which was where it began to get a little weird for me.
Can I say something about Hello Neighbor also? How the fuck would you ever figure out, like, what 5 specific items you need to put in this cart? Is there, like, literally anything in this game that telegraphs, like, what 5 items you need to put in the cart? Also, I got stuck in it for a second. This game fucking sucks, by the way.
This is like...
It looked like the other trolleys that the stick guys were pushing around had shit in it. Was it the same shit that you need, or...?
Maybe.
Well, not these ones, but there were ones further in.
I need one more item. It's like an orange box. Like Half-Life.
What's even going on in Hello Neighbor to fucking do this?
I don't know! Yeah, I went through a door and now I'm in like a land of like dummies with shopping carts. Why did I die?
You just got prop killed.
Why did it take away all my stuff?
He just killed you with that.
God.
This game is fucking garbage.
A fucking I Spy set. Like...
Oh, there's the orange box.
Yeah, that has to be it.
The orange box? Valve?
Valve? Team Fortress.
I saw like the milk cartons here say kill him, and I definitely kind of misread it at first. First that was a mirror text, or did you just say kill him?
kiln.
Don't want to get any copyright infringement for milk.
For milk.
Yeah, they changed the slogan to be "Got Kill." I have this like old ass T-shirt that's like the Got Milk logo, but it says "Got We" on it. It's my most prized possession. Even though the text is like faded as fuck, it's still so good.
That is so reminiscent of a really specific era in time.
Yeah. The Wii phenomenon. Alright, keep going.
Anyway, spoke to the old man, which is where it began to get a little weird for me. He didn't say anything that made sense, but babbled over and over for an annoyingly long amount of time, much like when you speak to a specific cyclist on the bike trail in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. You know, the one who knows where you got your bike because the name is all over it. Ring the bell, 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 ring the bell,
Do you think he counted how many times this was said?
Ring the bell, 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 ring the bell. This meant nothing to me. I didn't bother.
He fucking counted every time it was said, and it didn't even mean anything to him.
This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
I had to write down every single time they said this exact phrase, but I need you all to know it means nothing to me.
It meant so little that I memorized every detail of how it was said to me.
I didn't bother speaking to him again. I just continued on to the tower. Once... Well, that was weird. Once inside, I tried to go up the stairs, but something prevented me from moving for a moment. I thought all the hacked Pokemon had finally made my game screw up, but that wasn't the case. After a moment of complete silence, the sound of a deep brazen bell began to slowly toll. If you're curious about how this sounded exactly, start up your Heart Gold Soul Silver game. That bell, that's the noise. After about 4 rings, the tombstone in the center of the room cracked and shattered like someone had used Rock Smash on it.
Oh my god, where's the chip bag? I have to find it again. Why did it disappear from my shopping cart? Why are they not stopping when I crouch? Why is this game so ass?
Where was I? After about 4 rings, tombstone shattered, yes. Beneath the tombstone was a hole. Since it wasn't allowing me to go up the stairs, I walked over and fell through it. When I landed, I fell on a platform, much like the one you find Arceus on in the Hall of Origin. Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. We've all hacked that event. Only it was much darker.
Speak for yourself.
It was much darker. Where the transparent platform was white and glowing for Arceus, this one was more of a black and red. It just seemed evil, rather than the holy vibe you get from the Hall of Origin. Coming from the platform was a set of wide stairs that looked like as if they were made of... A set of wide stairs that looked as if they were made of black marble rather than white. There was no way back up. Couldn't fly, no dig. I was escape rope poor. So I took the stairs, and the bell, which I now assume was Hell Bell, considering that Bronzong is indeed a sort of bell, continued to ring slowly. Oh, I hadn't noticed. By now, I was feeling incredibly uneasy. Wouldn't you? But I continued down the stairs. After I went further, it began to get foggy and a little darker. When I reached the bottom, I was met with a narrow path with large pools of magma/lava on either side. It was beginning to look more like the cave in which you encounter Groudon in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. With better graphics, of course. The path continued in a straight line for about 40 steps, before hanging right for another 40, and finally going up. The final path was long.
so fucking specific.
Yeah. The final path was long. Magma still bubbled at the side. And with each step I took, the ringing of the bell began to go faster, at least as fast as the large bell was allowed to ring, which was still just as ominous. Ah! The ringing of the bell began to go faster, at least as fast as a large bell was allowed to ring, which was still just an ominous, slow tolling. Though with each ring, I couldn't help but repeat what the old man NPC had said earlier. Ring the bell. Finally, I reached the end of the pathway, which was just a small 4x4 platform, and the bell stopped ringing. I wondered what I was supposed to do here. There was nothing here to do. Nowhere to release Hellbell, and no way to get out. I received my answer in the form of a disembodied voice. A dialogue box popped up and said, "Oh, you've returned Hellbell to me? I really appreciate it." He faded into view one space ahead of my sprite. It was just a simple gentleman sprite, and the party sprite of Hellbell came out of me and stood in the space between us, facing him. The game informed me that I handed over Hellbell. Next, a thing popped up on the touchscreen. It looked like the part of the trainer card where you sign your name. Again, the voice spoke. "Would you mind telling me your name, please, so that I may thank you properly?" Now this confused me. Well, everything that was happening confused me, but this really threw me for a loop. First, the game should know the character name programmed into it from the start, and as far as I know, can't actually recognize handwriting. Regardless, I began writing my brother's character's name, which was Dust. I made the first stroke. It was in black ink just like normal, and made the D, but the voice stopped me. No, your real name, please. I can't thank you with a false name, you know." My heart felt like it stopped for a second and sunk right into my stomach, before violently bounding up into my chest. How the hell did the game know I wasn't signing my real name? "Your real name, please." Again, I began writing. Why I was listening to this, watching it all play out when I could just easily just turn it off or start a completely new game, I don't know. This thought simply didn't cross my mind at the time. I didn't think it was allowed to. The ink in which I was now writing was a bright red color, but I still wrote my full name, first and last, in the space I was provided. After I was finished, the man spoke again. "Good. Now blow, please? We don't want the ink to smudge." I blew into the mic, and the ink turned from bright to deep red. I was unable to make changes after that. Afterward, the screen disappeared, and the man spoke again. "Thank you, miss. You'll be happy to know that you now belong to me." The bell tolled twice more as my sprite, currently male, turned to face me and shifted to the female sprite. Brown hair, wearing all black, just like I was at the moment. So real.
Wait, this is awesome though. They're like characters transitioning live.
Hell yeah.
Dude, watch out for Sylveon.
Watch out for Sylveon.
Watch out!
God.
Hellbell moved forward, overlapping my sprite, and a file dialog box popped up. Hellbell used imprisonment. After that, my DS battery died. I was shaken, I'll admit, but it just seemed like a twisted event brought about by some sort of secret within the game unlocked by a Pokemon. But now, I can't sleep. Food seems to turn to ash in my mouth. No water can quench my thirst, and people and animals both act as if the shadow of death is passing by them when I'm near. I'm not my own anymore. I belong to that man, and Hellbell. I don't know what became of that Pokemon, but if I received it, someone else is surely to do so. Use caution while using the trading system.
It's so funny that happens at the end, but like for the whole story, they're so concerned about incredibly specific things.
By the way, I'm cursed now.
Ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell.
And like, I just have to say, this is something like, you know, they talk about being uncomfortable talking about hell and stuff. It's like the most like kid raised in a very Christian household thing to have
Right.
like the scary story you write be about getting tricked into signing your soul to the devil because you traded a hacked Pokemon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like literally like a force fed creepypasta.
Uh,
Oh god. Okay, it's late. I think I need to move to bed.
Okay.
Understandable. Have a good night. Thank you for joining us.
good night.
Yeah. Good night. Watch out for Sylveon.
Watch out for Sylveon. I just like how, like, oh, I'm a little uneasy with the hell aspect as I'm writing it, blah blah blah, and then just like, also I'm cursed by the devil.
I'm like, actually, I am actually cursed by the actual devil. So, yeah. but I'm just a little bit uneasy about writing the word hell. Oh. So, that just happened.
Well, that just happened. You won in Fortnite during the dramatic reading, so it works. Let's fucking go. It's like when I won the jump in Act 2 while Abandoned by Disney was happening. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do now, by the way.
You have to neighbor.
Like, I'm trying to figure out what the walkthrough means. It says, go to the back of the house and approach the small window visible above using a cardboard box. Switch the lever through the window to open the doors inside the house. You can enter the house through the front door, however, it is better to break a nearby window and go left. And then it doesn't say, like, I don't know. I have to find a small... Okay. I have to find a small window.
Wanna see me pop off?
Wanna see me pop off?
We need to find a creepypasta about like a cursed hungry bucks pop off.
No, fuck the neighbor. Wait, pause. Hold up. I didn't mean it. Lol, but did I though?
Unless?
Unless? A creepypasta about if the Joker could beatbox would be a little too scary for me. So I'm assuming this is the little window, because I can't imagine what else it would be, right?
I don't know. I'm like not following what's going on in the game at all.
It says switch the lever. It's so fucking hard to see anything though, because it's so dark out right now. I think I should probably just let the neighbor kill me so the day-night cycle progresses. Because it is fucking impossible to tell. Put way too much trust in a Hello Neighbor to be remotely understandable. I guess that's true. I guess that's not the walkthrough's fault. It is Hello Neighbor's fault. I said I wouldn't use a video walkthrough, which is on me, but also, fuck this game. There are gonna be, like, little kids who find the YouTube VOD, and they're gonna be so upset that I said that Hello Neighbor sucks. Oh, wait. I think I did it. I understand now. Hold on. So now we make a mad dash. We go up this ladder. And then this is supposed to be endgame. Think they'd already leave an angry comment and click off hearing y'all insult the Kino ending of Abandoned by Disney. Abandoned by Disney has soul. Okay. What is even happening? Why am I underwater? This is like probably for a lot of kids, this is their first introduction if they're watching on YouTube. This is their first introduction to the concept of haterism.
I'll cover the sharks released by Disney.
I don't know why it's wet. It says the walkthrough says I have to go through a door. I don't see what door I have to go through. Watch out for White Mickey's 80-foot snake! Yo, wait. Hold up. But, like...
Huh?
Wait.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, wait. Alright, we need another creepypasta to read while I figure out what the fuck I'm doing in Hello Neighbor.
Let me browse for a bit.
Yeah, if any of you guys in chat have any, like, good creepypasta suggestions, feel free.
There's one that's just called Female Beta Character. I'll look over it.
Female beta character.
Alright, this isn't all that interesting. I mean, not to like insult it, but like it's pretty short and just kind of like I don't know if it would be very good for the stream.
Mm-hmm. They made a creepypasta about Manuela Fire Emblem. Yeah, it's a scary story about how even though she's desperate, she won't sleep with me. Who said that? Huh? What? Who the fuck said that? Get this
I
guy
didn't
out of
hear
here.
anything.
Maybe I'm going crazy.
Well, if I didn't say it and you didn't say it, who's driving the car?
Manuela is literally Reagan for lesbians. True! Except when she says she has magic powers, she actually does. They just don't amount to any sort of charisma. What I want to know is where's the caveman? Oh my god, is this part literally just remove the boxes one by one? Are you fucking kidding me? This game fucking sucks, by the way. I'm not even sure, like, I know for sure that the skip I did earlier is not how you're intended to play the game. But, like, when I'm playing the game the way they intend, it's still, like, bad. It's still, like, really bad and unfun, is the thing. That is true. Scooby-Doo is already scary because it taught us who the real monsters are. Oh, come on. I thought I was so genius for building this, and it's still not helping me. I wonder how many Scooby-Doo creepypastas exist. A Scooby-Doo creepypasta would have just been Pibby.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? You're like literally right. If this isn't like the end of the game, I'm gonna scream, by the way. I cannot take this anymore.
Okay, I just found 5 Nights at Pikachu's.
Ooh.
Be interesting.
It's not letting me take the green key. It's not letting me take fucking anything. Yeah, read Five Nights at Pikachu's. The chat seems to, like, base and chat seems to want it.
Okay. Just a second. So, okay, 5 Nights at Pikachu's Pizzeria. Hey there, the name's Ted Jenkins. Who am I? Just a Pokemon nerd with no job ever since 5 days ago. I was fired because I stayed up too long replaying Pokemon Gold, and now I'm finding a job. My life's never uneventful. I feel asleep on the same day I got fired, wondering, what do I do now?
Yo,
I woke up the next day.
we were literally talking about Scooby-Doo. This guy has the most Scooby-Doo ass name ever.
Ted Jenkins. I woke up the next day and what looks like a job application for some wired kids place, Pikachu's Pizzeria. At first I thought it was just some Chuck E. Cheese's cameo. Well, it was nothing when I visited it. The manager told me that I'd be, and I quote, the night guard because our last guy disappeared and never came back the next day. Looking at those creepy robot Pokemon, I wasn't surprised, but I ain't scared of no Pokemon, so I accepted the job. Night 1. The night guard space was a bit smaller than the security room that I was used to from my last job, but at least they have quality cameras. Man, this is real boring. Yawns. Then I could have sworn I seen one of them, Lopunny, move a tiny step forward, but I assumed that I was getting sleeping and was getting so tired that I was seeing things. I fell asleep for an hour and then woke up with a blank stage. Uh-oh. Being surprised at this, I quickly scurried to the weird keyboard thing, switching cameras until I found the same Lopunny in the bathroom halls. Then I did the same with the other two to find Pikachu and, if memory serves, a Riolu. I was bewildered at what happened. Then I realized that the Pokemon near the food stand, which would be Munchlax, had disappeared as well. Then, out of the darkness, the same Munchlax jumped on the windows. Panicking about what happened, I scurried after the emergency door lock switch, which was conveniently there for some reason, and closed the door by the window shut. The heck just happened? I called the manager, but he wouldn't pick up. Then I looked out the same window to see all 4 of them except for the broken ones pounding on the door. But then the clock struck 7 o'clock, and all of a sudden the animatronics got right back to their spots. I ran out the front door as the manager was arriving. I told him what happened, but he claims that the AC in the room was making people feel funny. Night 2. This time I brought a laser wire which would tell me when something or someone would come by. Where did I get this? Pawn shop. But anyways, I put it down the same hallway from last night. 3 hours went past. I was fast asleep, then I heard this. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. In a very disturbing and static-ish child's voice. Oh, it's supposed to say fuck, but it's like censored with like at $$. Oh fuck this. I scrambled for the emergency switch, but it wouldn't budge. Scared, all I could do was grab a flashlight and run. Brought a mobile camera and started booking it to a safe place. I thought the stage with the what I thought was broken Mewtwo and Deoxys robots would be safe. I was wrong. I feel like you would be like the least safe from Mewtwo and Deoxys compared to like any other Pokemon.
Yeah, why would that be your choice?
Let's see, where was I? As soon as I enter, I heard a quiet hum from both Mewtwo and Deoxys. Then lyrics spew out of their mouths like the song earlier. We're gonna kill a guy, go kill a guy, go kill a guy. We're gonna kill a guy, his name is Ted.
I don't remember this part in Five Nights at Freddy's, but maybe the FNAF heads in chat can tell me.
And they were censoring fuck because the F was intact. Freaked the living trubbish out of me, I booked it into the main party room. Before I knew it, I was surrounded by all the Pokématronics, as I called them. I prayed to Arceus that this was a dream, and luckily for me, the clock struck 7 o'clock. Good lord. I went home and thought about my next move. Aha! Night 3, night before the last night. This fine night, I brought more laser wires and I brought me a 9mm pistol. Like I said, the pawn shop. Because I had a guns license, I could use my 9mm pistol. Booking it to the kitchen to hold last in, or as I thought, I found golden form of what seems like Mr. Mime, and I kicked it out of the way just to find out it was working. Snap! Except this one was unlike the others. It twitched irregularly like it was disrupted and abnormal Pokématronic. I thought it was dysfunction, but I was wrong because, well, hello Ted Jenkins, I've been waiting for you. I replied in a very loud and scared way. Who are you, and why do you know my name? The creature responded, I know all, Ted, for I am you in the future. I was frustrated at this reply. What do you mean? He replied again. I'm here to warn you of the future events like tomorrow and also tonight. Then all the 6 Pokématronics busted in and I started spraying and praying with my 9mm pistol. My gun was now empty magazine. I tried to fight back, but then they grabbed me and started to pull me into a room. I woke up a few minutes later to find this thinnish Pokématronic, or no, a marionette. It was a Mimikyu, and it spoke. Human. The wrong human. Knock him out and send him back. Then I felt a strong force hit the back of my head. And I woke up with the manager looking down at me confused. Are you okay, Ted? I replied back. I'm fine, I'm just drowsy. Then I went home, and I realized it was the last day of the week until I get a paycheck. I was in the same room tonight with nothing but guts. Night 4, the last and final night. I visited the room again to find the Mimikyu there, looking all displeased about what is currently going on. Why have you come back, human? I replied courageously. I want to know what you are going through and who this human you speak of is. The Mimikyu twisted its head like an owl would. Well, let's begin with the fact that we too, all of us, even the golden Mr. Mime, used to be human as well. You see, we were workers here until an employee didn't get his precious promotion. He went on a killing spree and stuffed our organs into the animatronics. No wonder I smelled blood, but as he was saying, before he could escape the manager, his father caught him murdering his employee with the cops. He was arrested, but from what Lopunny or Marie said, she heard that he escaped. I replied confused. But why would he come back? The Mimikyu replied back. Because of his black-hearted self to kill more employees so his father's business would close forever.
I'm imagining this with like the same cadence as like a Built by Gamers video.
He came back because of his black-hearted self to kill more employees, so his father's business would close forever. I replied in a cautious yet curious way. Well, I could always work as a detective and hopefully find this murderer. The Mimikyu marionette's frown turned upside down and said, "That will be a kind offer, my friend, but this person is also immortal because of this ancient blade." Okay, where was I? Ancient blade, yeah. There has been proof that his father and him were from the Egyptian period because of his skin and accent. I knew I had to find a way, so I walked away from the room, walked out the door, and went home thinking about this. But little did I know that the employee that is immortal just so happened to be my friend and next door neighbor. James Tughay, or as he wanted me to call him, purple-eyed blood, but... Purple blood, but I'm not sure what this is saying. Whatever. As he was saying, before he could escape the manager, his father caught him murdering his employee with... It's just repeating a line from earlier. Wait, it literally just... It's like there's a typo and then they just like started the paragraph again from an earlier point. So let's see. But little did I know that the employee that was immortal just so happened to be my friend and next door neighbor, James Tughay, as he wanted me to call him, Purple Guy. But this is as much as I can record before my neighbor finds out. Door creaks, oh no, oh goodness, no, no, no. Shank. Different voice? How much have you heard? Well, how much have you ever heard? I will find you, pal. Crazy laughter. The end. So yeah, that's 5 Nights at Pikachu's Pizzeria.
Awesome. I
The first
don't
comment is-
understand this walkthrough.
The first comment is, FNAF plus Pokemon equals this. 10 out of 10.
Awesome. SpongeBob, Patrick, Mr. Krabs and Plankton, Gary, Pearl, and Miss Pond. Sorry, I'm like, Hello Neighbor is like driving me fucking crazy. It's just to jump on the train tracks and then jump to a specific point. But in the walkthrough, that point is like so hard to see because of how like fucking dark it is in the screenshot.
It's like the Joker said, the only thing it takes to drive someone insane is one bad neighbor.
So, okay, I did that, but what does that do for me? Oh, wait, there are separate parts that tell you how to get the red key and how to get the green key, and then the basement access card. Okay, so it's split up into different parts.
It's like, on the subject of 5 Nights at Pikachu's Pizzeria, I respect the author more than anything because I think every creepypasta would be 10 times better if they just randomly dropped that the villain was immortal because of the ancient blade.
It's true. Not a lot of creepypastas have enough gall.
Like, I'm pretty sure that's not a Five Nights at Freddy's thing, so that one definitely, like, came from the Dome.
That had a more coherent plot than FNAF. True!
Yeah. Like, it didn't really have... It didn't have, like, an actual ending. The ending was just that purple guy is gonna kill you.
More of
It's
an
probably
ending.
yeah, probably more cohesive than whatever FNAF has going on.
FNAF fans will try to convince you this one isn't Kino.
Like, the animatronics were a lot nicer than the ones in FNAF. Cause they realized they had the wrong guy, and they were willing to just like talk things out.
It says I have to throw a shoe. Oh. Well. Alright, I'm doing it.
I need to find George W. Bush.
True! What the fuck? Wait. I glitched it in there. But wait, now that it's glitched in there, I don't think... Huh?
Did you fucking irradiate? Is that...
What?
Okay,
The
it's
fuck
normal
is
now.
going on? What is going on? This game fucking sucks, by the way.
So yeah, George W. Bush is in FNAF.
Look at what is happening to this lever. This game fucking sucks, by the way. I can't get the shoe back, so it's just like stuck, lodged in there. Oh shit, wait, this is the creepypasta version? I got to get the fuck out of here. I think I've, like, actually broken the game. I think that actually the game cannot continue in this state.
This game looks like it fucking sucks.
Would it shock you if I told you that this game fucking sucks?
Not really. Like, I don't really know how you, like, make this game. Because, like, I don't know how Hello Neighbor became this, like, stupidly obtuse objective puzzle game.
I don't know. My IQ is 135 today. That's not bad.
Not enough for Hello Neighbor, apparently.
Yeah, no, Hello Neighbor requires like a 5,000 IQ. Wait! When I load the save, it doesn't load me in front of the fucking lever? Why? So I have to run all the way back. Yo, they got neighbors in this? Yup. Yeah, happy Halloween. We have 1 hour left of Halloween. If I don't beat this game in the next hour, Well, it's okay. I took back saying I have to dress up as the neighbor. I do have to play Secret Neighbor, though.
What is Secret Neighbor? I'm not familiar.
It's the Hello Neighbor multiplayer game. It's I'm pretty sure it's Hello Neighbor Dead by Daylight.
That makes sense.
Which, honestly, having to spend money on that sounds worse to me than having to dress up as Hello Neighbor. Oh my god, I did it. Let's go. Did it perfectly. Save. Mr. Peterson gave you a stomach bug for Halloween? That's so fucked up. Why would he do that shit?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
Yeah, sadly you missed Five Nights at Pikachu's Pizzeria.
Oh no.
It was really good is the thing.
Fuck.
The thing is, there was another Five Nights at Pikachu's right under it in the list. Actually, wait.
Awesome.
You might as well read the second one.
Actually, wait.
Yeah, I put
was
on my
just like-
I put on my costume to like get like so I could just like see some trick or treaters, and I did that at like it was 7:30, and then I sat there for 40 minutes and no one came by.
Damn.
Fucked up. Halloween got canceled due to political correctness.
That's crazy because there were so many trick-or-treaters at my house today.
Damn.
We like ran
Well, I
out of
live is, like-
candy.
Rayla is like secluded to the point where we don't really get trick-or-treaters ever.
Hmm.
And also, like, there are like a billion churches around that do trunk or treat.
Yeah, I live near a middle school, so
What happened to my key?
you ate it.
Yeah, sadly there aren't actually two Five Nights at Pikachu's Pizzerias. It just seems like when like a page gets its title changed, it like lists both versions on the list of articles for some reason.
Oh, that's so sad. I would have loved to have another Five Nights at Pikachu's.
Damn. Oh, I just looked at it. I like that it's like Five Nights at Pikachu's Pizzeria.
Yeah.
Just a weird apostrophe.
I want to call Game Freak the dimensional Pokemon. Let's see if this is interesting.
This game seems broken enough that I feel like if I tried really hard, I could, like, squeeze through here.
Okay, this is funny, but it's not like creepy.
What? Were you supposed to follow right there, or?
No. I wasn't even supposed to be on the tracks like that to begin with.
Oh. Okay.
Frankly, I can't tell what the fuck is going on anymore. Apparently I need a crowbar. I don't know where the crowbar is. I got the key, but I don't have the crowbar. I had to use a shoe to open a lever.
What do you guys think the creepiest kind of pasta is?
Probably
Rigatoni.
long ziti.
Long ziti. That's true.
How much money is Secret Neighbor? It's $4? I would have to, in 45 minutes, I'm gonna have to pay $4 for Secret Neighbor. This game is usually $20? Are they fucking crazy? Hello Neighbor 2 is $40? I didn't even know they made a Hello Neighbor 2. It doesn't seem like most people did. The Season 1 cartoon is out now. Hello Neighbor 2 is even worse from what you've heard? Don't say that. Don't say that, I'll get scared. I don't want to play Secret Neighbor, but I'm gonna have to. We gotta find another creepypasta to read to cope. Cope with this tragedy.
More Greek pasta.
True?
Kinda true.
We need to get, like, a classic.
What if I just hit random on Pokepasta Wiki?
That might be good. I was, like, thinking, like, there are a few
Where's the random
Pokepastas
button?
that I remember very vividly, like Pokemon Creepy Black, which didn't used to be called Pokemon Creepy Black, but then,
Oh my
well, you
god!
know.
Of course.
Now a trick-or-treater comes by.
Uh-oh.
I think I just have to leave it to other members of the household,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm not ready.
You want to hear Creepy Black? I think we could read Pokemon Creepy Black. That one's a classic. Everybody remembers that one.
I never actually read Pokemon Black.
Well, you should do the honors then, I think.
Okay.
I don't know how funny it'll
Oh,
actually
wait.
be, but it's like
Okay,
a
actually,
classic.
give me a couple minutes.
Alright.
Fair enough. The people who made this game are evil. There were, like, malevolent forces involved in the making of this game, I'm convinced.
Is Nut a trick-or-treater that's neighbor? Shit, we didn't have time to warn Hazel.
Fuck. Hazel's dead as fuck. It's too late. I gotta be honest, there's a certain point where you just gotta admit defeat. Hazel's not coming back. I really do think the most befuddling thing about this game is its fake, like, day-night cycle. If Hazel returns, that's just neighbor in disguise. Introducing the newest member of Motherfucker Morgan's stream, Nozzles. What does the N stand for? Neighbor. But we don't know that. How goes Neighbor? Bad. I think I'm gonna have to buy Secret Neighbor. Will, if you wanted to play Secret Neighbor together, you got it. Cause it is 40 minutes to midnight. I have no idea how to make progress anymore. The walkthrough, like I don't know where to get the crowbar.
So it's Creepy Black that...
Yes.
It's not getting any hits on the Creepypasta wiki.
Oh, maybe it's just called Pokemon Black on there.
There's Ghost Black version.
I think it might be Ghost Black. Let me check and make sure it's the right one.
Okay. I've like heard bits of pieces of it. It's okay. It's not very long.
Okay, yeah, it's definitely the right one.
Okay. Well, I'm what you would call a collector of bootleg Pokemon games. Pokemon Diamond and Jade, Chaos Black, etc. It's amazing the frequency with which you can find them at pawn shops, Goodwill, flea markets, and such. They're generally fun, even if they are unplayable, which they often are. The mistranslations and poor quality make them unintentionally humorous. I've been able to find most of the ones that I've played online, but there's one that I haven't seen any mention of. I bought it at a flea market about 5 years ago. Here's a picture of the cartridge. It doesn't actually have a picture. Unfortunately, when I moved 2 years ago, I lost the game, so I can't provide you with screen caps. Sorry.
Lost the game?
Shit! Damn! The game started with the familiar Nidorino Gengar intro of Red and Blue version. However, the press start screen had been altered. Red was there, but the Pokemon did not cycle through. It also said Black version under the Pokemon logo. Upon selecting a new game, the game started the Professor Oak speech, and it quickly became evident the game was essentially Pokemon Red version. After selecting your starter, if you looked at your Pokemon, you had in addition to Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle, another Pokemon, Ghost. The Pokemon was level 1. It had the sprite of the ghosts that are encountered in Lavender Town before obtaining the Silph Scope. It had one attack, Curse. I know there's a real new move named Curse, but the attack did not exist in Generation 1, so it appears it was hacked in. Defending the Pokemon were unable to attack Ghost, but it would only say they were too scared to move. When the move Curse was used in battle, the screen would cut to black. The cry of the defending Pokemon would be heard, but it was distorted, played at a much lower pitch than normal. The battle screen would then reappear.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. I fucking hate this game. Sorry.
The Pokemon Black hater?
No, don't put that on record. I'll get fucking flayed alive by the Pokemon fan base. I'll get cursed.
You're gonna get cursed by Ghost. The cry of the defending Pokemon would be heard, but it was distorted, played at a much lower pitch than normal. The battle screen would then reappear, and the defending Pokemon would be gone. If used in a battle against a trainer, when the Pokeballs representing their Pokemon would appear in the corner, they would have one fewer Pokeball. The implication was that the Pokemon died. Thanks, I didn't get that. What's even stranger is that after defeating a trainer and seeing Red receive $200 for winning, the battle commands would appear again. If you selected Run, the battle would end as it normally does. You could also select Curse. If you did, upon returning to the overworld, the trainer's sprite would be gone. After leaving and re-entering the area, the spot where the trainer had been would be replaced with a tombstone, like the ones in Lavender Town. The move Curse was not usable in all instances. It would fail against Ghost Pokemon. It would also fail if it was used against trainers that you would have to face again, such as your rival or Giovanni. It was usable in your final battle against them, however. I figured this was the gimmick of the game, allowing you to use the previously uncapturable ghosts. And because Curse made the game so easy, I essentially used it throughout the whole adventure. The game changed quite a bit after defeating the Elite Four. After viewing the Hall of Fame, which consisted of ghosts and a couple of Pokemon I used for HMs, the screen cut to black. A box appeared with the words, "Many years later." It then cut to Lavender Town. An old man was standing, looking at tombstones. You then realized this man was your character. The man moved at only half your normal walking speed. You no longer had any Pokemon with you, not even Ghost, who up to this point had been impossible to remove from your party through depositing in the PC. The overworld was entirely empty. There were no people at all. There were still the tombstones of the trainers that you used Curse on, however. You could go pretty much anywhere in the overworld at this point. Your moveset was limited by the fact that you had no Pokemon to use HMs. Movement, not moveset. And regardless of where you went, the music of Lavender Town continued on an infinite loop. After wandering for a while, I found out that if you go through Dizziclet's cave, one of the cuttable bushes that normally blocks the path on the other side is no longer there, allowing you to advance and return to Pallet Town. Upon entering your house and going to the exact tile where you start the game, the screen would cut to black. Then a sprite of Caterpie appeared. It was then replaced by a Weedle, then a Pidgey. I soon realized as the Pokemon progressed from Rattata to Blastoise, these were all of the Pokemon that I had used Cursed on. After the end of my rival's team, a youngster appeared, then a Bugcatcher. These were the trainers I had cursed. Throughout the sequence, the Lavender Town music was playing, but it was slowly decreasing in pitch. By the time your rival appeared on the screen, it was little more than a demonic rumble. Another cut to black. A few moments later, the battle screen suddenly appeared. Your trainer sprite was now that of an old man, the same as the one that teaches you how to catch Pokemon in Viridian City. Ghost appeared on the other side, along with the words, "Ghost wants to fight." You couldn't use items, and you had no Pokemon. If you tried to run, you couldn't escape. The only option was fight. Using fight would immediately cause you to struggle, which didn't affect Ghost, but did chip off a bit of your own HP. When it was Ghost's turn to attack, it would simply say ... Eventually, when your HP reached a critical point, the Ghost would finally use Curse. The screen cut to black a final time. Regardless of the buttons you pressed, you were permanently stuck in this black screen. At this point, the only thing you could do was turn the Game Boy off. When you played again, New Game was the only option. The game had erased the file. I played through this hacked game many, many times, and every time the game ended with this sequence. Several times I didn't use Ghost at all, though he was impossible to remove from the party. In these cases, it did not show any Pokemon or trainers and simply cut to the climactic battle with Ghost. I'm not sure what the motives were behind the creator of this hack. It wasn't widely distributed, so it was presumably not for monetary gain. It was very well done for a bootleg. It seems he was trying to convey a message, though it seems I am the sole receiver of this message. I'm not entirely sure what it was. The inevitability of death? The pointlessness of it? Perhaps he was simply trying to morbidly inject death and darkness into a children's game. Regardless, this children's game has made me think, and it has made me cry. The end.
Damn. Really something to think about.
And to cry about.
I fucking hate Hello Neighbor, by the way. This game fucking sucks.
You need the Ghost. You should just curse the neighbor.
True. This game would be a lot better if I could just curse the neighbor.
Yeah. You really should be able to just curse the neighbor.
I can't believe I'm gonna have to play Secret Neighbor now, bruh.
There is a creepypasta I know of that I could definitely read. Two things, it is a little bit long, and also, like, if this is an issue, like, for anyone in chat, it does mention, mention, not particularly graphically, but suicide at the beginning and end. So, like, it definitely won't be a huge issue.
Yeah.
But this is a Super Mario Bros. 3 creepypasta called Blood Whistle.
Morgan, what do you think for your stream?
Go for it.
Alright.
I'm probably gonna timestamp the different creepypastas that are read in the YouTube description, so I can at least put a warning there.
Right, yeah.
And like, it's definitely nothing graphic or anything. I just wanted to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let's see. Blood Whistle, Super Mario Bros. 3 Creepypasta. Forward edit. This is the recorded blog of a college student who is playing a modified version of Super Mario Bros. 3 on his computer. Shortly after submitting the last entry, he committed suicide in his dorm room. June 5th, 2012. A friend of mine recently sent me what he claims to be a scary Super Mario Bros. 3 hack that he wanted to try out, or that he wanted me to try out because he didn't have the courage. I started this blog to record my progress through the game. He got this from a site that's no longer active, and I've seen some pretty scary occurrences with emulator games before. Just look at Ben. All of that aside, however, there was something definitely off about this ROM. Its title was SMB3:BW. Anyhow, I won't
Yo,
play
wait,
any
it's
today.
it's one letter off. It's one letter off.
Oh my god, that's so
Anyhow. I won't play any today, as I'm quite busy with college work and such, but I will definitely start tomorrow. June 6, 2012. I played some of the game today. Obviously my friend was misinformed, so I've played all the way through 1-3, and I found nothing irregular. All the sprites, levels, and sounds didn't have a fluke to their name. Wait, a secret? That must be how you have to unlock it. I swear you guys, I'll find the warp whistle tomorrow and see what creepy secrets this game has to hide. Look for tomorrow's post, it won't disappoint. Maybe this will explain what the BW into the title stands for. June 7th, 2012. 1 second. I wish I hadn't unlocked that secret. This game will be the bane of my existence. I will try as best I can to explain what happened
like
and what will
Hello Neighbor.
certainly entail. I don't know if any of you will believe me, but the sick mockery of one of my childhood favorites must be exploited and never be seen by the eyes of another breathing man on God's green earth. And Todd, what I'll call my friend for the sake of privacy and possibly security, do not send that link to anyone else. You'll see why below. I entered the castle stage, knowing its only secret was the warp whistle. I disposed of a dry bones before donning a raccoon tail. With a running start, I was flying above the stage until I hit the secret area. My whole life before I hit up on my arrow keypad was completely different. I was happy. I was normal. I could wake up in the morning recognizing my own reflection, being absolute about my safety. Now it's lies. All lies. I know that as of what happened today, my life will become an infernal hell in which every day will be a futile struggle to retain my own sanity. After finishing this wretched collage of electronic dejection, I will embrace death like a long-lost lover with open arms.
This
Not again
isn't
would it
like
come to pass.
this isn't a creepypasta. This is an AVGN rant.
Yeah.
Like I can hear this in James Rolfe's voice.
Oh my god.
The blocks that lined the wall were gloomy, albeit polished obsidian black. Mario's skin now had a grayish tint to it, but that wasn't what was wrong with that picture. The music was a sped-up version of the normal bonus room theme. Toad's skull was cracked open and profusely bleeding, spilling blood onto the floor, and making the room slippery like an ice stage. Sorry, that really got me.
Just like an ice stage, but with blood.
His mouth was also agape and spewing blood onto the floor. The blood had an eerie reflective quality that should have been graphically impossible for an 8-bit game like Mario 3. I walked up to him to see what it was that he might say. What he had to offer is this. Blood whistle. Hear its cry. Then I ran towards the chest to see its contents. The chest was drenched in reflective, realistic blood of the same type emanated by the orifices and exposed cranium of the poor little mushroom-headed fellow. Pressing onward, I ran through it to discover its dark secret, its twisted surprise. I wasn't prepared for the following events. A blood-soaked warp whistle ominously rose from what I now believe to be the deepest crevice of hell. It blipped twice as the normal whistle would. That, my fellow reader, was the only normality of what I have played today. Played a deep tune that I can't get out of my head as I write this. The whistle descended, violently striking Mario in the chest. He unleashed
What
a
happened to my
blood-curdling scream.
key? Why did they stick to the wall?
My
This is the
Mario-
worst game ever made. I need, like, someone to, like, pay the price for this shit. I need to, like, enact revenge on someone.
Mario unleashed a blood-curdling scream as it went into his back and out of his chest. This cry wasn't 8-bit at all. It wasn't even cartoon-esque. It was the sound of unfiltered anguish of utter agony. His expression reflected the same. To end my experience on this perverse version of something I once loved, Mario was transported to the warp zone of the blood whistle. I call it this because it had only the cookie-cutter outline of the quaint island. The water consisted solely of the same blood aforementioned in my encounter with the whistle. Corpses of Koopas and other enemies of Mario were scattered afloat near the shores. White menacing eyes glared at me between the waves, surfacing just to cast their evil glance at Mario. Or me, I can't be sure at this point. All of the worlds were indicated by the respective numbers, and all of the dots were crimson. At that point I noticed yet another abnormality, this time concerning the dot for World 8. Beside it were two 8-bit patches of fire that twisted and contorted in place. Without me pressing any buttons, the whistle stabbed Mario in the ribs. This cued him to move to the World 2 dot. Refusing to pay any further attention to the horrors that would surely await in the distorted desert, I saved the game and quit. I had played more than enough of my fill for today. I guess that I figured out the acronym from the ROM title meant Blood Whistle the hard way. Despite the horrors that plague this abomination, I will continue to subject myself to this suffering for the sake of all of you, well, also for mine. It'll help me keep track of the days, and maybe this desperate attempt to cling to my stable frame of mind won't prove to be in total vain. There are 5,000 people that have followed this blog in the 2 days it's been up. After this pointedly interesting post, I'm hoping to have some more. For those of you following my posts, read tomorrow's and share with your friends. I need you to expose the stark luridness of this shell of something I once knew and loved. June 8th, 2012. Well, I did it. I managed to clench the fickle fibers of my perception of reality long enough to play through World 2. I've come to the conclusion that whoever made this is completely and utterly deranged. There's been a rusted gear or broken spring in the mechanics of their sadistic mind.
These are literally all things I'm saying about Hello Neighbor.
Their only purpose in creating this mod was to mentally and psychologically flagellate the naive soul poor enough to take the bait of its mysterious origin. Well, I'm certainly naive enough to fall into that category. I digress to the experience. I find myself asking how I could have missed major things like this yesterday when I saved the game in this world. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Blood of the same texture from before was just as splattered across the desert as sand itself was. Solitary eyes watched me from the pyramids. Pentagrams and other satanic symbols were also infrequent in the environment. Could this hack be the work of the Illuminati? Okay, enough pondering. I need to finish this grim tale. Skeletons of Koopas littered the bleak landscape. There was a distinct disturbance with Mario's appearance, though. He looked starved and parched, as one would typically look after a few days in the desert. Mario then moved into the 2-1 block without my command, and then the music began to play shortly after. I really love using skeletons of Koopas as like a creepy element when that's an enemy in Mario.
Yeah.
This was a reverse version of the overworld theme. Whispers and other paranormal phenomena could be heard playing in harmony with the music, saying cryptic things. After about a minute I began to record the sound. I'll upload it as soon as possible, but I know I definitely can't do it today. One of the most distinct things I kept hearing was "Let the whistle guide you" and "The instrument of blood plays the sweetest tune." This creeped me out, needless to say. But this of all things wouldn't prevent me from playing out the remainder of this game. The stage itself was very scary. The sky was grayish blue accompanied by an almost white sun. The colors weren't bright or cheery in the slightest. The pyramid blocks were faded and cracked, and the wooden blocks were obviously rotting. Mario's sprite was visibly starving and pleading for thirst. The fire creatures fixedly stared at me like a shark stares at a school of fish, seeming to know who their next meal was. The neutral expressions of the Koopas had changed into ones of converged disgust and loathe. I'd obtained the raccoon by now, so I ran along the pipe-looking platform and took off. I flew for a little while, which was nice. Mario's face changed as well, being the normal happy smile you usually see throughout the entire game. I relish in the few moments of happiness I saw from this game. These moments were mercilessly ended within the course of a few seconds. The sky flashed a gloomy black before the blood whistle came and impaled the poor plumber yet again. Mario fell, his corpulent figure going limp until he hit the ground with a thump that I swore I could feel. He was miraculously alive, his body twitching in a feeble attempt to rise. A fire creature jumped on Mario, who was now pinned to the ground and screaming in pain.
It made him... Wait, hold on, go back. It made him fat?
That's what corpulent means.
Wait, maybe this is supposed to be the double B.
And Mario's already kind of fat.
I guess.
That is true. He's a paunchy guy.
Maybe that's what it meant. Maybe it's just. Yeah.
Yeah, so continuing on.
It's just funny for them to describe him like that after they were talking about how he looked starved.
Yeah. His scream was bitterly realistic. It reeked of such ineffable pain it hurts me now to describe the sheer degree of torture this character was put through. There he was, burning and seething in pain, and there I sat, completely powerless. Forced to watch what I thought was the end of his trials on World 2. I was so wrong. The level select came into view. Whistle threw back, Mario was transported to one of the pyramid levels. When the level started, the background was an egregious smoke-filled black. Bursts of lightning filled the sky with illumination. Winged demons in flight were visible upon these strikes. Also in the skies glowed stagnantly lit pentagrams and 666. Mario is being carried by two of Bowser's sons, up one of the... Bowser's sons? Okay. By two of Bowser's sons, up one of the game's pyramid structures. It's like such a funny way to say that.
Yeah.
However, this particular structure was vastly different than the regular ones. The bricks were cracked and faded with age. The edges were jagged with dried blood caked each block. Nothing but a heavy drum beat and the sounds of thunder played in the background. The thunder didn't play in unison with the lightning, as happens in most games. There was an eerily realistic pause between the flare of the lightning and the boom of the thunder. As the top of the structure was reached, I saw the worst thing yet. Bowser towered above everyone else, intimidating and terrible. Below stood four of his sons, two of which had carried Mario. Morton, Iggy, Ray, and Von Koopa. Above the entire scene were the words Blood Whistle in bright red neon letters. Bowser's face had to be 10 times more evil than I had ever seen it. His green shell was cracked and his white spines had been dipped in blood. Blood was fresh on his teeth and also as his serpentine tongue licked them, making it clear his intentions on what to do with Mario after he had disposed of him. It was then I came to a dooming realization. Mario can't die. The game won't let him. However many things are thrown at him, and however many ways he is brutally maimed, mortality will not escape him. For a time, that is. He will continue to be sustained by whatever dark force or sick mind that drives the rest of these occurrences to passing, until the game's eventual end, in which he will ruefully and painfully perish. Now that that has been said, I have to continue today's experience. Suddenly, Von Koopa produced a dagger. It gleamed with an uncanny realism in the light of the blood whistle sign that loomed above. After a brief pause, he began to slice Mario's chest open. Mario again breathed that fearful cry, a cry that implied he would die only to endure torture of the 10 times the magnitude. Tears streamed down his face as Vaughn removed his heart. Vaughn?
Vaughn. His first name Vaughn, last name Koopa.
Tears streamed down his face as Vaughn removed his heart, still pumping. He handed it to Bowser, who ate it with a crunching chomp.
Crunching heart?
His sons laughed as he did this, blood flowing from Mario's exposed abdomen. With a bark from their twisted father, the sons shamelessly began to regurgitate and tear apart what was open. As they were doing this, Mario slowly turned his head towards me and uttered a single question through tears and blood. Why? I myself asked the very same question. Why would they treat him as an animal, if not less, for their amusement? Why would someone initiate the genesis of such a horrid contraption? It's hard not to laugh reading this.
Yeah, I think this person is just implying that Mario has a pacemaker. I think that's why it crunched.
A contraption in which life and death have no meaning and are manipulates. A contraption in which concepts such as morals, remorse, and mercy are completely foreign. It makes me shudder to think that there is someone sick enough out there to put a character through this kind of unbearable hell just to sit back and laugh. It makes me absolutely sick to my core. Oh, that reminds me of another thing. You're probably wondering as to why I can complacently talk about Mario as if he's a human being. A human who suffers pain, sorrow, depression, starvation, and thirst like the rest of us. A human who is also capable of feeling happiness, remorse, goodwill, and love like anyone else. It's because I am thoroughly convinced that he is. Please don't stop following this blog because you think I'm insane. That will come later. I believe without a shadow of a doubt that inside this game is a character with a complex range of emotions, someone who feels like you and me. But it's just a game, right? It's just a contrived mixture of code and data put together to present words and images, correct? Wrong. I know with everything inside me that Mario has to be alive.
Oh my god.
I've seen him truly happy and truly sad, and at one point I may even see him truly angry. He feels like any other living, breathing human being. Hold on a second. I don't know how, I don't know why, I don't know how something so human could rise from something so truly inhuman. A character with a soul seemed completely impossible to me before I played this hack. I now have a goal with this game, to keep this poor creature safe. I suppose now I know the real truth, and I'll see you all tomorrow, same place, same time. June 9th, 2012. It's me again. I had a horrible range of nightmares last night that are a direct result of playing this game. Some really weird stuff also went down. Before I get into today's gameplay, I'll have to go through them with you guys, so I'll have an interactive record of my dreaming habits related to this game. I myself am having a hard time as to how they were so close to home, and what they mean for my seemingly inevitable downfall. Before I tell this, I have to let you in on a piece of relevant information. In the 4th grade, I used to play the recorder. Every kid had to learn some musical skill, and I liked wind instruments because of their method of play, appearance, and sound. Such is the irony of the instrument that has caused me all of this grief. In my dream, I was playing the instrument in a dark room. I was my 4th grade self, just coolly playing Mary Had a Little Lamb. Out of nowhere, I began to cough. I had choked on some blood that had materialized within and around my recorder.
Oh, like Dr. Mario?
It covered it and soon filled it. Blood began to pour out in great quantity all over the recorder's holes. It soon began to float in midair and hover. A few seconds passed, and then it struck me in the chest. It impaled me, going directly through my heart and every other vital artery one could think of. I woke up, the sheets plastered to my bare chest with sweat. I was completely fine, not a scratch on me. As I sat there in bed, I was afraid of how I'm sure the game did this, or maybe it was just me losing my sanity. I began to hear noise coming from my laptop. It was closed, but a faint muffled humming sound was clearly audible. I warily approached my computer, the machine almost looking alive. I then opened it up. It was a picture of Super Mario Bros. 3 Raccoon Mario spray on a black backdrop. He was chained up by his legs and feet, and the chains reached outside of the screen. The blood whistle sat as the centerpiece of it all through Mario's chest. To the tune of the blood whistle played over and over, a loop that only exacerbated the sound within the walls of my psyche. I tried exiting out of whatever this program might have been, but the window wouldn't close. I eventually had to take out my laptop battery, which didn't sit too well with my OS. Luckily, I didn't lose any files. Now for the gameplay.
Not for the gameplay.
I was on a weak imitation of the World 3 level map. The water was none other than blood. Ravenous fish jumped out of the water, looks of primal hunger on their faces. There was something off about Mario's map representation that I noticed right away. Along with his raccoon tail, the blood whistle was now a permanent fixture through his body. His skin had dulled a little from its prior shade of gray, now more outwardly noticeable. His mustache now had dots of red clung to it as well. Without my or Mario's control, needless to say, I was moved to the first underwater stage. A cherry red tint absorbed the entire screen. This was to be expected as the water looked blood-ridden from the outside as well. I swam down to the left side of the level to get a fire mushroom. As soon as Mario got it and his outfit changed, he had an evil simper on his face. He looked at me and said, "Revenge, yes?" I confirmed his suspicions, and then we set off for the danger that lurked near. The fish cast malevolent gazes at Mario as he swam by, incinerating them. His normal, happy smile returned. So did mine. The annihilation of the carnivorous critters didn't last long before both Mario and I faced a hellish dilemma. There was a large fish with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Below him were two power-up blocks, one black-looking and one purple-looking. I assumed that these were supposed to mean red and blue. Obviously there was no progress from this point, without finding out what these blocks had in store. Mario's expression changed back into his gaunt appearance that he has had for the majority of the game. Knowing I had no other choice, I dauntingly hit the block that was black in appearance and left. 1 second. I'm gonna go get some water real quick.
It's, like, so important to remember that, like, the Mario sprite normally looks like this. He's not smiling or anything. You can't see his mouth. He just has a mustache.
Hold on, let me show this on stream. Also, I gotta be honest, I cannot stand Hello Neighbor. I fucking hate this game. I can't believe we've made, like, no progress in, like, an hour. Holy shit. I need to start bargaining.
You've got 8 minutes left.
Listen, I'm gonna play Secret Neighbor. There's no way I can beat the rest of Hello Neighbor in 8 minutes. But I need
He's gonna come to your house.
Alright, I'm back.
I need to, like... Do I need Sonic Forces?
To spare his blood whistle going on here.
Okay,
Alright.
You know what? Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do a poll in chat for this. If I beat the entirety of Sonic Forces tonight, can I just stop? Do I not have to beat Hello Neighbor? Alright, you have 1 minute to vote. If I beat Sonic Forces all tonight, am I allowed to never play Hello Neighbor ever again? I will play through the entire game of Sonic Forces. Keep in mind that I will still play Secret Neighbor, because I did not beat Hello Neighbor beforehand. But everybody, you need to put in your votes now. If I just beat the entirety of Sonic Forces, can I just not play Hello Neighbor again? Because if the vote is yes, then we just do that for the rest of the night, and then I never acknowledge Hello Neighbor again.
This is clearly affecting you in a terrible way.
It's like
Which-
like I don't want to have to play Hello Neighbor again. Some people voted no.
This is your blood whistle.
You guys are
This is your
fucked.
blood.
I need you all to know that, like, you guys are fucked for voting no. Whoever voted no, like, I want you all to put it in chat because you're all getting banned.
I voted yes. For what
Thank
it's
you.
worth.
I
Alright.
voted yes as well.
You're trying to keep it even? Okay, we're doing it again, but nobody can rig the vote. Because that's fucking stupid. Okay? New poll, you can't rig the vote. You thought it would be funny? You're
I mean,
demented.
it seems like without the
You're demented.
without the
Stop the count, literally.
extra vote, it would have been even.
Yeah. Yeah, wait. It's okay. The people are seeing my desperation now. See, all I had to do was act desperate because I am fucking desperate right now. I would love to not have to play Hello Neighbor anymore for the rest of my fucking life.
Would you rather play Hello Neighbor or Blood Whistle?
I would rather play Blood Whistle. I would love to see the Koopas, like, disembowel Mario and, like, show his organs or whatever. What if I start Sonic Forces and the neighbor is there? I will, like, literally, like, start crying. Okay, the people voted yes this time. First of all, thank you. Thank you so much. I never want to play this game ever again. I have to be so honest, this is like... This is a rare thing. It is so fucking rare for me to play a game on stream and have it be bad enough where I don't want to finish it. I beat Sonic and the Secret Rings on stream. That's a fucking horrible video game, and like twice as long as Hello Neighbor. I beat Sonic 06, which was nearly a 20-hour stream, because Sonic 06 is a way better game than Hello Neighbor. Sonic 06 is a video game. There are things that you can do in Sonic 06. When you, like, press the button, it affects the game. It feels like Hello Neighbor is like a psychological torture chamber that I have been trapped in. It's like nothing I do matters, and I can't figure out why, and it's driving me crazy. I keep, like, following these walkthroughs, but they don't make any sense to me. I feel like I'm going crazy. This game fucking sucks. This game is fucking horrible. This is like... I'm, like, thinking about it. I think I actually hate Hello Neighbor more than Fire Emblem Fates. Which, listen, that doesn't sound that bad. You know, Fire Emblem Fates, honestly, if you get past my own internal bias, Fire Emblem Fates is a perfectly serviceable video game. But you guys know, I spent a shit ton of money on that game, and it is the most disappointed I have ever been playing a video game that it instantly shot up to being, like, my least favorite. There is so much I could complain about in that game, and still, I think I would rather play, like, literally, I would rather do all 3 routes of Fire Emblem Fates in a row than play Hello Neighbor again. Like, I would rather play through a 40-hour JRPG that I don't like 3 times than play Hello Neighbor again. Fate stream? That happened. That actually did happen. There are Fate streams from 2021.
Was that long ago?
Yeah, it was a couple years ago.
I guess it's not that long ago, actually.
Yeah, I'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in my ear. I genuinely, after this stream, Hello Neighbor is the single worst game I've played on stream. Like, granted, there are some shitty video games that I have not played on stream. I mentioned some earlier. Hello Neighbor is, like, so fucking obtuse and, like, stupid, and the physics barely work. You run into a physics object, and you, like, accidentally, like, jump so far that it instantly kills you. Like, this game is, like... It's so bad. Like, there's no, like, cohesion, there's no, like, direction. Like, it'd be one thing if the game was kind of, like, a confusing puzzle game. The fact that it's also a shitty stealth game at the same time, it's too much. The fact that you have to, like, figure out all this shit while you're being chased down by a guy who at any point can respawn you back at the beginning is fucking crazy. If it was just one or the other, if it was a shitty puzzle game or a shitty stealth game, I guarantee you I would have no notes about Hello Neighbor. I would think nothing of it. Because you know what? A shitty stealth game, you could figure that out theoretically. You could probably very easily, like, once you figure out the AI patterns, you can probably get right past that and you'll be clean. A shitty puzzle game, you know, if you follow a walkthrough, it's pretty clear what you gotta do, and it makes sense. The fact that these two genres are intertwining in the worst way possible is making this game, like, so intently frustrating. This game fucking sucks. Alright? This game fucking sucks. It's, like, genuinely one of the worst games I have had the displeasure of playing, and now it's November, so... I have to play Secret Neighbor now.
Would you recommend this game to other people?
Yeah, no, it's pretty solid. I'd say I'd say if you're looking for something unique. But yeah, no, this game is fucking ass. This game sucks. Fuck this
Would
game.
you recommend bleeding out in a ditch to other people?
More than Hello Neighbor.
We recommend the blood whistle hack to other people.
Yeah. Well, to make good on my promise, since I did not beat this game before midnight, and I will never beat this game, I will buy Secret Neighbor. Hold on, I don't want to accidentally show my, like, credit card information on stream.
In the meantime, I'll go ahead and continue Blood Whistle.
Absolutely.
So where we last left off, the fish swam around from his position on top of us, or in top of us, began to tear off Mario's limbs. By this time, a group of fish had congregated around the entire scene. Their laughs were deep and short, registering as barks for the 8-bit sound processor. Mario's unable body wobbled as he bled out, spewing black across the red. When he finally died, the big fish began to laugh. After a couple of seconds, Mario's limbs regrew. With the blue block remaining, I hit it to get this all over with. Bubbles stopped coming from Mario's mouth. He cried for help, but that only made the problem worse. He sucked in tons of...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, hi YouTube. The stream has been dying for a hot minute. If you're wondering why it got so quiet. It is not, like, reconnecting me. It says I'm connected to the internet. It will not reconnect me, which is the crazy thing. I cannot believe that I bought Secret Neighbor and it, like, completely killed my stream. I cannot get reconnected. It's not happening. No matter what I do, it will not reconnect to the internet. Like, oh my god. I'm trying so hard, dude. I don't want that to be where the Halloween stream ends. Dude, what the fuck? You have to understand that there is no fucking way that me buying Secret Neighbor can be the end of this stream. This is fucked. How the fuck did my internet get so fucked up it will not turn back on? Like, is it down in the whole house? No, because my Switch has internet. No, it doesn't. I don't have internet at all. I bought Secret Neighbor and it took down everything. I haven't been able to reconnect for like 10 minutes. I've been sitting here in dead silence. I can't even imagine what the fuck the problem is. Troubleshoot problems, please. I would love to know. I'm playing Sonic Forces tonight. I don't give a fuck. It's just fixed. Are you crazy? Are you stupid? It's just fixed and then there's no internet? Chat, is this guy stupid? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try something crazy. Hold on. We are live on twitch.tv again. Hello, everyone.
Oh, shit.
You thought that the neighbor killed me. When I made that secret neighbor purchase, you thought that it was over. Well, guess what? I refuse to stand down and stop fighting for what I believe in. I refuse. I will not play any more Hello Neighbor ever again.
Yeah.
I'll play Secret Neighbor, but that's different. But I will not play any more of this shitty-ass game, and the only way to do that, is if we beat the entirety of Sonic Forces tonight. Which does not, like, granted, Sonic Forces is like a 3-hour game. So that doesn't sound like a lot. But you have to keep in mind, it's 12:30 in the morning. I'm already delirious. But I'm gonna fucking do it. Because I have to make a stand. Alright? Chat is counting on me. We had the poll. If I could beat Sonic Forces tonight, then I don't have to play Hello Neighbor ever again. Yeah, if I just hold R1, it should be okay. But I have to make a fucking stand. I don't want to play Hello Neighbor ever again in my life. I was, like, literally, normally on a night like this, if my internet, like, cut out there and I didn't make a promise like that, I would have been like, I don't give a shit. But for this, like, absolutely not. By the way, Ray, do you want to keep reading Blood Whistle? I think I'm just going to edit this VOD together to make it easier for YouTube viewers.
Yeah, I can finish reading. I'm like a little over halfway through.
I don't, like, YouTube doesn't need to know that Twitch crashed, even though they'll know from this, oh my god, Sonic Forces is so loud. Alright. Let me get my controller plugged in. And then we can truly invest ourselves in the Sonic Forces experience.
So I'll go ahead and start reading from the, which date was it? The June 10th edit. Because I don't remember where I was in it when the stream cut out. So,
Yeah.
Campus police gave me a visit today. Apparently one of you reported my comments related to suicide and claimed I was insane. As a result, I have eliminated all personal information from this blog. I located the person who reported me and banned him. I also have an IP tracker, so don't any of you try that. Speaking of followers, 50,000? I never expected this page to accumulate this many active viewers. Wherever this popularity or notoriety came from, I am grateful. Now for today's gameplay. After today, I'll be lucky to finish the game. Princess Toadstool's letter appeared after the previous screen from World 3 faded out. She was squirming and shifting around. Bowser's hand covered her mouth and nose, but it was easy to see the fear in her eyes. They darted left and right in stark, true fear. Bowser continued to have that sadistic smile on his face as he struggled with her. After about a minute and a half, Peach began to change. Her eyes grew an ominous red. Note that it uses red as like R-E-A-D here. As she pushed Bowser's arm away with inhuman strength. She cackled like a loon, blue veins bulging so noticeably that they were clearly visible through her white satin gloves. Bowser then began to cower in timidity. The text on the letter said only this. Blood whistle. Hear its cry. Peach. The letter scene was abruptly cut off and the World 4 level select map was brought into view. Goombas and Koopas of all sizes appeared, furious and hungry as ever. This addition made sense. This was a giant/tiny world. The shown enemies would be dimensioned as such. The normally green grass was withered and dead. Small patches of water were blood. Mario was still in the fireball fatigues that he donned in World 3. When compared to the other worlds, the map view for this one was vastly less disturbing. I would go as far as to call this tolerable. Mario moved towards 4-1 to whatever nightmarish scenario the stage had to offer. The stage had the usual kinks of any level in this game. The sky was black, which made the white clouds vibrantly depressed. A reversed version of the ground level once again played. The wood, as it had been before, was decaying and wasting away beneath Mario's feet. The pipes were faded and cracked in various places. All of the enemies still possessed the same carnivorous looks of their inter-game counterparts. There was oddly enough a startling abundance of them. Koopas and Goombas danced around in a ritualistic manner. Mario was visibly petrified as he tried to avoid them, my arrow keys keeping them inches away from his life. Amidst all of the din, there hovered a solitary power-up block. It was regular in appearance. Nothing was outwardly off about this, which greatly surprised me. Not knowing what horrid item it contained, I bumped it in blind vain. That maybe it could help me. You most likely infer from the intonation I made in the preceding paragraph that I was completely mistaken. What appeared next is what I dreaded. That damn whistle. It was sitting there, blood washing over it as it rose from the yellow square. It sat there almost beckoning my name. With the imposing enemies, I knew I had no other choice. I took the weapon from its place, fruitlessly hoping for the best, readily expecting the worst. The on-screen foes ceased all activity. Their faces returned to a neutral bank state. 5 minutes later, they stood in place.
Thanks.
Yeah. 5 minutes later, they stood in place like it's not moving a muscle. I jumped around and tried to kill them, but to no avail. It's almost as if they were frozen within the confines of time itself. As if specifically for them, all interstellar and physical continuity came to a careening halt. And they began to move. After the first couple that did it, I realized what was truly going on. This was a mass suicide. Most of them jumped in the nearest hole, but others performed incredible feats of acrobatics and medical possibility.
What?
One Koopa was bashing his head in on a pipe. Another Goomba jumped 6 or 7 times its own height, turned around in the air, and sent blood flying everywhere with a great splat.
Great.
Soon all of the enemies were dead. Their remains were spontaneously upchucked from the trench below. A grisly mixture of guts and gore littered the entire remainder of the level. Mario shuffled through the remains, horrified with tears streaming on his face throughout. Random deep, bassy tones played with nothing else to accompany. Realistic squishy sounds were emitted every time Mario took a step in the scattered carnage. He continued to cry for the duration of the level. The whistle faded into view and followed Mario a few inches above his head, like a pestilential virus. After he cleared it, of course, the whistle went straight through his chest as Mario was headed to World 5. The game has a habit of putting me where it needs me to be, so I closed the window without saving. Witnessing all of that death really racked my nerves. Sure, it might be a game. With the things this game has had to present me, I'm starting to lose my perception of reality. I'm starting to wonder to myself what is real and what is inside the computer. These two things are quickly fusing into one. The lines. They're blurring. Pretty soon the days will start fading together. By then I'll have lost all sense of reality. I hope to see you all tomorrow.
This game?
I don't know how much longer I can put up with this game. No, it's not a game. I couldn't tell you what this is.
This is exactly what Morgan said about Hello Neighbor.
Literally. This guy is just like me for real.
June 11th, 2012. Today being D-Day fits, because I'm fighting one hell of a war against this game.
You gotta be freaking kidding me. He can't say
And a
that.
losing one at that.
Oh my god.
At least there are no more mishaps with you all so far, which puts me at rest. As of today's gameplay, I fear for my own life. I feel as if something is coming after me, lurking, seeking me out as to make immediate my demise. Never before has anything like this ever happened. Never before has anything electronic made me truly afraid, truly scared. I most likely will get no sleep tonight. Nothing in particular occurred, it's just, you'll find out below. I was in the middle of the cloud portion of World 5. The Sky theme played, except it was drastically slow and demonic whispers were clearly audible. The whispers were almost the same as the ones I heard back in World 2. Mario was outfitted with the Tanuki suit, which naturally suited the environment. First time I said Tanuki instead of raccoon.
Also,
Yeah,
sorry, I got the
I was
Discord
noticing
stream
that
going.
earlier.
There's nothing there except two things, a red dot and a card game. The card game icon looks similar to its regular game clone, except the spades rolled across a red background instead of a blue one. Now, for whatever reason, I was allowed to choose which path to take. I chose to do the card game, hoping it would serve as some sort of reprieve from all the madness. That was not the right choice. Toad didn't explain the rules of the game like normal. Instead, I was plunged into the rolling slots. Beside the slots was a risky scenario. Toad was on a guillotine. He looked at the camera with timid, teary eyes. He also was vigorously shaking his head. He shook his hands in a futile effort to free himself from this appalling apparatus, but nothing came of it. The entire picture engulfed me so much I didn't even notice the slots. I cautiously pressed them, trying as best as I could to line them up given the sheer stress of the situation.
He didn't
I
even
failed.
notice the sluts.
I failed and had to pay the price. Or the personal price, mind you. The blade fell with breathtaking speed. Toad was beheaded right then and there.
Oh my
His head did a couple of spins in the air before landing in a conveniently placed nearby basket. Like, I love the description of Toad
What?
being executed in a guillotine like that isn't the funniest shit ever.
What the fuck?
So good.
The initial spins flayed blood across the white room. Blood filled the basket and filled it up, Toad's body spraying blood from the stump where his head used to be. Out of nowhere, the blood was looking
Blood.
down and struck his torso. The scene faded out and back to the map. I was moved to the only remaining destination in World 5. Silent lightning streaked across the licorice black sky. Gray clouds and Mario were the only other consistently visible things. As far as everything goes, silhouettes of winged demons flew and danced in the background. I tried turning into the stone structure the Tanuki suit is so famous for, but it failed. No music played. None at all. The demons would be heard whispering what sounded like a variety of languages. Spanish, German, and Latin were the most prevalent ones. A primal fear of the unknown gripped me as I blindly navigated the level. Judging by the look on Mario's face, it plagued him also. This stemmed from childhood, which made it all the worse. I I not only felt like Mario was in danger, I felt like my livelihood and well-being were in danger. At that moment, one of the demons swooped down.
And then a
I'd say the
skeleton
most
appeared!
accurate.
Slope down.
I would say the most accurate way to describe this creature would be a miniature Cthulhu. Its claws
of
plucked out
course.
Mario's eyes, making them profusely bleed.
This
He
is
unleashed it in
a
a
hack!
federal yet
This already
bone-chilling
exists! They stole this from Call of Cthulhu.
Super
After the
Mario
searing
Bros. 3
pain,
Call of
relent-
Cthulhu.
After the searing pain relented, Mario trudged on. His face was now void of any and all expression. It was because he knew as well as I did that he would be torn apart. Brutally and slowly, but it would happen. After a few more seconds, the second demon came.
Sometimes you just know you're gonna be torn apart.
It was identical in appearance to the first. It swooped down with grim black bat wings and did its portion of damage. After it was said and done, the thing had torn Mario's arms off. Mario stopped dead in his tracks. He sobbed loudly, knowing the worst was yet to come. I felt so sorry for him that the words escaped me. He continued with a morose look. His normal walk slowed to a shuffle. Not a few seconds after that, the final solitary specter came down. He did his work with one big slash. Mario was now without his legs, and his lump of a body sat there. He sadly wept in utter despair. He knew the end was near. He turned to me and choked out this. "I'm sorry you had to witness this. Everything."
Dude, wait, can we get some Zavox in chat real quick? Sorry, I said that
Oh,
right
shit,
after
Zavox?
Mario was getting medieval tortured.
Can we get Zavox in chat for Mario being tormented by demons?
Yeah!
Those were his last spoken words on World 5 before a gaggle of Hell's minions descended and tore apart what remained of him. His entrails were liberally exposed as they regurgitated in their cruel feast. When the dust cleared, a mere shell of him remained. All you could see of his open stomach were his open spine and back muscles. As I had predicted, the blood whistle came to transport him to whatever hellish situation it contemplated would be worse than the last. Consider it sheer luck if I make another post tomorrow. If I do, it may be my last.
Was it his last?
No. I had to get some water. June 12th, 2012. I'm starting to not care anymore. I am in the throes of such a severe depression it's all starting to fade away. Everything. School, friends, family. It's safe to say that this game is single-handedly ruining my life. Such sadness has never become me ever before in my life. My grandfather died when I was young, but that didn't close to equate what I'm feeling
Oh
now.
God.
He has more
direct-
empathy for Mario than his grandfather.
Yeah.
It's a direct result of the level that I played today, which I'll get into right now. World 6 appeared. Ice was everywhere. This is the one part that correlated to the unaltered version. Nothing else did. The ice was none other than frozen, realistic blood.
Yeah. Yes.
Crystallized pieces of crimson droplets bordered the ice blocks. Blood filled in the small pockets of water that were. Of course, there was only a solitary dot on the map. Mario entered it, and I knew that whatever was to pass, it would be tenfold of what had already happened. Pure sable white was the only thing that constituted the backdrop. Blocks of blood ice served as slippery ground. Mario slid along as I controlled him. He appeared happy. Overjoyed might be more accurate. Here he had nothing to deal with, just him and the open space. 5 minutes passed, then 10. All the way through, Mario was happy as I let him run around and fly. He had gained the raccoon tail. It seemed like he had all the time in the world. The clock ticked, and all seemed right in the game. Making my way through the level, I found out it had no end. Time, oddly enough, would turn out to be the ultimate enemy. At the 20-minute mark, a tempest began to pick up. A flurry of snow and wind ensnared Mario, and he now had begun to curl his tail. His teeth chattered and his body shook. He soon had to sit down. Mario and I soon figured out how the game planned to snuff him out this time, with ice and time. He sat and tried to heat himself. This, needless to say, was a less than feeble attempt. Nothing but the creepy bass beats from World 5 played. Mario's skin soon began to turn a light blue. Nevertheless, he still sat and brooded in the icy cold. It was then the utmost feeling of sadness had encapsulated me. I couldn't fathom my sympathy. I couldn't begin to describe how bad I felt the fact that his death was absolutely inevitable and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Just simply watch in shock and dejected awe. Frostbite soon took his hands. 10 minutes after that, World 6 Mario was no more. Just a frozen block of a man sitting there in the middle of an infinite winter wilderness. After the sadness came feelings of sheer loneliness.
Dude, wait, we should read Snow on Mount Silver, because literally, like, hearing this, I was like, this is literally just snow on Mount Silver.
Yeah. I felt abandoned and alone, just like Mario sitting in the middle of that ice field. I felt as if no one would save me from the torture of this game. The blood whistle came down and made a chunk sound as it impaled his chest, taking him to the next level of hell. I closed the emulator window like always and ended this self-subjected torture. I will bring myself to play this game tomorrow, but mark my words, I'll play the last tomorrow, and then this blog will hopefully live on in my memory, so my tribulation can be seen by the world. Be here. Same time, same place. June 13th, 2012. It is ironic indeed that today is June the 13th. The unlucky number, the unlucky day. I suppose today isn't completely horrible. Today is the last day I had to play this wretched game. This horrifyingly absurd remake of what I used to see as a wonderful game will soon be out of my life, along with everything else. With this being the last post, I suppose I can finally be honest about my true intentions ever since I finished World 2. I'm going to take my own life. This game has caused me sorrow on such an ineffable level that there is no other option. Life will never be the same.
Okay,
Mom and
listen. This guy has been on my wavelength up until this point. I don't think Hello Neighbor drove me that crazy.
Yeah. Michael and Kelsey, you guys be good. Listen to Mom and Dad. They have a lot of valuable lessons to teach you. Lessons that I learned but can now never apply again. Now for what you 75,000 followers read this post for. The rest of the game. Hell itself is what the game brought me to. I suppose this was intended to convey World 8. No, not hell. Worse than hell. Bodies were chained up in the background enduring a myriad of tortures. The only pain wasn't strictly felt from injuries, though. The coughs, dying, wheezes, and vomiting in the background reeked of pestilence and suffering. Fires emblazoned certain people as well. The flames had an actual burning quality to them, not like regular 8-bit fire. Flesh, eyes, and other internal organs and tissue constituted the walls and ground. If the hell I'm certainly going to exist, I think it looks something like this. Mario stood before a possessed Princess Toadstool. Her dress was ripped in several places and splattered with blood. Her eyes gleamed red, the flames casting an evilly maniacal allure to her appearance. Bowser and his 6 sons were tied to wooden poles with terrified looks on their faces. Wendy, for some reason, didn't appear anywhere in this game.
Oh my god.
In one hand, Peach brandished a sizable dagger, and the other, the blood whistle. She walked over to Bowser and looked him in the eyes. Technical limitations slightly hindered the interpretation of what events passed, but it was easy enough to understand what was going on. Through his gag, Bowser pleaded with her not to harm him. She brought the knife close to him and he froze up. He was obviously paralyzed with fear. Her mouth got close to his ear and text rolled along the bottom of the screen, conveying the text of what played out given the sound limitations. Here's what enabled Mario to speak in the past. Shh, she whispered. Bowser's inner spilled onto the floor in a great heap. He let out a monstrous 8-bit roar of pain as this happened. Peach laughed, her red eyes reflecting whatever evil had possessed her. The princess proceeded to eviscerate all 6 of his other sons. Why do you keep calling them his sons? No one calls them that.
Wendy isn't there just so that he can keep saying Bowser's sons.
Let's see. Mario did nothing but look on in horror as his mortal enemies were torn apart by a woman he once loved very much. His face soon contorted into one of loathing. He come all this way to find out the very girl he wished to save had been taken over by an extraterrestrial evil. An evil that would
There's
not only
aliens
haunt
in this
Mario-
now?
I guess.
First they had Cthulhu, then now there's aliens.
Oh my
This is like the
God.
longest creepypasta ever,
Yeah,
also.
I did not realize it was this long when I started it.
I'm at level 8 of 30 already. I mean, that's also Sonic Forces not being that long, but that's beside the point.
The sort of evil that doesn't go away when you turn off the game. The kind of dark force that follows you to your bed chambers and steals your soul. Princess Toast will pause for a couple of seconds, and then came at Mario with a knife. Hey there, Mario. She said as she told with the knife. They got a little sharp with me as I pushed them over the edge. I tried to move Mario, but nothing happened. He stood there afraid of what she would do. She brutally slashed open his arms, legs, and abdomen. Shortly thereafter, the princess produced some salt from her billowing dress and sprinkled it all over him. He screamed again, unmoving. The Princess Peach that you used to know is long gone. The power of the blood whistle that consumed that girl and made way for me. Speaking of which, she continued as she produced the blood whistle. Here it is. Hear its cry. With a mocking kiss on the cheek, she began to play Mario the perverse song of the blood whistle. Its notes rotted away the lad's reserve of good in me.
This is the second creepypasta that mentions the evil being perverted.
He was heaved by an invisible force into the flames. He cried out as they consumed him. Peach chucked the whistle, making it strike him directly in the heart. He continued to wallow in utter anguish as she walked away. As she left, he looked into my eyes and bore me this parting message via the text at the bottom of the screen. Do not let your life be as painful as mine was. I do not hold reservations against you, as you tried your best to keep me alive. I commend you for that. Goodbye, Bradley, and good luck. The tune of the blood whistle continued to play as the screen panned out of Mario's hell. How he knew my name as Bradley continues to befuddle me. How could he have such depth, such personality? I don't know if this is a result of the game being as haunted as it truly is, or the fact that someone could have been captured inside of this ROM. Whatever the reason of this, of everything that has come to pass this abomination, I'm glad I'm finally done. I have made all of my goodbyes at the beginning of this post. I hope one of you takes the time to save this blog, or at the very least to show the world the true hell I have put myself through. I sure hope the demented creator of this game isn't festering in the same hell I'm headed for. Goodbye, everyone.
This is a real story, yeah.
Yeah, this is real.
You know,
This blog was the last recorded statement of Bradley before his death. His roommate discovered him 4 hours after he has made the post. Bradley committed suicide using a recorder that he plunged through his trachea.
Oh my god.
And that's finally the fucking end.
You know what the most unrealistic part of this entire story is?
What?
The fact that I'm supposed to believe that this blog had 75,000 viewers in a week. Come on. I don't believe that for a second.
Like, I gotta be real, it was definitely long enough to overstay the welcome of how funny it was, but still so funny that, like, he's describing this abject horror of seeing, like, a gory Mario sprite animation, basically.
Yeah, it's like I was saying when the stream was down, like at World 1, it's like all that had happened was just there was like a bloody Toad spray, and he immediately went to, yeah, I'm gonna kill myself at the end of this.
God. It's like the most, like, it's like such shitty shock value.
Yeah.
Like, I was suddenly starting to feel like it could be like a parody of most video game creepypastas, which, if it was really fucking good,
Yeah.
It's too long. There's a certain
too
point where
long.
it like delves from parody to just being real. If this was like a parody, it's too long.
yeah.
You can't claim parody when it's like longer than like 90% of all creepypastas. It's crazy. I like got all the way up to the first infinite fight. I'm about to beat him, by the way.
That was an infinite creepypasta.
It really was. Okay. Are one of you able to read Snow on Mount Silver? I remember that one being alright.
Sure, I'll take it.
I'm probably gonna have to go now.
Understandable.
Oh, okay.
You were gonna gift Secret Neighbor to me? No, it's okay, Will. I wouldn't... Listen, you've spent enough money on Hello Neighbor. It's my turn.
I'm gonna grab a snack before reading this.
Alright.
I'm gonna go ahead and head out. Thanks for having me on the stream.
Thank you for
Right.
joining us.
Yeah, good night.
I'll leave you to Sonic for just a little bit.
Alright. Yeah, we're like 30 minutes into the Sonic Forces part, and I'm already on stage 10. Yeah, we're gonna beat this entire game tonight. I forgot that, like I'm, like, really good at Sonic Forces. Not that it's, like, a particularly hard game to begin with, but I'm, like, good at it. I'm, like, any part of Forces that's, like, a little bullshit, I'm, like, fine with. Like, I know it already. Although, drop dashing this much with classic Sonic is, like, very risky. There are definitely parts that punish you for it, but, I don't care. Like, this part. This part punishes you for doing the drop dash, but I refuse to stand down. I hope you guys have been enjoying this Halloween stream and how off the rails it has gone. This is a better bit than playing more Hello Neighbor. Like, genuinely, Hello Neighbor is the shittiest game I've played on stream, and it's not even close. I actually think there is no game that has made me more upset playing it on stream than Hello Neighbor. And I played some fucking shit. I remember when I did the first charity stream, like, the whole point of that was me playing a bunch of garbage games. I would rather play all of those again, probably. Yeah, you missed the neighboring Cathador. We had a poll in chat that said, if I just beat all of Sonic Forces tonight, can I never play Hello Neighbor again? And, it was voted yes. People granted me mercy. Although not after the first vote was rigged. Somebody rigged... Mod Morgan rigged the first vote, and it was really upsetting. I was really upset. Yeah, sayonara, neighbor. I'm never playing that shit again. Like, here's the thing that's already, like, a disconnect for me with Hello Neighbor. I have made this very clear on stream before. I don't like mascot horror. Like, Mascot Madness and, like, the Sonic.exe stream, mascot horror I don't like. I think, like, most mascot horror is, like, very subpar and mediocre. Like, literally the best you're getting is, like, Five Nights at Freddy's, and I don't give a shit about Five Nights at Freddy's at all. But it's like, what the fuck else are you gonna play? Are you gonna play Garden of Banban? Are you gonna play fucking Bendy? Are you gonna play Hello Neighbor? God, no. God, no. Like, the fucking... The playing field for mascot horror is so bad. I think, like, genuinely, I don't like to make sweeping judgments of entire genres, because I don't think that's fair. But I have yet to play, like, a single mascot horror game that has, like, cemented, like, the entire genre as anything other than, like, easy, like, YouTube engagement farm, like, bullshit. Like, I just gotta be so real on that. Every single, like, mascot horror game feels like easy, shitty YouTuber engagement bait. You get built by gamers to do, like, a backrooms bit. And, like, I know that's not fair to say. I know that's not fair to say of an entire genre. So, like, I'm not gonna say that, like, 100% definitively all mascot horror is shit. Because that's not fair. That's not right. I'm just gonna say, personally, I have not played a single mascot horror game that has made me, like, think the genre is, like, worth my time. It may be worth your time. You maybe have played some of these mascot horror games and thought these are pretty cool. It has not happened to me, and I don't think it ever will. And you know what? That's fine. But please, after we play Secret Neighbor, I am never playing another mascot horror game. I'm not playing Garden of Banban. I'm not playing, like, Poppy's Playtime. We're done. No Baldi. No Jumbo Josh. It's done.
You should play Hi Diddly Ho Neighborino.
True. No Hello Neighbor 2? No, I can't do it. Thinking about playing Hello Neighbor 2 makes me, like, want to throw up. I can't do it. I can't do it. But I am playing Secret Neighbor. That will be the last Neighbor thing I ever do on stream.
You should play Stupid Neighbor.
What about Choo Choo Charles? I'm not playing Choo Choo Charles either. It's not happening. This is my happy place. Playing Sonic Forces on stream, this is understandable to me. This, like, makes sense. This is what a video game is. And, like, is it the best thing ever? No. But it's, like, understandable.
But
it makes sense to me. I'm playing it. I'm doing buttons. And I'm making
things
progress.
That are happening.
Yeah.
Like watching you just struggle through Hello Neighbor, I'm just like, there isn't even, like, any feedback happening. There's a guy.
Yeah.
That's it.
I will take your word for it, Will, because if I ever have to play Hello Neighbor 2 in my life, like, I'm going to, like, have, like, I'm gonna, like, start bleeding in my eyes like a creepypasta. I'm gonna go full Sonic.exe mode. I cannot do it anymore. Alright? Super cool gaming era. It's done. It's finished. No mascot horror. No more Fortnite! No more cards! Yo, wait. Friday Night Funkin', though? Friday Night Funkin' could happen. No, that's not true. I would actually... Like, here's the thing. Actually, I said that. Here's the thing. I would actually play Hello Neighbor 2 faster than I would play Friday Night Funkin'. Dude, you could not fucking pay me any amount of money to play Friday Night Funkin'.
Like, my father is...
Like, you could probably pay me, like, an exorbitant amount of money to play Hello Neighbor 2. You could not fucking pay me to play Friday Night Funkin'. It's not happening.
What about Friday Night at Freddy... Funk...
Yeah?
Do you have a link to Snow on Mount Silver?
Oh, I don't. Is it not on, like, the Pokepasta wiki?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Let me check. Whoops, I accidentally closed your stream instead. That's awesome.
Can we play FNAF co-op on Roblox? Definitely sooner than I would play Friday Night Funkin'. Like, I probably still wouldn't want to play Five Nights at Freddy's on Roblox, but I would probably do that before Friday Night Funkin'.
This has a decent length to it, probably not, I mean, not as long as Blood Mario, whatever the Blood Whistle. Okay. So, hold on. And again, this is another one that okay. Ghost Black I had heard of, but I don't think I'd read all the way through. This one I have not heard of, so.
Mm-hmm.
So, my brother and I, we kind of grew up on Pokemon. Around here, a lot of kids did. It worked out perfectly for us too. Every time a new gen came out, one of us would get one version, one of us would get the other. Since our mom liked to spoil us a bit, we both got the third one. This is going to sound, at first, like a bittersweet story about two siblings who grow up with a couple of games that eventually take them down two different roads. Well, it's a little more than that.
If
Years rolled
you
by.
delve deeper. Also, while I'm interrupting, I will play Exerd on Wii U. That will happen. I will definitely.
Oh my god.
You just gotta
Yes.
sign the petition, guys. What say you? Honestly, what say you?
Wait, Exert on Wii U. Is there something particularly fucked up about that one, or?
Okay, so this is a funny story. This is the new creepypasta. Well, it's not a creepypasta, but, Arxis, like, put out a tweet, like, many years ago, during the Wii U era, that was like, a fan started a petition to get Guilty Gear Xrd on Wii U. What say you? And they linked the petition, and then they never put Xrd on Wii U. Like, they were clearly aware of it, they were clearly aware there was some demand for it, they just never did it. Because the Wii U fucking flopped.
It's bizarre that they like acknowledged and pushed the petition, but
It didn't get enough signatures, clearly.
I know one of the Guilty Gears was on Wii regular and
I
had motion controls.
Yeah, I think Faye said the one, it's Accent Core, I think.
Yeah.
I wish I liked that.
Yeah, and like it, I remember seeing it. It also has charge moves on motion controls, so you can do instant charge, which allows for some combos completely unique to that version.
Mm-hmm.
On, like on Leo and stuff. Yeah.
One last thing I'll say
it's kind of fucked up.
before we start reading again, one last thing I'll say is, like, listening to that song in the classic Sonic stage, it's, like, almost a good song. I just wish that this game had, like, better instrumentation for the classic Sonic songs, because they're all almost something. They're all almost good, but, like, the instruments that they use fucking suck. Alright.
Okay. The years rolled by. We kept collecting. Game Boys got old, we replaced them. Cartridges finally gave out. We picked up new copies. But we started down two completely different roads before Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald came out. So you collected two games? See,
Well, they also collected Hey You Pikachu and, like, random shit like that,
Oh, sure,
probably.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know.
Dude, I had that game. That was cool.
I should play Hey You Pikachu on stream. I need to, like, play Hey You
don't-
Pikachu to determine if it's better or worse than Hello
I'm not-
Neighbor.
Does emulation for it work?
I don't know.
So I know some stuff that relies on peripherals it doesn't. Like I tried to emulate the Pokemon typing adventure game once, and there is absolutely no way to get it to work.
Mm-hmm. That's so sad.
Yeah. Because it's like looking for the DS keyboard peripheral that came with it, and you can't just no one's like programmed a thing that just detects your computer keyboard.
Oh fuck, I died. Sorry, I'm trying to take my meds because it's 1 in the morning and I haven't taken them yet.
Oh shit, I should also do that at some point. I can read this first. It's only 10 for me. Anyway. Started down two completely different roads before Ruby Sapphire Emerald came out. See, around then, my brother got a Game Shark. We had heard all the hacks and cheats you could do with them, even if we were kind of late to the party, and they sounded awfully cool. Our first guinea pig cartridge was my brother's old blue version. We just dicked around with it a little bit, nothing major. But whatever we did fucked the cartridge up. After just a couple code entries, it glitched out completely and became unplayable. Naturally, we were upset at first. My brother mourned the loss of his hours of work. I was sympathetic. I told him, it's okay, we can replace it, I guess. Stupid shark was a waste of money. So mean.
I mean,
But
to be fair, it did fuck up his cartridge.
Yeah. Stupid shark was a waste of money. But here, our paths finally differed. After seeing the mess it turned Blue version into, I had become opposed to the idea of hacking or cheating any of my games. What can I say? I'm a chick. I feel feelings for the little pixar critters. Okay.
You have to be a girl to have empathy for little Pokemon's creatures. Alright, it's a girl thing. You wouldn't understand.
At least with that Game Shark. But my brother had taken his game's destruction as a personal challenge or something. Don't think he ever played a game after that which wasn't hacked somehow. Yeah, we played a shit ton of Pokemon, man. But for us, there wasn't really much else to do. We live way out in the country without many other kids, and the farmers didn't want us on their property, so we played Pokemon out on the lawn just about all day, every day. Pretty awesome to us, at least. We lost the Game Shark when our rooms got moved around. A new addition was built onto our house, and it disappeared in the mess of shit that got stuffed into the new closet. Our SE arrived, and after playing through them once, we were both in agreement that they were definitely lacking in comparison to the last gen. Not again!
This is how every Pokemon creepypasta is. It's like, I didn't like the new one, so I went back to play the old one instead. You guys don't understand. Like I said it earlier, and we had like a whole discussion about it. This is how Pokemon fans have literally always been. And if you're the kind of person who's like upset about like the current state of Pokemon, you are not the first, you will not be the last.
No, absolutely, yeah.
It's gonna keep going in a cycle. The Scarlet and Violet kids are gonna hate Generation 12.
Right.
It's so funny that it always shows up.
Yeah. Definitely lacking in comparison to last gen. We both tried another honest playthrough, and though we managed to finish, it left us both yearning for some good old-fashioned nostalgia. Where were our old GSC cartridges, though? It took us probably a month to dig through the boxes we'd been too lazy to open up before, but we finally found one full of a shitload of our old electronics. My old purple Game Boy Color still worked, his red one could no longer hold batteries in place. Both our GBAs were fine, though, along with our snake lights and link cables. That one with the nifty little connector in the middle that I had always wrapped up oh so carefully to avoid fraying the wires and condemning it to the trash like our last cable. We both grabbed up everything we could. It was so nice to have Yellow, which had been my first and most cherished game of any series and not just Pokemon, and Red and Gold back. We went through the motions of checking our old files, taking in all the old memories, and eventually we figured the Gen 1 stuff was just too nostalgic to get rid of. I restarted Gold, he restarted Silver. Immediately, he snatched the Game Shark out of the box and slipped it into the back of his GBA. I just shook my head at him. I remembered what I said to him. That thing will kill your game, you know. He'd never liked me preaching to him about abusing pixels. I shut my mouth after that. But it had put him off. Playing with me. I guess it was just one time too many or something. I ought to know to keep my thoughts to myself, really. It was a couple of days later that it happened. I was out on the porch, Game Boy in hand, just about to go to the Elite Four, when I realized I needed a little help. My team was ill-balanced thanks to my playing through for leisure, and at the time, I was no great trainer that could pull off gimmick runs. I knew that my brother had been 2 badges ahead of me when we last checked in with one another, so I was hoping maybe he'd let me borrow a Pokemon or two, just for this run-through. Now the thing is, that I'd spent the last 24 hours at a friend's place. I'd literally come home, dumped my bag in my room, crept out into the sun with my GBA to play. I had no idea what he'd been up to. For all I knew, he was done with the game and onto a new one, which I figured was all the better for me, since he wouldn't need those Pokemon. I had a better chance of nicking a few. So I got up and went into the house, and when I was crossing the living room, I noticed all his Pokemon games lying on the floor. Some of the cartridges had been mangled, like they'd been hacked at with something sharp. Even his old blue version, long ago dead and too sentimental to throw away, was lying, with the plastic cut ragged, split almost halfway up one side, completely unusable anymore, even if it would have worked. I was a little scared. This had to have happened this morning, otherwise our mum would have seen and they wouldn't be lying on the carpet. Tucking my GBA into my pocket, I crept over into his room and found the door unlocked. Somehow, that was even more concerning. I walked in and found my brother sitting on the edge of his bed. GBA was in pieces on the floor at his feet, smashed to bits. Next to him on the bed were a hammer and our mother's gardening scissors. His face was paler than I'd ever seen it, whiter than the time we'd gone corning, and the old guy up the street, legally blind and a raving nutcase, had come and chased us into the trees with a shotgun. It was now I also noticed the Game Shark on the ground, and a silver cartridge corner poking from under his bed. Somehow they had been spared the wrath of the hammer. Are you okay? I asked. I remember the chills that ran through me. Seeing him like this was horrifying. I remember him rasping, and the way his voice rattled made my knees weak. Oh God, white everywhere, and then black. I remember running over and hugging him, and I remember his limp arm fell and brushed the Game Boy in my pocket, and his sudden scream right in my ear, making me jump and bite my tongue by accident. He ripped the handheld from my pocket and hurled it at the far wall. I cried out at the dent in the plastic system made there, running over to collect it. The screen had gone dark, and though I feared the worst when I flicked the switch, it powered up normally. I waited there in the corner, trying to pretend the GBA mattered enough not to go and run for our mom. The volume was on. The Pokemon theme started up, and he screamed again, picking up the hammer. This time I screamed too, and ran from the room with my GBA clutched to my chest like a shield. He ended up in the psych ward of the hospital for 2 days. When I went to visit him, I left my GBA at home. No one could figure out what had set off this strange, manic behavior. There was some talk that I didn't understand about the time, about some kind of disorder he may or may not have had. But even though Mom and I had collected and brought up all the cartridges to be looked at, Mom's idea, not mine, no one had even thought to tie it back to the game. Maybe that was my fault. I hadn't said a word about what had happened when he had accidentally touched my Game Boy, or the blind white terror that he'd been thrown into when the music had started. On my last visit to the hospital before school on the second day, I was left alone in the room with him, while Mum had some private talk with the doctor about precautions to take should this happen again. I sat in a chair, next to the bed, where he was staring at the ceiling. But then suddenly he sat up, making me flinch. "Hey," he told me. "Angie, go into my room when you get home." I didn't understand what he meant. Then I remembered the things we hadn't packed up and brought in. The game and the hacking tool under his bed. Get rid of them. I don't want to play with them ever again. His voice was so weary and desperate. He sounded like an old man on his deathbed. My poor, damaged little brother. How could I refuse? Promise you'll get rid of them. Okay, I promise.
My damaged little brother.
My damaged little brother. I was carted off to school late, and through the whole day, I had only my promise to him in my head. I didn't know it at the time, but this would be the last time I could ever play the big sister role and help him out. I just had to get home and get rid of that game. But as the day went on, a sick curiosity started to go through in my own head. What could possibly have happened to that game that scared him so badly? I was scared myself, but I just had to know. I had to. I got home and went right to his room, bent on uncovering whatever horror was waiting for me. Mom had since vacuumed the room, and the cartridge and Game Shark were no longer visible. I got down, crawled half under the bed, feeling timid, but holding on to the promise I made as my badge of courage. Under the bed, there was enough dust to make me cough. Enough old Legos and various other toys that I couldn't set my elbow down without it landing on something. But finally I saw both objects. They'd been shoved to the corner, on top of a notebook that looked too new to have been down here long. Unthinking, I grabbed the corner of the paper and dragged out everything with me. Still wheezing from the dust, allergies and all. They looked so innocent, simple toys, and a simple spiral-bound bunch of papers. When I set Silver Version and the Game Shark on the floor, I took a closer look at the notebook. On it were scrawled at least 20 different cheat codes, but one had been scratched out with Sharpies over where it had been initially drawn in with pen. This was confusing. He had really tried to erase it out. The marker had been pressed to the paper so hard that ink soaked through most of the pages behind it, almost 2/3 of the way to the cardstock bag cover. But the pen has a way of sticking around. I picked up the notebook and tilted it backward into the light, and the reflective surface of the Sharpie revealed the indents that had been left where he'd written. The code was an unintelligible mess of letters and numbers, but the words next to it confused me. Easter egg. Snow on Mount Silver. I remembered what he had said when I'd found him. He'd been raving about white, and then black. Could he mean snow? Even though it was only August and the temperature was still climbing to 90 degrees every day, a chill ran down my spine. What does that have to do with...
How did they, like, already figure that out? How did they know this would be related to snow? If I just heard that, like, out of context, like, those are just colors.
No. She already saw in the notebook, Easter egg, snow on Mount Silver.
Oh, okay. Wait, I wasn't paying attention enough. Sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. I was getting invested in Sonic Forces and how I like playing this game.
That's the downside of you going away from Hello Neighbors, now that you're playing a game that isn't complete garbage.
I think this is, like, an important, like, me playing Sonic Forces directly after, like, Hello Neighbor is, like, important, because I need you guys to know that anybody who says this game is, like, the worst shit ever is, like, they haven't seen anything. Alright, Sonic Forces is, like, mid, okay? Which is fine. But anybody who thinks this is, like, the worst Sonic game ever is crazy. It's not even the worst Sonic game of that decade. Anyways, go on.
I picked everything up and brought it to my room, and laid it out on the carpet in front of me, with my own GBA next to it. For a long time I just stared down at it, and the longer I looked, the more... For a long time I just stared down at it, and the longer I looked, the more maniacal Lugia's face became on the sticker. Like some kind of twisted grin. Like it was daring me to find out what happened to my brother. I was a 14-year-old kid. Did I really want to tempt fate and risk ending up like him? I glared down at Lugia for a while longer. I had to see. I slid gold out of my GBA and sucked silver into its place. It took me almost 15 minutes to compose myself and turn it on. It started up normally. I left the sound on low, too afraid of what I might hear to keep it up the full way, and too curious to turn it the whole way off. The title screen was normal too, Lugia again, but somehow menacing despite my common sense telling me it was the exact same picture as every other time I had started up the game. How bad could this be? I asked myself. His notes said Easter egg. Didn't that mean that was coding already in the game? The menu came up. Still absolutely normal. His character was Blake, with a mostly filled Pokédex. But the time was odd. 999.99. I knew he couldn't have been playing that long. I'd barely logged 50 hours into my own game, and I was at the Elite Four, and I was playing slowly. Probably the result of hacking fucking up his file, I thought. Well, whatever then. The game started up, and the first thing I noticed was the prolonged black screen. It took almost a minute for anything to change, and there was no sound at all. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing up already, but it was too late to turn back. Finally, a very dim sort of map came onto the screen, but it looked like static. What was going on? I squinted down and realized with a fearsome pang that it was actually the Mount Silver map, but what I thought was static was heavily falling snow. So this is where he had last saved his game. I checked his party. Very normal team for someone who'd been using a Game Shark. Inflosion, Alligator, Meganium, Pidgeot, Tyranitar, Lugia. All level 100 with modded moves. Typical for him. Something about the sprites was strange, though. They seemed sullen, in a way. Their colors seemed washed out, and their expressions lacked the usual vigor that they normally had. I chalked this up to missing pixels or something, also due to the hacking. The map
If
had
anything
brightened up.
happens in this, the creator is like, damn, this shit has been hacked as fuck.
Due to the hacking. The map had brightened up with just a smidgen. The map had brightened up just a smidgen when I closed out of the start menu. Instead, snow was somehow falling very heavily. Pixels danced across the screen so fast it was hard to see the little sprite that was my brother's character. Something was off about him, too. When I checked the information, it was the same as the Pokemon sprites. The colors were dull. In fact, now that I thought about it, he almost looked frostbitten. My stomach tightened, and I turned and tried to move back down the mountain. As I hit the bottom of the screen, words popped up, and there was finally a sound. My sprite hitting an invisible wall. I can't turn back now, 8 quotes. That was unsettling. I went into my Pokemon, and tried to use my Pidgeot's fly ability. I can't fly in this, obviously referring to the snow. Fuck this, I thought. Going to the bag, there was an escape rope. I tried using it. I can't go back anymore. What was going on? Once again, I tried to walk back down the mountain, and to my horror, the words changed with every attempt. I can't run away. I can't go back now. I can never go back. This last one sent a frigid feeling through my heart. There was no way down the mountain.
like snow!
Like snow! There was no way down the mountain. I had to climb. Turning the little sprite around, I moved him forward. No resistance at all, though my walking speed was oddly slow. What was truly weird was the lack of grass, of trainers, anything at all but that white snow, which still blew across the screen and made it almost impossible to see. As I moved further up the mountain, his walking speed became slower and slower. The static curtain of pixels grew thicker, so that I could barely make out the features of the map. But it seemed like the only way to move was straight ahead anyway. I reached what looked like a set of stairs at the very top edge of the screen. I didn't remember this being there before, so I tried to move up. The little sprite paused. I'm cold. By now, even I was getting goosebumps. His walking speed had become painfully slow, as if he was being impeded. Up the little staircase. More text on screen. Meganium has died. What the fuck? I thought. Pokemon don't die in these games. I checked my party, and was frightened and confused by what I saw. Meganium's sprite had been replaced by a red X. All of my other Pokemon sported varying degrees of damage, though I hadn't battled once. I went into my bag and found a single revive, and tried to use it. It's too late, it said. What kind of Easter egg was this? There wasn't much else I could do. Trying to turn around yielded the same message as before, so I kept moving. Pidgeot has died. I checked again. Sure enough, there was a little red X. This time I selected it and looked at the Pokemon itself, trying to figure out what was wrong. I wished I hadn't. The sprite was mangled. Pieces of it were missing. What was left was splotched with a sickish blue-gray color, and its eyes were a solid black pit. I flipped down to Meganium. Same deal. Leg missing, a chunk of its neck, most of its head, save that pitch-black dead eye. Morbid curiosity urged me onward, and the path never deviated from the straight upward road I'd traveled the entire time. Along the way, every now and then, another party Pokemon would die, and an examination of its sprite would show it was in the same condition as the others, until all that was left was Typhlosion. One more staircase was up ahead. I climbed it, braced for whatever horror awaited me. I hit the summit. It was deserted. Red was nowhere to be found. The snow had stopped falling. In the very center of the map was something sticking out of the snow. It looked like a Pokeball. Okay, maybe all this creepy shit led up to some climactic final battle using whatever was in there. If I picked it up, maybe Red would come out of hiding. I walked over and examined it. There was a burst of static noise from my game that made me jump. What appeared on the screen was a battle animation. My trainer sprite appearing, his skin tinged blue, against another mangled Pokemon sprite. It was Celebi. Water.
In the center of that black hole that was its eye, a single red dot burned out like an ember. The thing looked rotted. I didn't even throw out my mostly dead Typhlosion before it had moved. Celebi used Perish Song. A screech came out of my GBA, and I almost dropped it as the screen went white. A part of me was relieved, thinking my final Pokemon had been KO'd and I would be transported to a Pokemon Center. But I was wrong. My sprite reappeared in what looked like a cave. Was now inside the mountain? I checked my trainer card and felt sick. The sprite was just as mauled as the Pokemon had been. A leg gone, a single eye remaining, pitch black and so sad looking. Tears welled up at the corner. And every color on him was replaced with those 6 shades of frosty blue and gray. Every stat on the card was reduced to 0, except the time, which still read 999.99. I quickly moved back to the map. His sprite there mimicked the horror it had become on the trainer card. Pieces were missing. Everything was discolored. I started trying to walk, and at first I received a message. It's so cold. There was only one direction to go, upward. I moved on, and every now and then would be stopped by a message that made my heart sink lower and lower. Mother, it feels so cold. I can't go on. The walls, as I walked, became darker and darker until they were pitch black at the end. There was an exit there, marked only by a white outline. I had no other choice but to go through it. It opened into a chamber that was also solid white. The only way to distinguish the walls was a thin gray line that marked them as separate from the floor. Against the far wall there was another sprite. Red sprite. Intact. I'd come this far. I had to finish this. I walked right up to him and hit A. ... A battle started. The red sprite had none of the deformities that marred my own. Colors were the same blues and grays, but he was intact. He just looked extremely sad. His first Pokemon came out, Venusaur. It was just like my own had been, but with level 0 with a speck of health. I sent out Typhlosion, who had just 6 hit points left. No Pokemon made a sound when they were brought to battle. Venusaur used Struggle. There was no animation, just a single point of damage done to Typhlosion, and then the opposing sprite dropped off the screen. Venusaur has died. There was no text asking me to switch out. Instead, there was just what I took to be dialogue from Red. ... His next Pokemon was Blastoise, even more mangled than Venusaur had been. It too struggled and died. After each round, there was that ominous ... from their trainer. Every sprite was more damaged than the last. His Espeon was barely distinguishable as a Pokemon. I realized somewhere that I was sending them out all out of order, which saved one Pokemon for last. Pikachu came out, and it was grotesque. It too was discolored like it was frostbitten. It was missing an ear, half its body and tail. Its head was mostly intact, but its eyes were much larger than they should have been, and glared out at me, like pitch-black windows into hell. But the thing that got me the most was the giant smile that extended almost all the way to the edges of its head. Its health was somehow at 0, or at least looked that way. My hands were shaking. I didn't get a chance to attack. Pikachu used Pain Split. Pikachu has died! Typhlosion has died! It cut back to the image of Red Sprite, and now it looked like mine, with his body so butchered it looked like a carcass stripped of most of its meat. Except it had those same soulless, deranged eyes as Pikachu. I finally understood what happened. They were dead. They were dead, and this sub-level of the mountain was the hell that they now existed in. Red finally spoke. It's over. The screen flashed black and white for a moment. Blank used Destiny Bond. A horrible, hideous screeching started to issue from my GBA. The screen went white and it shrieked at me, and I threw it to the floor and pressed my back against the bed. The horrible noise continued for several long moments while the screen stayed white, then went black. There was silence. It took me a long few moments, but I eventually stood up. I took the Game Shark, I took the notebook, I took that fucking possessed game. I picked them all up and carried them to the garbage can we had already set out for morning pickup. at the end of our long, winding driveway, and I threw them in. When I got back to the house, I don't know what made me do it, but I picked up yellow version and inserted it into my Game Boy. I think a part of me was determined to make sure I hadn't somehow been tainted as well. The music started up. The game played. I turned to my Pikachu and hit A. Its smiling face greeted me with an ear twitch and a big pixelated smile. A pleasant, normal smile. I turned my game off and spent the next hour crying on the floor. My brother and I never did play Pokemon together again. He gave it up for good. I stuck to replaying my comforting, unhacked games. That winter, the snow fell thick.
God.
And
I have a Pokemon creepypasta I have that's kind of the opposite of that. And like this is a creepypasta that's not very popular. I don't think I've ever even seen like any readings of this creepypasta. Let me see if I can I got the link up. I don't know why I was gonna say, let me see if I can find it. I already had the link up. But it's called Pokemon Burnt Crystal. I remember, like, reading this shit as a kid, and it, like, I don't know, it wasn't so, like, crazy that I was, like, thinking about it for, like, fucking ever, and I was like, oh my god, why isn't anybody talking about this? Until, like, recently, I was gonna read this during Mascot Madness, because I was like, wait, nobody's, like, talking about this one. It'd be really funny if I did, like, all these popular creepypastas, and I just did this one that nobody has heard of. So, I think this will be the last creepypasta of the night, because we're pretty close to beating Sonic Forces anyways.
Yeah, my throat is, like, done.
Understandable. Understandable. So you want me to read it after I'm done with Sonic Forces?
Yeah, sure. I don't think I have another reading in me.
Understandable.
All of these have been like longer than I expected.
Mm-hmm. Understandable. Understandable. Well, alright. Unless anybody watching who's like a friend that we can phone in, otherwise I will read this after we're done with Sonic Forces. We only have like 20 minutes left of this game anyways. Alright, you can handle 20 minutes without getting scared.
I have to be scared right now.
Woo! Did you get scared?
Ah!
That was a very delayed reaction to my boo. I thought I got you good. I guess I did, but like 3 years into the future.
Yeah. That was your temporal scream. Apparently, transphobe is the top trending search in Pokepasta.
Oh my god. Fuck's sake. That's literally our impact. I'm actually surprised, because I don't imagine that my stream would be popular enough to do that. I think, literally, nobody has to be using the Pokepasta wiki.
Yeah, I don't know. Either that or it just already was, and that's how Sienna found it.
Maybe.
But, it hasn't been in, the popular pages or whatever. It's,
This is kind of a creepypasta that I'm playing right now, because I gave my custom Sonic feet, and it's scary.
Apparently this was uploaded in, 2022.
Transphobe?
Yeah.
What the fuck? I guess it had to be decently recent, because it mentions Pokemon Let's Go, but that still feels like too... That feels too late for a creepypasta like that.
I mean, kids are constantly getting into creepypasta.
I guess that's true. Kids love, shitty horror. And that's not me, insulting kids. That's just, when you're, a kid, you love the feeling of getting scared.
Yeah, my niece is, getting into her, evil phase, and it's awesome.
Yeah. Like, when you're, like, a kid and you, like, feel brave, like, reading something that's, like, mildly scary when you're, like, 12,
You're right.
you feel like you're the strongest person ever. You feel like you're so fucking cool. That's how I felt reading creepypastas when I was younger. I was literally like, man, this is scary as fuck, but I'm so brave for reading it.
Yeah. Real.
That's probably how, like, a lot of the mascot horror stuff gets popular, too, is because it invokes that, like, same feeling of, like, whoa, this is, like, really scary to me, but I'm so brave for playing it.
Oh yeah, I didn't say it at the beginning of the run because someone was reading a creepypasta, but I like that your character is just Sonic, but kind of weird.
Yeah, his name is Snoker.
It's really good.
He's
Snoker.
the original. He's the original. This is like a fucked up version of Snoker where he has feet. I don't like him. This version of Snoker also needs to die. All versions of Snoker are canonically dead. Like, it's important to note that after the events of this game, he will die.
Will there be like hyper-realistic blood and
Maybe. It is Halloween.
that's oddly
Well-
reflective for 8-bit?
Yeah. It's not Halloween anymore over here. It's just a regular old November.
it's still Halloween here, so
Okay, well then you will see the hyper-realistic Snoker blood if I finish this game in time. Which, I mean, what time is it there?
10:30, 10:39.
Okay, yeah, you're
Yeah.
gonna get scared as fuck. Okay, I'm sorry. You're about to get, like, scared as fuck.
No.
Sorry. It's the god honest truth.
It's the Satan honest truth. It's the Bilza honest truth.
I also, like, I definitely, like, successfully tricked chat into making everybody think that, like, Sonic Forces would be some kind of punishment. It's not. This is the best day of my life now. I am so fucking happy that I'm not playing Hello Neighbor and I'm playing Sonic Forces instead. Like, I could still, like, fucking complain about how bad Hello Neighbor is. I think, like, I don't know, it's, like, really bad. I don't know if you guys could tell, but Hello Neighbor is not a good video game. This may shock
It
the
might be a
people of the
little
world.
bad.
Eggman, I could do anything that I want at any time. You stupid bitch! Eggman doesn't respect my Sonic Forces skill. Alright, I only died once to, like, the worst part in the game.
Oh, that's you die a couple times.
Well, I only died once at the worst part. Which is a part
Oh,
I
okay.
always die at. Which is in this level. It was that one part.
Oh,
You know the one.
the one part, yeah.
We all know the one part. Obviously.
The one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Yeah, the
understand.
one.
You understand. Yeah, I have, like, literally 5 levels of this game left. That's so fucking funny that this game took 4 years to come out. And it's like a 3-hour video game. An hour and a half video game if you skip all the cutscenes.
crazy.
I mean, honestly, as I've gotten older, I would kind of a game be short than be like super bloated. I'm like very anti like padding. It's why like I genuinely think I genuinely think Forces is way better than Unleashed, because Unleashed has like so much fucking padding. I mean, the entirety of the Werehog feels like unnecessary padding.
I have zero opinions on Sonic the Hedgehog games.
I respect that. That's like a good way to live, because that you'll save yourself like 99% of all internet arguments.
Yeah, I think I've mentioned this before. I played a Flash version of Sonic, probably 1 or 2 as a kid. Didn't get very far. And then I bought Sonic Mania on Switch, and then didn't get very far.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all the Sonic I've played in my whole life.
That's respectable. Sonic Mania is pretty damn good.
There was a part in the second level I couldn't understand what it wanted me to do.
If it's the part I'm thinking of, I'm like 90% sure I know exactly what part you got stuck on. But I won't say it just in case. Because what if I get embarrassed?
Well, I think there was like an elevator or something? I don't know. I can't remember. It was years ago.
I'm pretty sure I know exactly what part this is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's in Chemical Plant, right?
Yeah, the second zone that you go to.
Yeah, I know exactly which part it is, where the water's rising up.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe, probably. That sounds familiar. Yeah, it seemed to, I even tried booted up again, months later, just to be like, okay, maybe it was just something stupid I was missing, but it just seemed for all the world that there was a wall, and I couldn't go forward.
Well, now you've basically seen the entirety of Sonic Forces.
Right. Well, I was reading a creepypasta for a lot of it.
You get to hear Sonic's awesome quips. It's like so fucking funny that they have this like plot where like Dr. Eggman takes over the entire world and plunges it into a fucking war that is like near unwinnable with a bunch of clones of like Sonic's like greatest rivals and enemies. And it's like given the same weight as like a Saturday morning cartoon.
That is a Saturday morning cartoon.
Like, I love it. It's like, I love it so much because it also tricked people into thinking, like, Frontiers is a much darker game than it actually is. Like, Frontiers is, like, it's definitely, like, heavier in tone than, like, more recent games. But I don't know. I've seen people call, like, Frontiers, like, straight up depressing. I don't think that Sonic Frontiers feels depressing. I just think that they, like, give things actual weight in that game. Like, when Sonic is almost dying, like, you can tell that he's almost dying.
He's, like, bleeding, and, like, chunks are missing, and...
True! And he's got frostbite! He's frostbitten as fuck! Alright, I got 3 more levels. Fuck, the next one is the classic Sonic level. This one sucks balls. This is probably the worst level in the game. But that's fucking okay.
I think it is very fascinating that multiple games have Sonic and Classic Sonic as different characters.
Yeah. It's, like, so fucking bizarre, too, because in the story, like, in Sonic Generations, it makes sense, because it's, like, the time travel thing. In this game, it's the same one from Generations, but they also say, like, oh, hey, you're that Sonic from another dimension. That's not what he was. What are you talking about? Oh, you're the Sonic from another dimension. That's not what he was. It was very, like, explicitly, like, a time travel thing.
Weird.
Also, it's funny as fuck that this game's
he's also just there.
Yeah. He, like, barely does anything in the plot. Like, he finds Tails. I think he's probably the only reason that Tails doesn't die, but that's about it. And then Tails gets, like, really sad when Classic Sonic has to leave.
Yeah, I do like that apparently in between the two games, like, he just stuck around. It's like, yeah, I've just been, like, chilling. I've been, like, traveling the world.
Yeah. The little shorts they made, Sonic Mania Adventures, like, takes place directly after Forces. Like, he literally, like, is doing, like, the goodbye, like, pose when he, like, teleports back into his world.
Huh.
It's, like, literally so fucking funny that Sonic Mania and Sonic Forces are, like, they happen, like...
separated by 0 seconds.
Literally. Like, Sonic Mania ends with all the Phantom Ruby stuff, and then, like, Classic Sonic is just in Forces now. And then Sonic Mania Adventures also takes place 0 seconds after. I mean, it's probably the first, like, before Sonic Frontiers, it was an attempt to start tying the games back together with each other. It's just not a good one. And I mean, I think people have argued whether or not Frontiers does it well either. I think, like, honestly, the self-referential stuff in Frontiers is a little heavy-handed. Because it's a lot of, like, oh, do you remember when this thing happened? Like, that's a lot of what it boils down to, is it's like, they try to reconnect the games with each other by basically saying, oh, hey, do you remember when this happened? Which is, like... I mean, I do not envy the hand they were drawn. Sonic lore is a fucking mess. They just made a bunch, like... How do you, like, tie Sonic 06 back to the canon? How do you do it? I don't know.
I mean, I thought the Sonic lore had been, like, explicitly rebooted multiple times.
That is true. There were, like, multiple points that could be considered, like, soft reboots, and then, like, Frontiers was, like,
I thought 06 and Boom were both that.
Well, Sonic Boom is explicitly another canon. Sonic Boom is, like, a different universe entirely.
Okay.
But yeah, Sonic 06 was supposed to be a soft reboot. I would not consider it a hard reboot, because, like... Sonic 06, like, it doesn't really follow the story of, like, the adventure games or Heroes, but at the same time, it doesn't, like, explicitly, like, decanonize them either, if you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing in that game that, like, contradicts those previous games. Especially also because they don't, like, explain, like, well, how would Shadow exist in this universe otherwise? You know what I mean? Because, like, the whole thing was that he was locked up in a fucking tube for, like, 50 years. I'm dying a lot. This is
he just exists.
Yeah, that's kind of what they did. That's kind of what they did with him in Boom. When they had Shadow in Boom, he was just kind of there. That's kind of what they did with him in Sonic Prime, too. I don't think there's a real explanation for him being in Prime, either.
And as I understand it, there's, like... his... Shadow's personality is, like... very warped around his like trauma of what happened.
Definitely.
So
They just
I guess it would be weird for him to be just there, but also still have the same personality.
Yeah. Which, I mean, again, they just kind of do that in Boom and Prime. I mean, Boom kind of
Awesome.
has weird characterizations for everyone in general. I don't mind it. I think it's, like, a decently funny show, but, like... I mean, one of the weirdest ones is that they just characterize Knuckles as, like, an idiot. That's always like, I think it's funny. I think he has funny lines, but...
I remember, yeah, when it first came out, my Sonic fan friends were saying, like, this is weird.
Yeah. It's, like, definitely, like, a weird interpretation of Knuckles, because Knuckles has never been, like, stupid. He's always just been, like, kind of naive, because, like, he's lived on an island alone for, like, fucking 16 years of his life.
Right, but he's not meathead stupid.
Yeah. And I mean, again, it's like a different canon, so I can, like, excuse it, but if they, like, tried to pull that shit in, like, Sonic Prime or something, I would be like, come on. You can't do that. This is, like, Sonic Prime is also a different canon, but it's not, like, different enough. They literally have Green Hill in it, okay? If you have Green Hill in your Sonic thing, it's the same shit. You're not fooling anybody. Same with the Sonic movie. I actually really like Knuckles in the Sonic movie canon. I think he's fun
I've only
there.
seen the first one, and I didn't think it was very good.
That's fair. I enjoyed it well enough. It's like it's like a fine kids movie.
Yeah, it seemed very written to have as many quotable moments as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My honest take is that I still think Detective Pikachu is a better movie. Like, Detective
yeah.
Pikachu is, like, also, like, okay. But, like, Detective Pikachu, I feel like, I don't know, they like, it's like a different interpretation of Pokemon, and it, like, kind of sells you on this different interpretation of the series. Like, it doesn't feel, like, I don't know how to describe it. It's, like, still kind of like a goofy kids movie, but I don't know. Definitely, like, I enjoy the world building in Detective Pikachu way more than the Sonic movie. 100%.
Right.
Which I think
Yeah.
plays a big part in me enjoying it more. It's just, like, the world building. Like, it feels like Rhyme City is like, oh yeah, this is a place where Pokemon have always been. And then, like, the Sonic movie is just like, oh yeah, Sonic is just, like, some random alien.
Yeah.
Like, that's always been, like, a bizarre way to do Sonic. Sonic OVA outsold at the end of the day. I fucking love the Sonic OVA. It took me 8 minutes to beat that level. Why was that so hard for me?
I was gonna say, like, this level seems to have just slowed the game to a crawl.
I usually, like, this level is kind of dumb, but I usually don't have this much problem with it. I think it's just, like, the 2 a.m. fatigue, especially after playing, like, 4 hours of Neighbor.
The one problem I have with Detective Pikachu, if I can be, you know, a bit of an SJW for a bit, is the way, the implications it has for disability in the Pokemon world are so bizarre.
Yeah. That's definitely, like, a big sour point.
Yeah. God, I remember, like, seeing it and just, like, kind of making some complaint like that to some group, as in one guy was like, well, I mean, I guess it tells you that even old guys in wheelchairs can be the villain. What are you talking about?
Oh, thank God. You know what?
do you mean?
If Detective Pikachu didn't teach me that, well, I don't know where I'd be. Like, I don't know, like, not wrong, but it's also, like, not necessary for fucking... Especially for fucking Detective Pikachu.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's a problem with the game either, because I have not played the original Detective Pikachu. I know that the movie is, like, loosely based on it,
Yeah,
but I don't know how much...
I think the movie completely made up the villain's motive.
That's crazy. I
think I haven't played all the way through Detective Pikachu.
Who has, really?
I haven't played any of the way through it by myself. I just Twitch Plays Pokemon played it, and I was there for some of that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think the story wasn't finished in Detective Pikachu
Right.
1, but it was in the movie.
Yeah.
And then it took, like, how fucking long for Detective Pikachu 2 to get announced?
I mean, it got announced pretty quickly. It was just that it took forever to come out.
Wait, was the recent announcement not the first one?
No, they announced it at, like, the Pokemon Presents in, like, 2019.
Oh.
It was ages ago.
I didn't even remember that. Wow.
Yeah, that was the same one they announced Pokemon Sleep, and then that also took, like, 4 years for us to see anything.
Yeah. Hey, remember Metroid Prime 4?
Yeah. I think it was so fucking funny when Sienna said, like, and I think this is true as fuck, Sienna was like, oh yeah, if they wanted to, like, smoke screen the, like, Smash stuff, because, like, the NSO stuff is, like, not gonna do that, if they really wanted to do it, they just say, like, by the way, Metroid Prime is doing great in development. It's, like, so true. It would be the easiest, like, get-out-of-jail-free card ever.
God. That would... The worst part is it would kind of get me.
I think, that's the thing. It would get people.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
I love
usually...
Metroid. I love Metroid.
Yeah, I've enjoyed what I've played of the Metroid games. It's not a lot, but...
Nintendo.
Yeah.
Which ones have you played?
I've played through all of Zero Mission. That's the only one I've beaten, but I've also played a little bit of Prime. I've played a little bit of Super.
I think Prime 1 is still my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely partially from nostalgia, but... I mean... I'm not gonna say nostalgia is fake.
No, yeah. Listen, I played a little bit of it. I didn't get super far, but I can say, just from the little bit I played, yeah, it's a good-ass video game.
It's a good game, is the thing.
Sometimes a game, like, yeah, you could be, like, super nostalgic for it, and that could, like, blur your vision on it a bit, but also sometimes it's still just, like, a good-ass game.
I gotta finish the Switch remaster at some point.
Yeah, I've heard that's, like, that was the version I played. I've heard it's, like, a really good remaster.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, the GameCube version is, like, still beautiful, but...
Nintendo's been doing good with their, like, random, like, remasters, which makes it crazier that people were not happy with 3D All-Stars, because it's like, you know they had it in them to make it better, but they just didn't.
Yeah. I mean, yes, I think still the biggest complaint people have about 3D All-Stars is that they stopped making it for literally no reason.
That is true. I mean, there were other things. People didn't like no widescreen for Mario 64. I think there were some problems with the Sunshine port. I think, like,
Yeah, I keep forgetting what...
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it was. I know that people don't have as many complaints about Galaxy, other than, like, the cutscenes being, like, a little muddy from the upscaling they did. But I mean, I can tell you, that Galaxy port is really good, otherwise.
Hmm.
I mean, Galaxy looks fucking beautiful, still. And that shit was on the Wii. Wii? Come on now.
We are twisted.
We are twisted. Alright, are you ready for the Sonic Colors final boss again? For context, like, this is the third time they've done the exact same final boss. They did
awesome.
they did this for Sonic Colors, they did it for Sonic Lost World, and they did it again for this game. Because, like, literally, Sonic Generations is the only one that has an original final boss, and it's also way worse.
Awesome.
People fucking hate the final boss of Sonic Generations. It's like the one major sour point that people have with that game. I mean, in the general Sonic fandom.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure if you ask, like, 10 Sonic fans, you would get 10 different answers, but I feel like probably 5 of those would mention the Time Eater, at least.
Mm-hmm. That's a cool name, though.
It is, to be fair. I have to be careful. I don't want to die on this phase. Oh god. I have no rangs.
You need the rings.
I do. Sonic loves them. They're so yummy to him. I fucking boosted through them.
Jumped right over them.
No, this sucks. I was trying to boost into them, not over them. Okay, this time I won't boost. I got 1 ring. Awesome. Oh, that time I boosted into 10 of them. Come on. No, I have no rangs again. My beautiful, beautiful rings.
Bad final bosses in 3D games just made me think of Mario Galaxy 2.
Oh god.
At least, because yeah, I don't know what the deal with the Time Eater is. At least Final Bowser like isn't tedious or anything.
Yeah. Oh, Time Eater is extremely tedious. That's like the big problem.
I figured if you like the way you were talking about it, I figured it had to be some sort of tedium. Oh god.
Well, I gotta do that whole phase again.
Speaking of tedium.
But no, Mario Galaxy 2 Final Bowser is just... You press A and then Z, and then A and then Z, and then A and then Z, and then you're done.
Pretty much. It's like definitely one of the weaker final fights in Mario.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm trying to think what else it would be.
Like, when I was playing Mario 64, like, earlier this month or whatever, and I did the Final Bowser, I'm like, damn, that was fun. That was legit fun.
Yeah, no, that's like a fun fight. Even though it's kind of what you've already done, it's still like fun because they like up the difficulty of it. It's cool.
Yeah.
And I mean,
it's like, oh, that last throw is like hard to hit.
Yeah.
Hope you haven't been just cheesing the bomb throws up until now.
Yeah. It's like, that was rookie shit. Now here's the real boss.
Yeah.
Mario 64 is such a cool fucking game.
Yeah.
Genuinely, like, in recent years, Mario 64 has shot up to being my favorite 3D Mario. There's something, like, so, like, timeless about it.
Yeah. And I keep thinking it's like, oh, yeah, but he has, like, the only the basic moveset, but that's not really true, because that's the only game where he punches.
Yeah.
And like, the punches and kicks are pretty fun.
Very true. And you can break dance.
Mario Sunshine final boss was not bad at all. It's a little weird, but not bad.
Ah!
I don't really remember Galaxy 1 final boss. Was it just the same battle again?
No, Mario Galaxy 1's final boss is... Well, yeah, if you mean, like, compared to the other Bowser fights in the game, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Which is, like, fine. Those bosses were alright.
Yeah.
Definitely more fun than the Galaxy 2 one.
Yeah. And it's so funny, because, like, it has, like, the most dramatic music, like, building up to the fight, and it's just, like, you don't even get through one cycle of the song.
Yeah. I mean, 3D World had a pretty swag final boss. Doing the Meowser climb up is pretty dope.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah,
I mean, it's
fun.
probably the best way they could do it in a game like that. Like, I don't think,
You
like,
just continue the platforming, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense for 3D World to necessarily have a more traditional, like, final boss.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, for sure.
Technically not the final boss, but the final segment in Odyssey is really cool too, when you capture Bowser.
Yeah, that is fun.
That shit is so hype when you first play it.
I didn't like the song that starts playing when
Really? I love that song.
with the lyrics one. No, I did not like that.
I love that song. That's so sad.
I respect you.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to live my life without judgment. Dude, check out my ring count though.
Oh shit!
Yo!
Dude, I hit 69 reaction score on the Smoke on forums today.
Awesome. There's some crazy stuff potentially coming to the OU. I mean, people are so pissed off at Gliscor that even though it's, like, not that good, like, people want it banned. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know, I get why people want it banned, it's, like, annoying to get rid of, but maybe it's just because I always run, like, a ice type, that I'm just, like...
No, yeah, Eve has been also saying, like, these people are scrubs, basically. Not in exactly those words, but you can tell what she means.
I mean, if tier leaders are saying that, I don't think they're scrubs. I just think it's kind of funny. I don't know. Maybe it's just the specific teams I'm running that always seem to, like, counter Gliscor in some way. I think that Golden Go is a more annoying presence overall. I think, like, if they wanted to get rid of a defensive Mon, I feel like Golden Go would be a better target, to be honest. Because it enables, like, way more spikes gameplay than Gliscor ever could.
Yeah.
Like, Golden Go is what makes, like, hazard stacking so strong in Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah, and then, like, when it like comes to that, I just start to feel bad for the tier leaders. Like, Game Freak handed them a steaming pile of shit balance-wise.
Yeah. Because, like, at the end of the day, like, Game Freak doesn't give a fuck about singles. They have the doubles format for a reason. They're gonna...
I mean, they screwed up doubles, too, because, like, Fluttermane is just there.
True.
Always.
I mean,
I think in the last like VGC season, it like got like 70% usage.
to be fair, that's always been a problem with VGC. There's always been
I think
Pokemon with
I don't think
crazy
it's
high
ever
usage.
been. I don't think it's ever. I think even like Landorus was like 65 at highest.
I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure there was a year where like a Pokemon had 100%.
Oh, okay, I believes you.
Thank you. I could be wrong, but I feel like there was a year where there was like at least near 100% usage on a Mon. Anyways, I beat Sonic Forces, so I
beat Sonic
never have to
Forces.
play Hello Neighbor again, which is like, thank fucking God. Holy shit. Can I not skip the end credits? I can't skip the end credits.
Congratulations on your award.
If I like tab out, okay, the credits will still play. I'm gonna start reading the final creepypasta of the night. I'm gonna do a quick in the Discord server.
So this is the one that you were saving for the end.
Yes.
Okay.
Alright. So this is an old creepypasta called Pokemon Burnt Crystal. So let me get it started. Let me get some spooky music playing. What's like the scariest song I could play?
The Monster Mash. Don't play the Monster Mash.
I don't think I could get away with that. I'm gonna play DKC Fear Factory to get the fear in people.
Oh, hell yeah.
The final pasta. But yeah, this is Pokemon Burnt Crystal. I consider myself a retro gamer. My Wii is filled with an extensive virtual console catalog. I've got classic systems such as the Nintendo 64 and Sega Dreamcast. Games these days just don't feel the same to me. Something exciting to me about the retro scene is seeing all of the bootlegs. Admittedly, it's a guilty pleasure. A lot of bootleg games are of poor quality. But I've played a few that were masterpieces, better than anything that could have been Nintendo approved. However, the game I am recalling to you today, while I wouldn't say it was of poor quality, it seemed as though it was made as a mean-spirited prank. It did things I wasn't sure was feasible for a Game Boy cartridge to do. Its name was Burnt Crystal. For context, I live in a typical American suburb. It's quite peaceful here, and the neighbors usually keep to themselves. Though, my next-door neighbor can be quite the chatty man. He's an old war veteran and a widower. He lives alone and sits on his porch a lot, trying to grab conversations with anyone who passes by. He probably misses having company indoors, but he doesn't seem to want to have an animal companion or anything like that. Very recently, however, he went quiet. It was as if without him the neighborhood died. Not a peep when I left the house to get groceries or head to my part-time job. I was worried. Did the old man finally die? I contemplated this for a week. There were no lights on in his house. Mail kept piling up in his mailbox. Had anyone even cared to check on him? Finally, though, on a breezy Saturday in October, I woke up to him outside with a whole lot of junk set up on tables on his lawn. He was doing a yard sale. His heart wasn't into it either. He was wearing this grim expression, unlike the cheery, chatty demeanor I was used to. I wondered whether or not he was falling on hard times, or maybe he was given news about his health that gave him limited time to live. This author is jumping to fucking conclusions. This guy is dying, okay? He's sad at his yard sale. Whatever the case, he hardly acknowledged me when I walked over, other than giving me a quick look before his head went back down. He had a lot of great knickknacks, from vintage watches to old comic books, but these didn't strike my fancy outside of thinking they were kind of neat. What interested me was his small section for video games. Holy crap, I thought. I didn't know this guy played any video games, and we talked on the daily. What caught my interest was this one Game Boy Color game he had, no label other than written in crude marker, Pokemon Burnt Crystal. I asked about it. I was wondering if he just misremembered the name of Crystal, and added something on that wasn't there. He told me bluntly, "Boy, you don't want to touch that one. I haven't owned peace since I tried it." Well, unless he really
Dude,
didn't
why is he
like-
selling it? I'm grinning so much at there being a yard sale segment, by the way.
It's so like corny. They do it in like it's literally this is just Pokemon Creepy Black.
yeah.
This is the Pokemon Creepy Black opening. Well, unless he didn't like Generation 2, I figured that must mean I had a bootleg to take a look at, and seemingly poorly made. Score. I said I was interested in buying it. He scoffed and told me it was free. He also told me to watch myself. I dashed back inside, searched my desk for my old Game Boy Color, and put the game in. The intro played out the same, to be expected. A lot of ROM hacks rarely edited assets like that. However, once I hit the title screen, things started to get weird. The title screen didn't feature the usual Suicune running by. It featured nothing but fire. Incredibly well animated, too. I wasn't even aware the Game Boy Color could run something this smoothly. Seems like it could be a darker take on the series as well, which was exciting. I found myself losing interest in the newer Pokemon games, as we did this tonight already!
No!
It's happening again! I've been finding myself losing interest in the newer Pokemon games, as they always tended to skew too kiddie for me. Of course, my hopes of playing a darker Pokemon game would prove to be misguided, as I got a lot more than I asked for. After this title screen, the game starts as normal. It stays normal for a while, actually. It was just like I was playing Crystal. I thought I must have been playing some kind of reproduction cartridge. I was sure there had to be more to this, though. Contradicting yourself right away, let's go. So I pressed on. I did notice, however, that my Totodile sprite wasn't as chipper as it usually is. It held a grim expression, not too dissimilar to my neighbor. Seemed odd to change this one detail while producing what was just Generation 2. I kept playing, beat Whitney, and got myself an Abra from the casino, added a Noctowl to my team, and Totodile evolved into Croconaw, though still holding the same sadness in its gaze. Whitney was hard, but Croconaw was over-leveled enough to eventually push through. I pressed on towards Ecruteak, thinking it was going to be the same stuff I was used to. The rest of the game was normal, so I figured I was just doing a normal Crystal run at this point. I wish it had stayed this way. When I made it to the edge of Ecruteak, my character froze in place, and then he began to move on his own, slowly towards the city. A cutscene played out, one that I didn't think was possible on a Game Boy. I saw the city on fire. I saw people burning alive, the flesh falling off their faces. It was all just pixels, and yet, the agony in the people's faces felt so real. It cut back to the overworld, a city devoid of NPCs now, as I saw Suicune's sprite bounce around the ruins of a place that once was. It seemed as if it was trying to protect the place. It was guiding me to Burn Tower. I figured I was in for some trouble, so I headed back to Goldenrod hoping to gather more items from the department store. But nobody was there. The once bustling city was now empty, except for one cop NPC who had said the city had been evacuated. There was a monster terrorizing the region. Then I went back to Azalea, and same thing. I traced my steps all the way to Cherry Grove, and realized I had wasted a bunch of time, hoping this quest didn't have a timer on it. I eventually made my way back to Ecruteak and checked my party to make sure we were ready for a tough fight. I knew realistically that wasn't in the best position, but I wanted to double check anyways. My Pokemon had seemed to given themselves nicknames. Croconaw was now named Run, Noctowl was named Away, Abra was named Now. I was creeped out, but I continued, as this quest was the most interesting thing to happen since I started playing. I headed to the burned tower, towards destiny, not knowing what I'd find. Inside, I was immediately confronted by Suicune. I was ready for a fight, but it immediately cut to a cutscene of Suicune being burned. It was hit by a strong fire attack, strong enough that it kept on burning and burning and burning. It struggled in the flames for seconds, and then minutes. I didn't get the exact timing, but it was agonizingly long. It felt like I had watched this poor creature burn alive for hours, until eventually, Suicune was nothing but a pile of ash on the floor. The box art legendary was no more. I knew I was in for a hell of a fight. I checked my party, and it wasn't Croconaw just looking grim anymore. My entire party seemed more depressed, and they were all sweaty. I can envision the heat of the flames, and I too became sweaty. I headed to the basement. I saw Entei and Raiko in the middle of a battle. Just as it happened with Suicune, Raiko was reduced to ashes on the floor. It was Entei who had defeated them both, and then I was forced to engage in battle. What kind of power did this monster hold? When I entered battle, the Entei's name was simply blank, as if he was meant to represent a clean slate. It was his shiny form with the eyes hollowed out. I fought nervously. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Just the conclusion drawn as if to represent an empty slate. So bizarre.
Would it be the first time in this story? The game automatically took out my Abra. It was my level 15 Abra versus this level 100 beast. Blank used Sacred Fire. I watched in horror as the flesh melted right off my poor Abra, reduced to bones and then eventually to ash. Blank ran away. The beast reduced one of my Pokemon to nothing and didn't even have the decency to finish off the rest of my Mons. I checked my party. Abra was no longer there. I checked on Croconaw. He was crying now. Noctowl's eyes were hollowed out. Their names remained as Runaway. And yet, I persisted. I was scared, but hey, I wanted a weird bootleg to try, and I was getting more than I asked for. You already said this. When I exited the burned tower, there was nothing left. All buildings had been reduced to nothing. The only trees that remained were those that were bordering the city. What was once a place of comfort in the game was now nothing. I heard Blank's cry every now and then. It seemed to vary wildly between lower pitches. I worried he may be close. I exited to the left, hoping to make my way to Olivine. I saw a similar gruesome sight. People burning alive. Blank was bouncing around, almost as if this was fun for it. I figured that I would need to grind. There were a few patches of grass left, so I ran until I encountered a wild Spearow. He was nothing but bones at this point. I watched as these bones turned into a pile. I gained no experience. I figured I should just move on. I made it to Olivine and heard Blank's cry. The place was deserted, though not on fire yet. Blank's cry grew louder and louder as I headed towards the lighthouse. Not like I could surf away anyways. When I made it to the lighthouse, Blank jumped down, and we engaged in another battle. Noctowl was forced out. Blank used Sacred Fire, as Noctowl was burned. While his flesh wasn't burned off in the same gruesome fashion as Abra, it was no less mortifying when the attack started to hear this piercing noise come out of my Game Boy Color. Again, I wasn't even aware these kinds of things were possible. I had to turn the handheld's volume down, if only to preserve my own hearing. It was shrill. It was loud. And once Noctowl turned to ashes, I had turned my volume up. It was playing the Pokemon Tower theme from Gen 1, and it didn't stop. Blank ran away as the music continued. I checked my party once again. Run was all that was left. However, his name had changed. It was now Stop. My poor Croconaw, who had seen all this horror. His crying was more visceral. It was also shrill and loud, but I couldn't muster turning it down this time. I felt my Pokemon's pain as my own. I felt as though I had failed it. I made it watch these other Pokemon and people die. It was even telling me now, blatantly, stop. And yet, I continued. I continued knowing I hadn't a shot. I continued knowing my final Pokemon was destined to die. I had continued knowing I could not stop Blank. Olivine had burned down during our battle. There were no buildings left, only ashes. I had only one way I could go now. I headed to the battle tower, knowing the cruel destiny was headed my way. When I entered, there was nobody there. There were no people. Actually, the area was quite similar to the peak of Mount Silver. At the top, Blank sat there. He did not go on the offense. He did not bounce around. He was waiting for me. He knew I was the one instigating this, that I couldn't stop before. It just stood there, and yet I took it as though I was being mocked. I could have prevented this. I could have stopped playing. And yet, I continued. I clicked on Blank, rather than be brought into battle. A cutscene played out, more well animated than any other. Croconaw was fighting Blank. Croconaw was fighting back tears. Croconaw was trying to prevent the burning. Croconaw couldn't succeed. It kept shooting water attacks, but the flames grew larger. And eventually, my partner of Pokemon was enveloped. I saw the silhouette of Blank through the flames. I watched nervously as it stared straight at me. And then, out of nowhere, it pounced at me, jump-scaring me. The Game Boy Color immediately shut off. The batteries must have died. But I knew there was no point in getting new ones. I had reached the end. Blank had won. Maybe I could grind before going to Ecruteak? No, I shouldn't let my curiosity get the best of me. Weeks turned into months, and months turned into a year. I had just finished college. I decided, hey, I'm a grown adult now. Maybe it's time to face my fears. The game had been haunting me for a while, but I could put it to rest now. I held this curiosity in my head for what would happen if I turned on the game again. I got new batteries, put them in my Game Boy Color, but instead of being greeted by the Pokemon Crystal intro, something much worse faced me. Blank stared at me. It was still hiding behind the fire. It was as if it had autosaved before that scene. It looked at me. I looked at it. And then a skeleton appeared! Now, I did not reveal this information, but maybe you caught on to this if you're particularly savvy. I wrote this creepypasta. And this isn't an old creepypasta I wrote. I wrote this last year specifically for Mascot Madness. Because I was like... Well, one, I wanted to create some kind of creepypasta that had, like, a mascot character for it. And two, I wanted to write something that perfectly, absolutely 100% captured the vibe of old creepypastas. Until, like, the fake out at the end. And, like, honestly, I'm gonna leave it to...
That was awesome.
I'm gonna leave it to everyone else to decide if I succeeded or not in doing that.
I think you did.
Yeah, I got a lot of the Pokepasta tropes in there, huh?
Yeah.
That was really good. Thank you. Thank you. That took me, like, a couple days to, like, write and, like, get down to the form I wanted. And while I was reading it, I did notice a few errors in there, but I feel like it makes it more authentic, honestly.
Yeah.
Honestly.
No, for sure. Yeah, you've got to have, like, the spelling and continuity errors.
Yeah. It's like... I think it's good. It's like it's like maybe the only time on stream that I have put my English degree to work.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I have an English literature degree. And this is the only time that I've really used it on stream because I fucking hate writing scripts.
Oh my god.
But that was Pokemon Burnt Crystal. I hope you all enjoyed. I hope
that was wonderful. I'm glad to have gotten to see that live. Hear it. Yeah.
I feel good finally having it on stream also, because, like, since Mascot Madness, like, ended in, like, a weird way, it had to end early, I just had that in my pocket for an entire year.
Now I feel bad. I'm sorry if you wanted, like, someone else to read it to... Get the and then a skeleton appeared.
Nah, I think it's good this way.
No, yeah.
It makes sense for me to read my own creepypasta.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was Halloween 2023. We did Halloween, baby. We will never play Hello Neighbor again. Fuck that game. Fuck Hello Neighbor. That game fucking sucks.
Yeah. Fuck Hello Neighbor, am I right?
Yo, wait.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Yeah, wait. Hold
Yo,
on.
wait. Guys? Wait. Actually? Like, wait.
Wait.
Ghoul.
Oh god, wait. A ghoul is still on the call. I got scared. Wait, hold on. Can we have Ghoul say the final line?
And then a skeleton appeared.
Let's go!
Oh, that would have been a great, like...
That would have been a really
Payoff
good
to-
gag. Fuck.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you all enjoyed the Halloween presentation. I had a lot of fun. I want to thank all my friends who joined me for this journey of
Yippee.
forcing myself to play Hello Neighbor. I'm never playing that game again. I just need you all to
You've
know
earned
that
it.
the people voted on it. I had to play Sonic Forces instead, which is like, oh no, I had to play a video game that doesn't suck balls, that isn't like one of the worst things I've ever played in my life. Aw, man. Again, playing like really shitty video games makes you appreciate mid games so much more.
Yeah. I'll definitely, like, watch and read and play bad things on purpose just so I can get it. I don't play it as much. That feels like too much of a time investment.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I have like 6 hours of Hello Neighbor under my belt. That's too much. That's too much Hello Neighbor to play.
Yeah.
Will is like way stronger than me. Playing Hello Neighbor for nearly 9 hours, I could not do it. I could not fucking do it. That game is fucking horrible.
Like, if you watch something bad, at least, I mean, for me, at least I can, like, play Minesweeper while I'm doing that.
Yeah. If you
But
play
there's no escaping Hello Neighbor.
there truly isn't.
You even shut off your internet as punishment.
No, literally, it's fucking insane that I bought Secret Neighbor and then immediately my internet, like, fucking, like, imploded on itself. It did not want to come back because it knew I was going to download Secret Neighbor. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. I'm really glad I did this stream. This was a very on-the-fly thing. I was already contemplating doing Creepypasta readings, but I feel like enhancing it with also playing Hello Neighbor, this is a certified
Yeah.
Morgan classic.
Because it let us have, like, gap breaks in between the creepypastas where we just
Yeah.
watch your agony.
Yeah. But yeah, this was a lot of fun.
This was super fun for real, yeah.
Fuck yeah!
This was
Thank
a good
you
way
for joining
to
me.
spend my Halloween.
Fuck yes. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people I know, we didn't really have a lot planned for Halloween, you know? We're still...
Right.
I watched, like, The Door for a bit. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
I did play Fatum Batula. That's a good game. You guys should play that. It's like a little PS1 style, like, exploration game that's kind of, like, eerie, and it's got, like, it's, like, cool as fuck. That's, like, a way better game than Hello Neighbor is. I got it for, like, mad cheap on Switch, too.
What's it called?
Fatum Batula? I can, like, type it out.
Yeah.
Let me type it out in chat also, if anyone wants to check it out. It's, like, very reminiscent of, like, LSD Dream Emulator. I definitely, like, think the creators took inspiration from it when they were making it. Like, it's not, like, explicitly, like, an LSD Dream Emulator, like, but, like, they definitely wanted to capture those vibes of, like, the kind of eeriness that game can have.
$4 on Steam right now.
Fuck yeah. I got it for, like, that shit, like, I got it in a bundle with another game for, like, $2 on Switch. It's probably not
Awesome.
still on sale, though. But, I mean, it's definitely still worth picking up at $4. It has like 10 separate endings. I only did like one. But I looked it up. There's like 10 endings to that game.
Huh.
That you could unlock if you enjoy it. But yeah, thank you all for joining me for Halloween 2023. I had a lot of fun. We read a lot of scary stories. We played Neighbor's Bad Game. Hello Neighbor is the, like... You know, it's funny. I feel like the Baldi stream was, like, a big joke for a while. But then, like, it turned out the real villain of Motherfucker Morgan was Hello Neighbor. It turned out that the neighbor was always the true evil. I mean, the Hello Neighbor stream was the follow-up to the Baldi stream, so we should have expected this. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. Thank you, Hazel, for joining me. Thank you, everybody else who joined. Atticus, Iberis, Sebastian, Ray, Sienna. Am I missing people? I feel like I am.
Mauve left before the stream started.
Oh, yeah. True. Okay, I think that was everyone then. But yeah, thank you to all of them for joining me for this stream. Thank you everybody who watched. Thank you to Will for, Will, like, advertise this stream better than I could have, which I appreciate. Will's cool. Sorry to everyone that I couldn't beat Hello Neighbor, but also not that sorry, because that game sucks. I just got, like, I'm gonna be, like, thinking about how Hello Neighbor sucks for the rest of my life.
Awesome.
But yeah, this was awesome. Thank you all for making my Halloween this year awesome.
Yay.
But that's gonna be it for tonight's stream. I want to thank you all for coming. Hope y'all have a good night and take care. I'll be back soon. Friday will be the Draft League finale. Saturday we'll do more Nuzlocke. You'll probably get a midnight stream before then, but we'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling at night. Happy Halloween for anybody in a time zone where it's still Halloween, and to everybody
still
else.
got 20 minutes.
And to everybody else who's not in Halloween time anymore, happy November. November is a month of the year. I mean,
What?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yup.
What?
Yup. Yeah, have a good night, everybody. Take care.
Good night, Al.